Hello. Oh, this is weird. Welcome to the conference. Which camera are we looking at? This one. Hi. You're joining us, not okay, the top one. Hi. You're joining us not this year from the University of Exeter, but this time live from Collider Studios, just down the road.
So this is our 6th annual conference. I can't believe it. And this year our theme is vision. And we've been looking to the future in so many ways, and it is the importance of tech in the future is no exception. So we've got an amazing 2 days ready for you. Today we're focusing on the tech side with everything from computer vision and AI to developing at scale and cloud computing. And then tomorrow we're going digital. It's for our first year of having our sister group Digital Exeter with us as a key day of the conference. So that'll be all talking about marketing, branding, user experience, SEO, and a whole lot more.
Cool. So as you've seen in the welcome video, TechExeter is a community. It's a community interest company funded entirely by donations, and generously run by people giving their free volunteer time. We'll see some of those volunteers a bit later. We run community events, including tech meetups, hackathons, educational outreach, and gaming events, although we haven't really been able to do much of that this year. If you want to find out more about us, these are our contact details. We've got our Slack channel, which you can access at techexeter.uk/Slack. Our meetup page and our website. And you can also follow us on social media.
So I guess this is the time to introduce ourselves. I'm Catherine White. I've been down in the region for nearly 3 years now and got involved with TechExeter a couple of years ago. Really passionate about bringing diversity into the tech industry. In my day job, I work with the University of Exeter, helping Devon-based businesses with the Environmental Futures and Big Data Impact Lab, though I'm soon moving over to be Chief Technology Officer at Spatial Quotient, a local tech startup.
Nice. Okay, my intros are a lot shorter than that. That's impressive. My name's Chris. I've been running like a software consultancy firm for about 12 years. About 6-7 years ago, I took over the running of TechExeter, which was called Exeter Web back then, and we've just grown it ever since. I kind of do it in my spare time, and yeah, it's been going from strength to strength. And like Catherine says, this is our 6th annual conference. I can't believe it's the 6th one already. We are normally joined by another one of the community leads, Jacob Tomlinson. Unfortunately, he can't be with us here today. We'll have a session with him later on during the day. He's going to talk about GPU development in Python. So I'm sure he'll be able to say hello and give you a quick intro in his session later. Okay. All right. Yes, studio tour. So you probably want to see how all of this is running. Since we're not actually doing a physical conference, I'm just going to go grab this camera.
Yes, we are.
Hello.
Hello again. Right, nice tour. Thank you, Chris. Back to studio.
Obviously, we couldn't put on this sort of event without the generous help of our sponsors. Normally, we're sponsored by the University of Exeter by having a space in their buildings. This year, we've got Set Squared Exeter, who also sponsored us last year. We've got a video from them in a moment. Also, Advancing Analytics and Launch Online are our silver sponsors this year. Big thank you to them.
And bronze sponsors, we're delighted to have Stephen Scone and Spatial Quotient, who are some of our regular sponsors who sponsor us throughout the year, and then the Environmental Futures and Big Data Impact Lab, Software Solved, and Synopsys. We are so, so grateful to all of you, especially in what is a very unusual and difficult year for a community interest company like TechExeter.
Yeah, so you'll see in the Hop-in system, which we'll talk about in a minute, there are some expo booths where we can go and talk to some of those sponsors, which we've got a scheduled time slot to do so. So to use Hop-in, if you ever get lost, just go to the reception area. It's got our schedule listed, so you can see what's coming up and where you should be going. Also, Hop-in will tell you what's going on right now, so if you're ever lost, you can always click on those links and it will take you to either us on the main stage here, where we'll be live presenting all day, or it will take you towards one of the sessions.
And we've got so much on this year that we've got 2 different tracks for you. So track 1 will be on the stage. So if you go into the stage area, that will feature the track 1 speakers. And then track 2 is our sessions. So classic teething troubles of our first virtual conference. So track 2, you'll find either whatever's live will be on that reception page in the schedule, and you can click straight through to it and it'll say what's up and on now, or you can go to sessions and click them there. If you can't find someone in the sessions, then just look for them on the main schedule page.
Yeah. If at any time you get stuck, just type a message into the chat and we'll try and help you. Hop-in also has this funky networking feature. So if you go into the networking area, then you'll be randomly paired up with someone for a 4-minute speed networking chat. At the end of the chat session, if both of you click the button on screen which says exchange contact details, then you'll exchange contact details, and then it will move on to the next sort of random pairing.
And finally, we've got our expo area. So from 11:30 to 12, we'll have our Meet the Sponsors section, where you can chat to sponsors, but through the rest of the day, you can go and have a look and see what content they have.
Yeah. So for the one-on-one networking and the sponsors, we've got specific time slots in our schedule for doing those, but those areas are open all day, so you can go into them, but your chances of, let's say, if no one's in the networking area at that time, then you won't be networked up with anyone. So definitely check them out during the allocated time slots. Track 1.
So very soon we're excited to bring you our keynote speaker, Nicola Whiting, which I'll tell you more about as I introduce her shortly.
Then following that, we've got Aneeq and Tom, who are talking about deep learning for object detection, which is quite a techie talk. We've then got Antonia, who's going to give us a fantastic pre-recorded presentation on touchless technologies. Some of these sessions have been pre-recorded in advance for internet connection problems to guard against those. But most of our presenters today will be live on screen to answer Q&As.
And the good news is that means that they can answer your in-chat questions while they're speaking, which is quite tough to do normally. So take advantage of that. So after Antonia, we'll have David, who is talking about democratizing computer vision with pluggable AI services in Azure. And then we've got Terry on getting started with computer vision using Azure Kinect.
And lastly, on track 1, we've got David talking about a real-life video gaming project with a lot of film and AV and networking in that. In track 2, so these will be in the sessions area within Hop-in.
Yeah, so up first is our good friend Claire Davies, who leads Prism, which is another fantastic organisation. And she's going to be talking about her incredible work in looking at using infrared light to reveal the secrets of planet formation from her research at University of Exeter.
It's pretty amazing stuff. Then later, after that, we've got Jeff from the Met Office talking about efficient development at scale. And then we've got our very own Jacob Tomlinson from NVIDIA. He's going to be talking about GPU development in Python.
Then we'll have Craig joining us to do a first look at Deno, which I don't know what that is, so maybe I'll... Deno, there we go. That's how little I know what that one is. But and then Tariq talking about safe, responsible, and ethical AI, which is a really important topic as it develops further.
And our final talk in track 2 is Charles talking about using Blazor to create client-side apps in C# and WebAssembly. So any of you who've joined last year will know we went big guns around games and competitions. We haven't gone quite so mad on it this year, but we have got a competition, an amazing free course from Craig about Docker for web developers, plus some priceless TechExeter swag. Amazing. It's got a notebook with notes on it, and it has a pencil. These could be yours. Really, truly priceless. To win that, and obviously the course is a great thing to win and worth $99 apparently. Yep. You just need to tweet. You just tweet out and show us how you're watching the conference. Make sure you use the hashtag Vision2020Exeter and tag in @TechExeter so you can be considered. Also great if you tag in @DigitalExeter as it is a joint conference this year. So the competition entries will be randomly chosen. So although we will appreciate your most inventive tweets and pictures, the entries will be randomly chosen at the end of the day, and we'll let you know if you've won or not in our closing presentation. Great. Yeah. So I think that's it from us for now. I'm going to run off screen and start pushing buttons, I think. Chris is going to go do his true technical work. Bye. And fix anything that's broken. Do bear in mind that Hopin is quite a new platform. They had to sort of rush out to take advantage of the situation we're in. So if there are any teething problems, please be conscientious of those, but just let us know and we will help out as best we can. So next up, I am so delighted that Nicola Whiting had agreed not only to come and speak for our conference last year on security, but that she agreed to come back again and be the keynote. I caught her talk last year and was just so impressed. So Nicola is Chief Strategy Officer at Titania Limited and also just involved with so many important causes that she will tell you about. So we're kicking off with something that's not overly technical. It's not really a technical talk. It's about you and about us and about how we build our own vision and about beating imposter syndrome and living your dream life. So, hi Nicola. Can you hear us all right in the studio?
Fantastically well, thank you.
Great. So I won't take up any more of your time. Here we go. I can see your slides teed up. So. Right, so we're going to be ready to start, and I will leave you to it, Nicola.
So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to speak again, and being a keynote obviously is fantastic. So obviously you've mentioned why this topic, but it's one that affects most of us, and given that the conference is on vision and living our visions, then I think that it's important to talk about the things that get in the way of us being our best selves and living our dream lives. And I'm really pleased to say I am living my dream life now, you know, as a co-owner of Titania. And to get to here, I definitely had to learn how to punch imposter syndrome in the face. And, you know, occasionally we still have battles. So I want to ask everybody that's listening a question. And it's one that I'd like you to, if you want to close your eyes and answer honestly and really think about this. Have you ever had that I'm in over my head and they're going to find out feeling? Have you ever had that? Because I know I have it often. So, you know, maybe it's when you've been asked to contribute to a discussion with your peers. You know, Twitter's a universe of this. Or you know, maybe you've been hired in a new job, or you got promoted, or you've been asked to speak publicly on an important topic for the first or the next time that you do it. You know, so this feeling is really common, and it's particularly common in women and particularly common in high achievers. So if you feel this feeling, then, you know, congratulations. It's probably because you drive yourself quite hard. So what is imposter syndrome? Well, hopefully most people have heard about it now, because it's really common in our industry as a sort of title. But if you haven't, it's the fear of being unmasked as a fraud, and the accompanying tendency to discount or diminish obvious evidence of our own abilities. And that's imposter syndrome. So it's been with us forever, but in terms of when it was first analysed or noted, it was in 1978 by Dr. Pauline Clance and Suzanne Ims. So we've got ladies to thank for the work, the first work that set more exploration up. And behavioural science and the reviews on this say 70% of us have felt like this at some stage. You know, the people that said they've never felt like this, maybe they lied on the quiz, but good news, it means that I'm an expert in imposter syndrome, so much so that I feel the first thing that I ought to do is show you some credentials on who I am. So this is me. I'm very fortunate in that, you know, I do a lot of stuff in AI and in mentoring and supporting diversity in all types and writing and speaking in all over the world. And, you know, I talk about things like how to grow your businesses and how to hack the human brain. And obviously that has a lot to do with AI too. And I'm really fortunate that, you know, people do seem to appreciate my work, and they made me an Amazon best-selling author and gave me lots and lots of cool awards, which I am incredibly grateful for. Also, I'm incredibly grateful that I got to meet the Queen and Prince Charles, and I was given an MBE for my services to international trade and diversity, which leads me again back to topic, because I, like many other people, even people that you would think with all these prizes would feel like they're top of their field, suffer from imposter syndrome and do that regularly. So I'm going to unpack that today and teach you some ways to punch it in its face. But also, I wanted to say, if you feel like this, you are in really good company. And I'm not talking just about me. So Einstein. Most people would say Einstein, you know, creator of the theory of relativity, was a pretty important person in terms of where we are today scientifically. But he said that he felt like a swindler to his close friend. And this is a direct quote: "The exaggerated esteem in which my life work is held makes me feel very ill at ease, and I feel too compelled to think of myself as an involuntary swindler." Anybody know Emma Watson? Hermione Granger, to those people like me who are big fans of the Harry Potter series, irrespective of the author. But she was the face of the United Nations feminism. And she was a Burberry model, and she's appeared in Vogue. And in her interview with Vogue magazine, she said she really wrestled with her success, and she often felt like an imposter. And she also admitted that just before that she did that keynote speech at the UN's New York headquarters, which by most accounts was absolutely amazing and transformational, she felt terrified. If you're not into her, Maya Angelou, the role model, the Black poet and writer of books, the writer of I Know Why a Caged Bird Sings, an inspirational woman, said, "I've written 11 books, and each time I think, oh, they're going to find out. I'm running a game on everybody, and they're going to find me out." There are so many people in this world, including me, that have paid a price because of imposter syndrome. So I'm going to share a personal story, and I might get a bit emotional because it still gets to me that I did this. So I wrote some really interesting stuff on ransomware. It was some time ago now, and I could see that this was a growing trend before it became its big trend, and this was kind of years ago. And so what I did was I used my own knowledge, and I connected with a lot of experts, and I wrote a big white paper on it that took you from everything from switching off auto run right through to the settings on servers and how to do things that are a lot more complex. And you know, I felt that that was a good thing for me to do, because essentially that's what Titania's tools do. They help people close down those kind of gaps that it needs to be successful. So I felt confident that I could write a paper on that subject and share my research. And what happened is that got picked up and it got republished in a number of places, because people said, can we share it? And I said, absolutely, it's there to help. So what happened is Microsoft got in touch with me. Yeah, like Microsoft. And I was like, yeah. And they said, would you like to come on a panel and talk about ransomware with this big audience in America? And I was quite overwhelmed. And I said, yes, I'd love to do that. And we were chatting backwards and forwards, and I was completely comfortable that I could not only talk comfortably in that topic, but I would add value. And then they sent me the bios of the other two guests. So one was a lady called Teresa Payton, and she was the first woman to ever serve as a White House Chief Information Officer. And she was named the most enterprising woman of the year. And the other was a guy called Stephen Wilson, who was the head of Europol Crime Center and an amazing contributor to our industry. And suddenly, imposter syndrome meant that I felt that I wasn't worthy. And basically, I stopped talking to them. I ghosted Microsoft because I couldn't deal with it. And I mean, obviously, since then, I've grown as a person, but it's irrelevant, because before I saw their bios, I felt that I was worthy. So what changed? So imposter syndrome is when you compare your own internal CV, even when you know that you can contribute, and find it lacking. So I no longer let that happen to me, and that was my big learning point. So what happens when 70% of us, according to statistics, get a compliment on our capability? Does this seem familiar? Does this seem familiar to you? Depending what the situation is, we might have a moment of panic. You know, we'll fact check. Is this true? Could I actually help with this? We might say, if we've been complimented, we had help. That's really common, isn't it? And I'm not talking about modesty here. I'm talking about just deflection. Or we might say we were lucky to get here. You know, the years of dedication and study had nothing to do with it at all. It was just sheer luck that I discovered that. Or reassurance. You know, you kind of downplay in the hope that the other person will somehow say, no, you're really good at that. No, I don't understand. What are you saying? So, you know, I've had this where somebody's come up after a talk and they said, oh, you were brilliant. I really enjoyed that. I don't do this now, but I used to say, oh my God, I must have been really bad for them to come and feel like they needed to support me emotionally. You've done that? Has anybody here done that? Because I've done it all the time. So I can say with absolute confidence, all of the things that I've just described, I have done. And probably some of you have done that too. So why do we do this? Well, the neuroscience behind it is really interesting. So we've got two different systems embedded in our brains. For those of you who aren't Star Trek fans, Spock is the guy on the right, and McCoy is the guy on the left. And Spock is a Vulcan, so he is logical. So, and McCoy is a doctor, and for those who have never watched Star Trek, he just is emotional all the time. He's quick to judgment, he's always letting his emotions rule the day. And the key thing here is for the emotional mind to believe something is true, they just have to feel it's true. Whereas the logical mind, you know, is a lot more reasoned in our approach, and it's based on data and, as much as possible, factual information. So normally, if we were all in a room here, I'd go, well, how do you think you make most of your decisions? Do you like reason them out? Do you look for information? Do you, try and be logical, or do you just go with gut feeling? How do you feel you do that? And when I talk about this, a lot of people put their hands up and go, yeah, I'm a logical person. I'm in technology. Of course I am. I do things reasonably. But actually, what's really interesting is our human operating system, or Human OS 101, is 150,000 years old. And this is how it works. So our emotional and our logical brains, the amygdala, the little peanut there, is our emotional brain. And our logical brain, the big frontal cortex, you'd think that was the dominant one. But they form independently in the womb before your neural network connects them together. And I'm autistic, and my network's connected slightly different to probably the majority of you. But essentially, the amygdala, our primitive chimp brain, which is on there, is the center of our emotions and our emotional behavior and modification. And it gets every bit of sensory information that we have first. So it gets our sound and our sight and our touch, everything it gets first. And why would you think that would be? Well, because it's evolutionary hardwiring to protect ourselves. It's how we got here. It's how we became a dominant species. It wants us running from a mugger, not calculating logically the success of the attack. And actually, if any of you are into gaming, and I really like gaming myself, it's why gaming's so successful, because the chimp brain can't tell the difference. So if you've ever played one of those awful games that I now cannot play because they give me literal seasickness, where you're on an ocean and it's rolling and then suddenly you're like, though that's because that chimp brain can't tell the difference. Or if you've ever felt vertigo because you're on a high, and that's why it's so exciting, is that chimp brain is getting all those sensory inputs and can't tell the difference between reality and emotion. So our emotional mind is pretty strong, and it only needs to believe or feel that it's true to affect you. And that can cause us so many problems, because it's what leads us to confusing our inside view of our flaws with other people's outside view. So this might be my favorite slide. And if you remember no other slide and you get the slide decks afterwards, remember this one, because negative bias is a really common internal pre-programming that contributes to imposter syndrome. And there's a book called Factfulness, which I haven't got with me, but it's by a guy called Hans Rosling, and it's a favorite of Bill Gates, actually. And it talks about where we are as a society versus where we perceive ourselves as a society. And if you have time, get Factfulness, because it's a lot more positive than you'd think. But what I'm talking about here is how we show our worst moments to everybody else's best moments. So I call this the Instagram factor. And most people don't show their full selves. So it's a bit like social media. People show their greatest hits to other people. So if I'm talking here, you might think I'm a confident talker. You don't see my internal monologue that goes, oh, I did get a bit over emotional that last bit, and I was trying to just kind of edge it down a bit, or whatever. So if you're in a business meeting and everybody seems confident and like they know their topic, internally they might be screaming just as hard as you are. And one of the most dangerous language words in our country is fine, and particularly in what is a global pandemic where you're working from home without maybe some of the support network that you're used to from your friends and colleagues at work. And we often answer with fine. And I haven't got time to talk about the mental health challenges of the word fine, but I would say that we all struggle and not everybody sees it. And sometimes leadership, for those people who are watching, who are in a leadership position for other people, is about sharing that struggle, because it gives people permission to share their own struggles. So, we're surrounded by Insta lives. And I was reading a Christian book actually recently, and they said a really interesting thing. We judge ourselves by our intent and other people by their actions. And that's kind of positive towards ourselves. But in terms of imposter syndrome, we judge other people by our perception, positive of them, and ourselves negatively by our internal cracked mirror. So We're not Mary Poppins, we're not practically perfect in every way, and we need to help that inner chimp, our primate mind, understand the difference between Instagram versions of others and reality. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that you can do to help you get there. Again, feel free to put your hand up at home, but I would want to say, who would want to feel confident, relatively confident in their own abilities all the time? Yeah? Well, let me know how you get on, because I would too. Only kidding. There are 4 tips I'm going to share with you today to help you manage imposter syndrome. And there's also an article that I can send over to TechExeter and Digital Exeter as well, that's written by somebody else that I found quite useful. So the first tip is run your own race, and don't compare yourself to others. You can see me here. I'm actually crossing a half marathon finishing line for Run Disney. And if you can see the finish time there, it's 4 hours and 5 minutes and 14 seconds. I'm literally just in front of the balloon ladies, and I couldn't give a toss, because there I was size 18. I'd run a half marathon about 2 weeks before that, both raising money for charity, and I was not going to stop till I crossed that finish line, because Help for the Heroes was counting on me. And so that motivated me. I talked about this in a school, and I talked about the fact that it helped me love my body a bit more. And what was really interesting, and again, I'm going to get a bit emotional, is a young girl came up to me afterwards, and you could see the tears in her eyes. And she said, "Thank you, because you've given me permission to love myself." Because she hated her body, and she was a size 12, if that. And this is what social media had done. She was constantly comparing herself. And that's tragic. But we do it all the time. We do this where I've had people come up to me and say, "Why aren't I where you are?" And I'm 50 next year, and this person might be 30. And it's like, it's a journey. And I'm closer to my destination and death. So, you know, you're at a different point, and I can help you because you're actually moving faster than me, and you're already at a better position than I was in my 30s. But we don't see that. So there's always going to be somebody faster, more knowledgeable, or more successful than you. And the best thing you can do is get them as a coach or learn from their steps, and to use a sort of cycling analogy, get in their wind and just coast alongside them. The only person you have to be is yourself. I love this one because somebody else made me think about it, and it was our HR manager, Shelley Gunn. And she told me that all these emails that I occasionally sent her saying, "You're fantastic and I love what you've done," went into something called a success file. And I went, what? A success file? That sounds fantastic. So yeah, luck helps, but you wouldn't get where you are today without some level of talent and skill and hard work. And skill is talent plus hard work. And even if you haven't got talent, like if you're me, a really slow runner, you're lapping everybody on the couch who might naturally be a better runner. So it's easy to forget the journey you've made so far. And one of the exercises you can do is close your eyes and remember where you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even last year. Where are you now in comparison? Because we spend so much of our time looking at what we've still got to do rather than what we've already done. So write down what you've accomplished over the last few years. Start a success file. Please start a success file. I've got one in my Outlook. So I've got a little folder and I call it my success folder. So when people send me an email saying, "Hey, you made a difference," or "I hadn't thought about that," or "Thank you for introducing me to whoever," that's where I go when I'm having one of those days. And we all have one of those days. It doesn't matter how great you are. Other people, situations, and unplanned events will impact you negatively mentally. And that success file is like a little life raft. Or you can put it in a folder. That's really handy, incidentally, for job interviews if you're in a really sucky place. But a success file is great. And again, it's kind of like having your LinkedIn stuff. So seeing it in black and white helps you internalize it. If, like me, you are a tactile person, then actually putting it on paper is not a bad idea. So when I'm feeling judgmental of myself, I remember that I grew up on a council estate. There were 6 people in our 3-bedroom house. My first job was earning like 50p's, taking Corona bottles. And I'm autistic, but now I'm a successful autistic kid from a council estate. So get that file, put in it anybody that's ever thanked you, learnt from you, or told you you make a difference. And I love every single person who's ever taken the time to do that for me. It is one of the biggest gifts you can give somebody. So, whilst it's important to acknowledge your success, unlike the shadow of this lady, you do not have to count yourself as a superhero to count yourself as successful. As I said, perfection is not a viable life goal. So you need to ditch that Instagram filter. You need to live your own reality. And we often set ourselves goals of unrealistic 100% perfection. As human beings, we aren't built that way. And constantly seeking perfection is an indicator that you are struggling with imposter syndrome or heading for it. And I call this the self-perpetuating perfection cycle. And I'm really glad I haven't had a drink to talk to you about this. The self-perpetuating perfection cycle. And it goes like this. If I make a mistake, people are going to realize I'm a fraud. So I better make this perfect. So I'm going to like work all night in ridiculous hours until it's as good as I can make it, and it's perfection. And then the thing, whatever it is, goes well. And you go, thank God they didn't discover me. And I got through it, but I still feel like a fraud. So I better make it perfect the next time, or they'll still find out. And now I've got this thing to live up to because I worked all night. And if you think about how you perceive other people versus how you perceive yourself, you are working literally to create an Instagram life, which isn't reality. So if all that fails and I've failed to convince you, my suggestion is fake it till you make it, because don't forget that chimp doesn't understand the difference between fake and reality. So fake it. And if you're worried that all of this might lose you friends or turn you into somebody that you don't like, or you might lack humility if you start talking about your own successes, or people might perceive that, then so what? Does everybody know Iron Man? You know, the guy that died and saved the universe, albeit in a movie. So I kind of like this. He's not a hero type, clearly. He is the sort of person you might want at a party, though, isn't he? I mean, Captain America is awesome. He is definitely hero material. Probably not that great at a barbecue, though. You know, he's the one not drinking in the corner. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But, you know, he's a hard guy to live around. Whereas Tony Stark, yeah, he's a bit of an a-hole sometimes, but he's probably somebody that you'd probably spend time in the pub with. So basically what he's saying there is character defects are okay. Everybody has them. Not all superheroes have to be humble, and you don't need to know everything. Everyone's got a spiky skill set. Sometimes we're great at things. Humility with Captain America. Sometimes there's things that we could work on. Humility with Iron Man. And some things will just never be our cup of tea. We can get better at them. But I have not got the body for a sprinter. I've got the body for a long distance runner. And it doesn't matter how hard I try. I've seen white men can't jump, but I'm never going to be a pro basketball player. So we have to guard against turning those things that we are not naturally great at into our fail whales, into the things that we over-focus on. And instead working with our managers to focus on what we're really good at and developing that. So this is a conversation that you might have with whoever's mentoring you. Back to our times of greatest challenge, when that imposter bogeyman is looming large. You know, when you've been asked to contribute to a discussion with your senior peers or Microsoft, or you've got hired for a new job, or you've got promoted. The easiest way to combat imposter syndrome when all else fails is to remember to be as kind to yourself as you are to others. So if you were mentoring somebody, or if you're not mentoring, if it's your niece or your son or your daughter or your closest friend, and they were hesitant to claim their success for something that they're good at, what would you say to them? What would you say to them if they were experiencing feelings of being a fraud? Would you be kind to them? Would you say, no, you're good at that? You can do that. You've done it before. And even if you haven't done it before, your track record of learning is excellent. And I think you've got this. So if they were feeling imposter syndrome, what would you do for them? So hopefully you've got some new tools in your toolkit now to deal with this kind of situation. And if you want to run down, these are some of those tips in short form. So yeah, run your own race. Don't compare yourself to other people. Acknowledge the successes that you've done. You know, luck helps, but you got here through a combination of talent and skill and hard work. And wherever you are in your journey, that's okay, because perfection is not a life goal. So ditch the Instagram filter and live your own reality. And please be kind to yourself and start that success file, because life is too important to not feel the fear and do it anyway, and live in glorious imperfection. And I'd just like to add that if Microsoft ever calls again, I will be saying yes. Thank you so much for listening, and I've really appreciated your time. And if you've got any questions, I'd be really happy to answer them. Thank you.
It's a shame we don't have the big audience to do the rousing big round of applause, but I hope everyone else is clapping at home. So thank you so much, Nicola, for such a personal and inspiring talk to open the day. We're going to do some Q&A now, but I'm going to snap this opportunity to ask a question of my own. And, you know, everything you're talking about means quite a lot to me, and I think it's important that we're open about things in this world where COVID and lockdown has had quite a strong psychological effect on people. So some of us struggled either during lockdown, or some of us, like myself, are maybe struggling more with the end of lockdown. So, you know, my personal struggle is at the start of, before lockdown started, I was suffering from a bout of depression. And that's something, you know, a lot of people, I think, are trying to handle at the moment. And lockdown was actually very useful for me to have the space to kind of look at that and be more kind to myself and be less stressful. But I wondered, you talked about this sort of internal versus external view of our flaws, but I wondered what advice you have about, I think a big part of my challenge is this internal versus external view of what people value me for and expect from me, that tells me that I'm not allowed to ever be weak or ever not know the answer to a question. You know, my perception is that I will be less valuable to other people if I am not strong and knowledgeable. And I think that's probably inaccurate. You know, that's probably, and I had a friend I was speaking to who, she was in a similar position, but around being positive and upbeat and feeling like she was never allowed to be not the life and soul of the party. So I'm wondering what advice you might have on how you challenge that sort of view of people's expectations on you, especially from those you love and care about.
So unpacking probably three things there. So I'll start in reverse order. So there is such a thing as toxic positivity, where other people are like the smile syndrome, you know, smile, smile. And yeah, that's not healthy because it encourages people to internalize pain. Which kind of leads me on to, and that's a whole different topic that could be unpacked as much as imposter syndrome. There is a little bit in that you become who you're portraying to a certain level, just like actors fall in love with each other when they're portraying people in love, and it's caused many ruinous relationships in Hollywood. But you can't fake it till you make it all the time with depression, because, you know, sometimes there's a chemical element to that. Going on to depression, and I'd reiterate one of the things about being kind to yourself, like you would be kind to others. So, you know, if you know people who have depression or are depressed currently, think about how you would treat those people, and then do that to yourself if you are able to. And if you're not, then seek somebody else who can. And our company actually has health insurance that's kind of preventive insurance, but it has a line, you know, a call line. And we did that on purpose because sometimes you're worried about the impression that you might make on people that might judge you in future, and it might impact your career. And the call line, because it's confidential, allows you to say what you need to say without censorship, because you're not censoring based on people going to judge my Instagram self badly, because if you want to do that Instagram self. So that's something, so that, you know, there's the professional side, there's the being kind side. But in terms of wanting to always deliver your best, I struggle with the same thing. And I've always struggled with the same thing, because being autistic, and we do a lot of analysis, you know, of where your natural strengths are. And mine is, I'm a strategy officer for a reason. I'm a researcher. So I'm kind of a Ravenclaw by nature. And so when I don't have the answer, it gets my goat. It frustrates me, because I feel like, why didn't I research that? So it's something I struggle with. But I think the key thing is, it's okay to acknowledge that you struggle with something, because acknowledgement is the first part to moving past it and to working on it. Recently, a friend of mine who's an alcoholic suggested I got the alcoholism book, because we were talking about this. And I'm not an alcoholic, but the STEP program they have is about overcoming struggles, and the fact that these struggles don't go away and that they repeat. So for those people who are alcoholics, you've got the book, maybe apply it in some other areas, because I'm a big fan of applying learned knowledge in one place in another. So I don't know whether some of that's been helpful or not, but there's a lot of different ways to eat the same cake in this case. And hopefully some of those things will be useful.
Great, so I'm going to have a look to see what we've got in the questions from the audience. So please do put your questions in the chat. We have one from Jim Ovens. Nicola, do you find with working from home and people's worlds subsequently getting smaller that you have less feedback from peers and less evidence for your success file?
It depends on the type of environment you work in. So people by nature are reciprocal. So I'm going to ask a different question of you, Jim. How much of your day do you spend contributing to other people's success files? Because I find the more time you spend filling other people's bucket up, genuinely, authentically, the more you create reciprocity, where if you are making a difference with them, they're more likely to tell you that. Because another damaging thing in the UK, and I think it's kind of a leftover from our stiff upper lip, is we don't tend to compliment people, because we're worried that people might feel it's buttering them up or being inauthentic. And actually, making yourself a little bit vulnerable and saying that made a difference, or I appreciated that, and being very specific about why. I'm not talking about the, hey, you're great, I love what you do, but you know what? Ali, my PA, is a great example of this. So I'll connect with Ali and say, Ali, I know it's not part of what I ask you to do, but thank you so much for connecting with TechExeter and getting the link for me and making sure it was in the invite, because it saved me so much time and it reduces my stress. And I know I can count on you to do that. And it means that I'm never unable to find where I need to be if something goes wrong with my tech and I've cut my prep time. Now that does two things. One, it makes Ali feel good for the great job that she's done. And two, what's the likely outcome in terms of, she's always going to make sure she does that because she knows the beneficial impact on me. I've made her feel good, and it reinforces great behavior that you appreciate. So there is actually, even if the person never reciprocates in good feeling, a benefit to thanking people for positive action. It's much better than the stick method, which is, I think everybody would agree, sucky. So hopefully that's answered your question, but yeah. And ask. So this goes back to your previous question. This is a challenge. This is a feel the fear and do it anyway exercise. If you're not sure what value people get from you, tell them, do an open thing with your peers, people, your immediate surrounding, and say, do you know what, I'm coming back from COVID and I want to make sure that I deliver the things that you value most, and that's my priority. Could you tell me what things you get most from our relationship, and what things you think I'm passionate about, and what things you think I'm strong in? Because, you know, I'm having a bit of uncertainty. And what you'll get back generally is what people think you're passionate about. And that might be really interesting because it shows whether your internal stuff is matching your external stuff. So what you think you might be delivering versus what they're actually receiving. And then if there's something that you would like to give them, but they're not getting it, you can explore that. So there's two benefits to that.
That's one of the most terrifying things that I ever have to do is asking people truly what they think. So we've had a few more questions come in. So we've got one from Paul Barnum saying it feels like this is largely about self-awareness. So he's wondering, if Microsoft asked you to do a talk again, would your natural response still want to be a no, but you have the knowledge now to change that to a yes?
My natural response now is I would first of all make sure that I believe I can contribute, and if I can, then it would be always a yes, assuming I have time and that you know, that there's not some kind of ongoing commitment that I can't commit to. So it's not an unequivocal yes, because, you know, we've all seen people that have done that, and I don't want to take somebody else's seat. Being autistic would be a good example, actually, because sometimes I'm asked to speak as an autistic woman at events, and the first question I ask, particularly if it's an inclusion, is, do you have other neurodivergent people speaking, or am I the only person? Because it's important that I live my values. So at some stage when it was first women in tech panels, for example, there would have been the one woman, and then, you know, the father of a woman, an expert on women, and somebody who employs women. Well, that's ridiculous, isn't it? If even saying that is ridiculous. But actually that's where we are still in neurodiversity. So we'll have a neurodiversity panel with only one neurodivergent person on it. And it's the same with ethnicity. How can you have an inclusion panel when you haven't got people with lived experience on it? So, yeah, so, sorry, I've diverted from the question, but I think it's kind of relevant. So normally the answer is yes, providing it fits in with my ability to contribute and actually my values, depending upon what the topic is.
Yeah, and you know, that's something we're really passionate about here at TechExeter, is making sure we get appropriate representation in everything we're putting out, so that people can see people like themselves actually represented, not people talking about them.
And I really wanted to add that I completely agree with that, and a little whoop out for TechExeter. I found that last year when I spoke as well, which was why I was so delighted to be asked to speak again.
So I have got two more questions, and we've had the 5-minute warning, so maybe we can do some rapid fire answers. So Vasco Brea says, what would you say is the best way for us to better understand these negative conditions such as imposter syndrome and learn new thinking mechanisms to cope with them and grow from them? So maybe something like a book recommendation or a quick one place to start. Okay.
Books. Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. Big book, plenty to wade through, but it does talk about our 150,000-year-old operating system and give you some insight into some of the things. And in terms of another big book, The Chimp Paradox, written by the guy that helped more gold medalists than ever before win at the Olympics in the UK. A hugely fantastic book, little bit difficult sometimes to unpack, but worth getting through. He's a professor, and apologies to any professors listening. He writes like a professor, which means it can be a little hard for people that, you know, aren't in that kind of mindset. But it's brilliant, brilliant book.
I'm just jotting those titles down in the chat in case anyone missed them. And then the last question then comes from Selma Cabo, who says, Nicola, you mentioned that women are more likely to experience imposter syndrome. In your opinion, what are the reasons for that? And I guess trying to sum that into a quick answer might be tricky, but...
I think we have, although it's changing, I'm pleased to say, we're 50% of the population, but we often get treated almost like a minority group. And in leadership, we are still, although it's changing, a minority in senior leadership. So when you have got less role models, and when things happen to you that you then know are reality, but sometimes you get gaslighted. And for those people that don't know about gaslighting, it's when you believe something has happened and has happened, but people say you're imagining it, you know, like the kind of micro sexuality things and things like that. The being asked to make tea when the guy wasn't being asked to make tea, and people are like, oh, it's just like you were just asked, you know, there's nothing in it. All that stuff adds another layer on top of imposter syndrome, because combating imposter syndrome is about self-success and self-realization and self-reality and overcoming it. And so we've got that little bit more to deal with because we haven't got a head start. And that would also mean that any minority group, including different ethnicities, I mean, we're all one race, the human race, but we know that certain of us start behind the line. So that's background, ethnicity, sexuality, gender, or no gender, whatever it might be. All of that adds to imposter syndrome.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Nicola. There's loads of lovely comments in the chat. I don't have time to read them out, but I'd encourage you to have a look at them if you haven't. Are you going to be sticking around during the day to watch some more talks?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic.
So if anyone wants to maybe ask Nicola another question, there is a feature in Hopin that you can look at all of the people attending the conference and you can message them directly. That's in the tab on the right-hand side. So,
also, because I really, a technology person being autistic, I suck at new technology. If you want to connect with me on Twitter, I'm CyberGoGiver, and I'm really happy to answer questions there as well, because that might be an easy place if people are on Twitter to connect to me, and then I can send them book recommendations and stuff as well.
So please do tag at TechExeter and hashtag Vision 2020 Exeter when you're messaging Nicola, so she can see where those questions are coming in and we can see what you're asking. So thank you so much, Nicola. I mean, last year it was me harassing women who were great in security to come and speak with us, and Nicola amazingly said yes, so I'm forever grateful to that, and I've loved hearing you speak both years, so hopefully we will see you physically with us again one year. But otherwise, yeah, enjoy the rest of the conference, and we'll move on. So I'm being waved at.
Oh, just wave goodbye to Nicola.
Oh, Chris is waving goodbye, so here's his wave bounced back at you. So we've got a short break now, and then we'll have our next talk coming up at 10:30, which is with Aneeq, Rehman and Tom Rooks, talking about deep learning for object detection, a vision of the future. So, and here's Chris.
Now it's networking.
Now it's networking time. So head over to the networking page. So just down the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see networking, and it says now on it, nice and big. So it's great fun. The first time I tried out Hopin, that was the first feature I tried out, and I ended up having a really cool conversation with someone.
Because you only get 4 minutes, it's probably best to give each other maybe 30 to 60 seconds just to introduce yourself and then have a conversation after that. So it gives each of you a chance to speak at least, because 4 minutes isn't really much time to to chat. But obviously, once you've made that connection, you're free to then set up one-to-one to that person. You can basically find them on the People tab and invite them to a call. So you can chat with them later. It's just that networking is this sort of speed dating type thing. Yeah, so check it out, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. I need to go and push more buttons, don't I?
Yes, go, Chris. We look weird on screen until you press those buttons. If you're still watching us, then off you go, get to the networking area. There's nothing to see here right now, apart from some videos coming up when Chris presses the button.
I can't find the right one.
There we go. Okay. Is that the one you wanted? If you're still watching us, then off you go, get to the networking area. There's nothing to see here right now, apart from some videos coming up when Chris presses the button.
I can't find the right one.
There we go. Okay. Is that the one you wanted? If you're still watching us, then off you go, get to the networking area. There's a lag here right now, apart from some videos coming up. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had some fun networking, and a big welcome to our next speaker, Aneeq. Hello, welcome to the TechExeter conference and Digital
Hello.
Exeter conference. So Aneeq's joining us from Software Solved, a really great local tech business and one of our event sponsors today. I believe you're doing a knowledge transfer partnership, working in partnership with Software Solved and the University of Plymouth. Is that right, Aneeq?
Yes, yes. Basically, I had the hop in all on as well, so I was listening to two streams at once. Yeah.
So Aneeq and his colleague Tom have done a pre-recorded talk for us, but Aneeq's going to do a quick introduction, and then will Tom be joining you at the Q&A later, or?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
He would be joining as well. Yeah.
And then when we get to the end of the pre-recorded talk, Aneeq and Tom will be there for Q&A. Don't forget, you can also put any questions in the chat as you go. Aneeq, feel free to keep an eye on that chat as the video is playing and get involved with the audience. So take it away, Aneeq, with your introduction.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our talk. So this talk is pre-recorded because of time constraint and some IT issues that we had. And there's some details which have changed recently. This is specifically for the GPUs, where they have the latest Ampere architecture, which was released on the 1st of September. And we just recorded a little bit before that. So the record is pre-recorded. The talk is pre-recorded, and I'm there on Hopin to answer your questions, and I'll be sending you links on Hopin as well. So if you have any questions, please do let me know. And over to you.
So cue the recording.
Hello. So welcome to our talk. Today we'll be talking about deep learning for object detection. And our presentation would start with Tom basically giving some outline on how deep learning has revolutionized computer vision. And then I'll walk you through into some of the deep learning frameworks and some of the requirements. And then we'll be looking into building a real-time face detector.
So, computer vision, what exactly is it? Well, I've got a definition here, which is the study of designing algorithms that enables artificial systems to interpret visual data. So it may come as a surprise to you, or it may not, that the usage and application of computer vision technologies are hugely widespread. So I'm going to start off with looking at some of the key tasks and techniques that are used within the field by looking at real-world examples of the application of these techniques. Two of the key tasks within the computer vision field are object detection and semantic segmentation. So on the left-hand side there, we can see an example of object detection, and on the right, we have a depiction of semantic segmentation. So we've all heard of Tesla's or Google's self-driving and autonomous vehicles. Computer vision techniques are key in assisting the vehicle in its navigation. So visual data is collected and collated from various instruments such as cameras, radar, or even sonar arrays in order to build a picture of any obstacles that the vehicle must avoid. So this data is then consumed by neural networks to allow the vehicle to make more informed decisions. This is an example of object detection in action. And not only are we identifying obstacles here, we're also identifying bounding boxes. So these boxes can be drawn around an object or an obstacle. And this allows the vehicle a degree of spatial awareness so that it can make more informed decisions as to how to actually avoid those objects and obstacles. Semantic segmentation, on the other hand, so this is more concerned with the visual data at a pixel level. So rather than trying to classify objects, we look to classify the underlying pixels themselves. So given an image, can we classify one pixel as belonging to a particular class? So we create classes from these pixels, such as roads, pedestrians, other road users, for example, and then we use these classes for decision-making purposes. So as already alluded to, another of the core tasks in computer vision is the more traditional concept of classification, where we are not so much concerned with classifying specific pixels or objects within an image. We're more concerned with the classification of the actual image itself. So computer vision techniques have had a huge impact on the classification of benign and malignant tumors in the healthcare setting. This task is effectively a traditional machine learning classification problem, where we try and determine how likely the image is actually to belong to a predefined class. So as per our previous discussion and our definition, the use of visual data in this context is what actually makes this process an aspect of computer vision, as opposed to more traditional machine learning. So our classes in this case would be benign and malignant, and we want to determine if a tumor falls within either of these two classes so that we can take the most appropriate course of action and apply the most effective treatment to the patient, essentially. So each image is boiled down to its constituent pixels, and it is this data that is then passed through a machine learning algorithm and is passed through that algorithm for subsequent labeling and classification. And it's this application of computer vision that has had such a profound impact on the treatment of cancer patients and has allowed clinicians to detect malignant tumors quickly and with a greater degree of accuracy than ever before. So the final area of computer vision that I wanted to cover and discuss today that has emerged in recent times is that of computer-generated imagery. So the artwork displayed in these images here, they've all been generated by a generative adversarial network. And this neural net has been trained using millions of actual pieces of artwork and has the ability to generate new content based upon those real examples. So I actually wanted to have a go at this myself and found the website deepart.io. And here you can fuse the style of a particular artist with an existing image of your choice. So the image in the middle there, that's my German Shepherd Cross Husky dog. And on the right, we have Vincent van Gogh's famous Starry Night. So Deep Art uses a generative adversarial network, as I mentioned in the previous slide, to fuse the two images and produce the output here on the left. So the image has been completely generated from scratch, pixel by pixel. And these two images to the right here, they've simply been used as inspiration, essentially, rather than simply overlaying one over another, for example. So algorithms and training data sets have become so sophisticated in this area that they can actually be used to generate new images of people with absolutely incredible results. These two people pictured here, they don't exist anywhere on the planet, and they never have. They are simply images that have been generated by a generative adversarial network, which has been trained using millions of images of real people. So if you navigate to this person does not exist at some point, there's hundreds of thousands of these images, and some of them are really quite incredible. I'm now going to introduce the concept of deep learning within the computer vision field. Deep learning is a term that is used to describe a specific set of machine learning algorithms, which are mostly neural networks. These algorithms are vaguely modeled on how the brain works in processing information and are characterized as deep because they have multiple layers that process that data. So deep learning in the computer vision field is the application of these algorithms, of these deep algorithms, to learn from visual data. And this learning can be supervised, it can be semi-supervised or unsupervised. Supervised learning is typically used in the context of classification and problems of what we call regression. Classification is where we want to label an input as a specific class. So going back to our malignant or benign tumor example, we want to label an image as either malignant or benign, whereas regression, on the other hand, is where we want to predict a target value. So, for example, we might want to predict the price of a house based on a number of different features, such as how many bedrooms or bathrooms that house has, or what materials have been used to build it. In both these examples, we need to provide the model with inputs that we have already labeled so that the algorithm can learn from these labeled this labeled data, and then it can then label any new data items that we expose it to. Semi-supervised learning is essentially the same. It's conceptually similar, and however, we would use a smaller amount of labeled data and a larger volume of unlabeled data to make our predictions or classifications. Whereas unsupervised learning, so this, on the other hand, is where we look for previously undetected patterns within that data set. And we have no pre-existing labels and minimal human input into this process. A classic example of unsupervised machine learning is that of anomaly detection in the prevention of fraud. Unsupervised learning techniques can be used to detect hidden correlations in the data and identify any anomalies. For example, if a credit card is used in a way that is not consistent with historical spending habits, then this could indicate fraudulent use of that credit card and could be flagged up by an unsupervised machine learning algorithm. So we've talked so far about classification, deep learning, machine learning in general, computer vision, but where in the wider picture does deep learning for computer vision actually sit? So the high-level discipline of artificial intelligence is essentially the building of smart systems that can perform functions that humans already perform. So AI aims to automate or augment these functions in order to make us more efficient generally. So within the AI field, there are multiple subdisciplines which include, but are not limited to, machine learning and computer vision. Computer vision is, as discussed, the processing of visual data and aims to train machines to see, whereas machine learning is used to train machines to learn. And it does this by learning from historical data and historical experiences. Deep learning, as already stipulated, is a set of algorithms within the machine learning world. Therefore, deep learning for computer vision essentially straddles these two worlds, dealing with visual data and borrowing techniques and concepts from the world of machine learning. Now let's take a look at some of the differences between traditional computer vision and deep learning. First up is feature extraction. So feature engineering within traditional computer vision is often quite cumbersome and may involve a blend of different computer vision algorithms such as edge, corner detection, or threshold segmentation. Whereas deep learning models, on the other hand, they are trained on annotated data which decipher the most salient and descriptive features within every object class. So this means that manual feature engineering is not necessarily required with deep learning. Transparency is the next thing that I'd like to cover. So within traditional computer vision, full transparency is often achieved. So the computer vision engineer can transfer insights in training to their algorithm. Whereas deep learning is often criticized as a black box. And the nature of deep learning means that much of the processing operations are abstracted away from the user, meaning that it's often difficult to debug exactly what is actually going on. And it's sometimes quite difficult to rationalize results in some cases. And the third thing that I wanted to cover in terms of the differences is the performance aspects of both traditional computer vision and deep learning. So within classic computer vision algorithms, they tend to be well established and quite highly optimized for performance. Whereas the deep learning world, on the other hand, they're usually of quite high accuracy and versatility, but they're often limited in performance by the data that is actually being processed. So now let's take a look at some of the historical developments which led to the computer vision and the deep learning revolution. So the start of computer vision was really back in 1959, and it was based on research that started with Hubel and Weissel, who wanted to understand how the mammalian brain works, they placed an electrode into the visual cortex of a cat and recorded the neuron and neural activity. So this research showed that there were different responses in neural activity displayed, dependent upon the different visual stimuli that the cat was exposed to. So they also observed that some neurons responded in a consistent way to these different visual cues. And this was really the start of computer vision, in that there was an emphasis on concepts of edge detection and hierarchical representations of the visual system. So these concepts were then further enhanced in the 1970s, where David Marr theorized around the stages of visual representation. And this led to ideas of segmentation of objects using images as inputs and determining edges and ironing out depth information, for example. And finally, in the early noughties, we started to see recognition via pattern matching. And this is where we would detect recognizable key points, and we can encode the appearance of that image for use within a machine learning algorithm. Whereas deep learning really began in the 1980s with the neocognitron, which was inspired by Hubel and Weissel's cat research, which we've just discussed. This approach was then enriched with convolutional networks in 1998. And finally, in 2012, along came AlexNet, which meant that error rates dropped substantially as a result, which also meant that deep learning became mainstream.
We're going to visualize our convolutional neural network using the CNN explainer, which is built on the tiny VGT architecture. We see our input image, which is a 64 by 64 cross 3 image, and it has 3 different channels. So the first layer in our convolutional neural network is the convolution layer, and it has different neurons. And if you click on the first neuron, what you see is that there's a kernel which is sliding over each of these 3 different channels for your input image. And if you press on one of these channels, what you would see is that it's doing this element-wise dot product and sliding spatially over your input image and yielding these intermediate results. These intermediate results, which from your matrix multiplication are added up to the bias to yield these activation maps. These activation maps are 2D tensors, which tell you how much each position in your input has reacted to your convolutional filters. Convolution layers, they basically learn these rich representations. ReLU layers over here, they're basically just adding non-linearity and making sure that you have non-linear decision boundaries. And you have the max pooling layer, which basically substantially reduces your spatial size. And the idea is to retain the most critical features. And you would notice the series of convolution and layers followed by a max pooling layer. And in the end, you see the spatial size reduced significantly. So then what you have is your flattening layer, which would convert your 3-dimensional layers into a 1-dimensional tensor, and it passes this to your fully connected layer for your classification decision. And over here, what you see is your softmax function, which converts the logit values, which are your unscalar values from your fully connected layer, to probabilities over here. So for espresso over here, you see there's a 0.87 probability that this image belongs to the espresso class. So I encourage you to have a look through this CNN visualization, and it will help you to understand CNNs much better. So within convolutional neural networks, one of the key things is the training of convolutional neural networks. And there are trade-offs between the accuracy of your convolutional neural networks and the computational power required in your computation for you. And the computational power required for your convolutional neural networks. So there's this one really nice paper which basically gives you this trade-off on your accuracy versus your computation. And as we discussed previously, that the ImageNet classification challenge basically advanced your state-of-the-art deep learning models, where you had these really different new model architectures coming up, and all of them basically getting really good accuracies. But then when we look upon the x-axis of the second graph, so what we see over here is that a lot of the other structures, these high-performing models, which were the VGT16 or VGT19, which advance the state of the art, you could see that they basically require a lot of computation in terms of their floating point operations. And this was then not very good in terms of their design. And then we basically had other models coming up, such as the GoogleNet, and then the ResNet, which basically had less number of floating point operations and achieved good amount of accuracy as well. So the idea again is that your deep learning models achieve
reach an inflection point, which means that your complexity costs start to outweigh your gains in accuracy. And for that, we need to have the right hardware and the right computing resources to train our convolutional neural networks. It basically falls into your general purpose hardware and then your specialized hardware. So in your general purpose hardware, you basically have your CPUs, which are latency oriented. In CPUs, you have a few number of cores, but they're really fast cores. They have good clock speeds, are good in general for sequential tasks. Whereas GPU have relatively lower clock speeds, but they're more throughput oriented. There are about hundred or thousands of these cores which achieve a high degree of parallelism, but the drawback of GPUs is that they have a high power consumption. Then you have the field programmable arrays, which require less power than your GPUs. But the drawback of this hardware is that again, it's domain specific and requires a lot of expertise for embedded engineers to configure your FPGAs. And then we have the application-specific integrated circuit, which has the lowest power consumption out of the three hardwares. And these are highly specialized hardwares, but they could be very restrictive in general. An example of this is the Google Tensor programming units. And generally, in deep learning, we have challenges of our model complexity and size. We have computational speed challenges as well. And then we have the energy efficiency challenges for our hardware as well. So now, as you see that inside your computer, you have a CPU, and then you basically have your graphic processing units as well. And we're going to talk a little bit about these GPUs. So now I would like to talk a little bit about the tensor cores within the GPUs. So tensor cores were introduced in the Volta architecture by NVIDIA, and these are these programmable matrix multiply and accumulate units. And the idea is that they benefit from mixed precision, and they increase your floating point compute throughput. So over here you see these two matrices, which are your your input matrices A and B, and these are floating point 16 matrices. But then the accumulation matrix over here could either be a floating point 32 or a floating point 16 matrix. And the tensor cores, they shift these precisions around to massively speeds up your computation. And they're more efficient than your standard CUDA cores. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about Google's tensor programming units. So these are Google's proprietary application-specific integrated circuits, and they're very similar to the NVIDIA cores. And then you have the cloud TPU V2, which is very similar to the NVIDIA core and achieves about 180 teraflops of floating point operations. And if you stack 64 of these together, then you have the cloud TPU V2 pods. The idea of these pods is that they're useful for training these very large models, but they're restricted to TensorFlow mostly. They're again Google's proprietary information. So now I want to talk a little bit about um, the different vendors available for selecting your deep learning hardware. So in this, we basically have a number of contenders. You can classify them into your on-premises vendors and then your cloud providers. So in terms of the on-premises provider, you have the NVIDIA, which offers the highest support in terms of having a sophisticated tensor cores. Then it has its CUDA toolkit, which has optimized APIs. So it has the CUDA deep neural network library and useful libraries such as Apex, which provides you with really powerful optimizers. You have the AMD GPUs, which are powerful, but they have limited support. There's this Navi architecture, in which they've aimed to achieve a similar performance targets comparable to the Tesla V100 of the NVIDIA GPUs. And Intel is somewhere which is not that developed, and it still has a long way to go compared to NVIDIA and AMD. And then within your cloud providers, you have your Google Cloud Platform, which has your GPUs and your TPUs. And the good thing about Google Cloud Platforms is that it lets you connect your GPU instances to their cloud services, whereas in Amazon Web Services and Azure, they have pre-built templates. And Amazon's Web Services is usually the most expensive out of the three. Another idea about these Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure is, in general, within these cloud providers, you would have these spot instances, which are quite useful for quick experimentation, and they're cheaper than your on-demand instances. So if you're looking for prototyping, I encourage you to look at Colab as well, which is useful for your experimentation and prototyping. So now I would like to talk a little bit on how you select your NVIDIA GPUs. So generally within NVIDIA, what you would notice is that NVIDIA has a variety of different graphic cards. And each of these graphic cards, as you can see, has these different architectures. So the oldest one were Pascal, and then we have Tesla, Volta, Turing. So these are basically Volta and Turing are basically the latest architectures that we have. And then NVIDIA has recently released the Ampere architecture, which has the next generation of Tensor cores, and we'll talk to that in a little bit. But I recommend you to use these latest architectures because one of the reasons for that is that the CUDA toolkit, which is a toolkit for programming your GPUs, now only has support for these latest architectures. So I encourage you to try and stick with these latest architectures when you're looking for these graphic cards. There are compatibilities, but generally NVIDIA is trying to get you to buy these latest cards as well. So generally, when you're looking upon selecting your GPUs, there are a number of things which you would take into account. It also fundamentally depends on your deep learning task. For instance, in a convolutional neural network, you would be interested in the amount of tensor cores, the floating point operations, whereas in a recurrent neural network, you would be more interested in the memory bandwidth and the 16-bit capability rather than your tensor cores and floating point operations. So again, it totally depends, on your deep learning task and what you're trying to achieve. Tensor cores are very important as well. But again, it depends on the kind of task you do. Just a few general guidelines, which I would like to outline over here. So the thing you need to look out for is your tensor cores. So the idea of tensor cores is that, as we discussed previously, that they can massively speed up your computation, and tensor cores benefit from mixed precision, that by changing these precisions, your computation speed increases massively, which is crucial to your deep learning tasks. So definitely have a look out for your tensor cores. Also look upon the RAM, because you need to have a sufficient amount of RAM, because you need to select the appropriate batch size for training your models as well. Some models work better on larger batch sizes, whereas some models work better on smaller batch sizes. Then you basically need to look into your compute capability and your memory bandwidth. So the memory bandwidth, the higher, the better. And in your compute capability, this is a metric which NVIDIA gives out for each of their specific cores. And generally, NVIDIA cards which have a compute capability of greater than 7.0, they benefit from mixed precision. So I would recommend you to get these cards which have a capability at a minimum greater than that. And obviously, cost is one factor as well. So when we look upon the cost, if you're looking for the cheaper ones, you could go for the RTX 2060, 70, or 80 models over here, which have like reasonably low prices. And then if you're looking for something as a minimum viable thing, I would recommend you to do like a RTX 2080 Ti, only because you see it has 11 GB of memory. But if you're looking to buy NVIDIA cards this year, I would recommend you to wait just a little bit, because the latest Ampere architecture has come out, and there are a number of features within the Ampere architecture which we'll talk about in a bit. So it's definitely something to consider. And if you're looking for something, if cost is not an issue, you can go for the Titan RTX, and you can either go for the Volta cards or the Tesla ones that are there. But generally, your RTX 20 Ti should run most of your state-of-the-art deep learning models. So now we're going to talk about the Ampere architecture, which is NVIDIA's next generation of graphic cards. So now I would like to talk a little bit about the Ampere architecture that NVIDIA released recently. So as I mentioned, that this Ampere architecture has the next generation of tensor cores, and it has a variety of new data types that have been supported within this Ampere architecture. I'll put link in for you, those of you who are interested, to have a look upon some of the more detailed specifications of the Ampere architecture. But one of the things that I wanted to mention over here is that in 2020, NVIDIA is going to release these cards known as the RTX 3080 Ti. And over here, what you would notice that these cards have a sufficient amount of RAM, and in addition to that, they have a really good compute capability, which I anticipate to be about 8.0, because the previous cards that NVIDIA released for your data centers, the A100 ones, these basically had a compute capability of 8.0. So I anticipate this to be 8.0 as well. And usually within your architectures, your compute capability is pretty standard. So I recommend you to keep an eye out for this. And you would also notice it has the next generation of tensor cores. There are a decent amount of cores in each of these, and these prices seems pretty reasonable as when compared to what NVIDIA is offering us. So definitely do keep an eye out for some of the cool features within the Ampere architecture, because this is going to be the next generation of the cards released by NVIDIA, and it would have the latest support for the QDuck toolkit as well. So if you're going to buy cards this year, do keep an eye out for the Ampere architecture by NVIDIA. Now, I would like to talk about the different software frameworks which are available for deep learning. Within deep learning, we have a variety of different choices where traditionally we had Caffe, Torch, and Theano, which were the main deep learning frameworks, and they were maintained by these academic groups. And Torch transitioned into PyTorch, which is maintained by Facebook, and Theano transitioned into TensorFlow, which is maintained by Google, and Cafe transitioned into Cafe 2, which is maintained by Facebook. Then a lot of the code base of Cafe 2 now has been integrated in PyTorch. So TensorFlow and PyTorch are the mainstream deep learning frameworks out there, and Keras is like a nice wrapper inside TensorFlow. And then we basically have MXNet, which is maintained by Amazon, and Microsoft Cognitive Toolkit, which is maintained by Microsoft. We have Deep Learning for Java library, which is a pure Java library for deep learning. Then we have the OpenNet Neural Exchange, which allows interoperability between these different frameworks. So within these different frameworks, I would like to talk a little bit about, TensorFlow and PyTorch. And TensorFlow in general is the most popular deep learning framework because it has a lot of resources and support available. It has cool features like TensorBoard, TensorLite, TensorFlow.js. TensorFlow was previously criticized for having these static graphs. So the idea of these static graphs was that you used to define your model before you could basically run your code. And what happened was that a computational graph would be generated. So this static computational graph would be quite beneficial because it would optimize various aspects in your code. For example, in a convolutional operation, what it would do is that it would fuse these convolution and ReLU operations together to optimize your code automatically before you run it. But the drawback of that was that it wasn't really useful from a development aspect, that where you couldn't really debug what was really going on, and there wasn't really a lot of transparency. Recently, TensorFlow 2.0, they've introduced the eager execution mode, and this mode basically allows more transparency in your coding, and it's useful for your development purposes as well. And TensorFlow is generally preferred for your large-scale production environments, and it's the best choice to use for Google Cloud Platform. And in PyTorch, again, it's written in Python like TensorFlow, and it attracted attention because of its ability to generate these dynamic computational graphs. What this means is that you had more transparency in your code base, and from a development aspect, you could debug your code as you were writing it. But it was often criticized for not being a very production-ready environment. But recently, within Cafe 2 integrated into PyTorch 1.0 and above, it makes it more production-ready. And you also have static graphs introduced in PyTorch as well. And Keras is an easy-to-understand and consistent API which seamlessly integrates with TensorFlow, and it's good to use Keras at a beginner level. So now I would like to talk about object detection. And in object detection, what we have is we have a single input image of 3 channels RGB, and our output is a set of detected objects. And in each of those detected objects, what we would have is the class label, the class probability, and then a bounding box which is parameterized by your pixel centers X and Y and your width and height of your input image. So we see that there are 3 things which you have an output for your object detection task. So now we are going to be looking at different challenges within object detection. So as outlined before, that object detection is a challenging task, and there are a number of reasons why object detection can be so challenging. The first thing is that as we looked previously, that object detectors, they basically output your class labels, your probabilities, and your bounding boxes. And when there are because of this multiple outputs, when you have to do this for different amount of object classes per image, it then makes your object detection really hard and complex. There are also imbalance problems in your object detection, which have a large scope in machine learning, computer vision, and pattern recognition. And the idea is that the imbalances in your class, your image scale, and your spatial imbalances can affect the performance of your object detector. There's also this one issue of overlapping detection. So this is particularly common in those images which have a high degree of overlap in their objects. So when objects are too close to one another, it's very hard for algorithms such as the non-maximum suppression to identify, the correct objects, and they actually may eliminate bounding boxes, which are actually objects. Another constraint is that you need a good spatial resolution of your images, which can substantially increase your computation time as well, because you have a few images per batch in your training, and your training time would increase. Now we're going to talk about two different object detection methods. One method is known as the two-shot object detection. In this method, what we have is our input image, and there's usually a computer vision algorithm and a proposal method known as selective search, which acts on this image, and it identifies these different regions. There are about 2,000 of these regions, and in each of these regions, we basically have our convolutional neural networks acting on them. And you can see this process is quite slow. For each of these different regions, your convolutional neural networks give your bounding boxes and your classes, and then you basically filter out the weak detections. And then you have your single stage object detection, in which you just make the decision in just one pipeline. So you replace the selective search with your convolutional neural network, and then you basically pass the feature map directly to your region proposal network, which gives you your final bounding boxes and your classes. And examples of single stage of detection are the single shot multi-box detector and the YOLO algorithm, which is you look only once. So now we're going to talk about these different object detection architectures. So as we can see from this really nice graph, which basically gives you the speed and accuracy trade-offs of your modern convolutional object detectors, you see that object detection is split into two parts. You have a feature extractor, which is your convolutional neural network, and then you have your meta architecture, which basically generates your regions of interest and localizes your images. So this meta architecture could be your two-shot object detectors, or it could be your single-shot object detectors. So in the two-shot object detectors, you have the faster RCNN, the RFCNN, and in the single-shot detection, you have the single-shot multi-box detector. And one of the few things to note over here is that these single-shot detectors are faster, and they achieve a comparable accuracy. We also note over here that the bigger the feature extractors, they generally improve performance. We can see this as a case in the Inception ResNet V2. And we also see over here that our FCNN, which is again a two-shot object detector, it only partially minimizes the computation load. And we also see MobileNet, which is used with the single shot object detection meta architecture. It's able to significantly outperform its counterparts. And again, this is this very low latency network, and it works pretty well with the SSD architecture. So we see in general there are a lot of choices, and I encourage you to basically build your detectors on top of existing frameworks, because there's a lot of parameters, and from a beginner aspect, it's good to use these pre-trained and existing frameworks. So now we're going to look upon our methodology. And in our methodology, what we're going to do is that we're going to use this two-phase detector. And this tutorial is adapted primarily from PyImage Search by Adrian. Some of the key things within this tutorial is that it's very simple to understand, and it's really good when if you're trying to, if you're new to deep learning and you want to just get started on how to build your object detector really quickly. So what we'll be doing is that we'll be loading our face mask dataset. So this dataset is collated from Selenium, and it's also used from Prajna, who collated this dataset to a very innovative way. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to load a pre-trained network, which is going to be our MobileNet V2, and with the weights trained on ImageNet. So the idea of loading this pre-trained network is that with these pre-trained networks, the early layers are the ones which learn these low-level features, and we are going to freeze these layers. And the last set of layers, which are the fully connected layers, we're going to use those layers for our custom data set to basically learn our task-specific features. And the net, as you recall, it's been trained on 1 million images with about 1,000 different classes. So it has learned these rich representations and those weights which we want to definitely use as part of our pre-training. And this process is known as fine tuning, basically, where we're going to do is we're going to freeze the layers before it, and we're going to just replace the final layers. And in the final layers, these are new layers, which are fully connected layers. They're going to learn our feature specific tasks from our data set. So then what we have is that we have our training network where we train our network through our face mask data set, and we save our network to our disk, and then we assess our network performance. So over here, what we do is that we load our test images, and then we have our single shot face detector, and we are using the OpenCV's DNN module. And in the DNN module, it basically has this face detector. We're going to be using a pre-trained version over here again, which is our single shot detector with a ResNet backbone model. And after we get these localized regions of our faces from that single shot face detector, we are going to put that into our trained network, and our trained network is going to give us our predictions, which is no mask and mask, and then we're just going to use OpenCV and IMUtils utility tools, which are just packages within Python to do this for some test images and also do this for real time. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to train our face mask detector. And as you see, the TensorFlow.keras has all those libraries which we need for our initial pre-processing, and it also has our pre-trained network, which is our mobile net. So what we do is that we start with our pre-trained model, in which what we do is that we load our pre-trained model. So we're using MobileNet V2, which is trained on ImageNet. And the MobileNet V2 has about 157 layers with about 3.5 million trainable parameters. And generally, the reason why we chose MobileNets, as we described last time, was that they're these small, low latency networks and they meet our resource constraints at the moment. What we're going to do over here is that we load this model and we set the top of the model as true, just to see how this model looks like, and set it in input tensor shape. So you can see that the model has about 157 different layers. So when we look at this network, what we see over here is the output of the base network basically is a 7 cross 7 pixel image. And the ImageNet classifier first uses global pooling to reduce the size of the pixel from 7 cross 7 to 1 cross 1. And then it adds a dense layer to detect these 1,000 objects in these different categories. And this is the fully connected layer which we are going to remove over here. So what we do is that it's very simple, as we described in our methodology, that we are going to free everything above, and we're going to just replace the final layers of the network. So we can do that easily in just one line by putting the include top is equals to false. And now notice that we just have about 2.3 million trainable parameters, and we remove the final set of layers. And now we freeze all these layers simply by doing base model dot trainable is equals to false. So now we have a model where you can see the base model doesn't have any trainable parameters. Now what we do is that we replace the final layers and we mimic the operations which were there before, that we add average pooling, we flatten the layer out, have our dense layer which contains the ReLU activation also to make sure that not every single neuron is activated at one time. Then we add some regularization via dropout, and then we basically have our final softmax function to give probabilities for our two classes. So after we are done that, we set the input to the model, and now we basically have our model set up. And you can see this model has about 164,000 trainable parameters. You can see that all these trainable parameters are the ones which are from the final layer, preserving the base model. So now we load this data set as I described before. You do some standard pre-processing where you load the data set, you convert it into an image, then you basically convert the image into an array, and then what you do is that you pre-process your input and you put it in your mask data set. So now what you do over here is that you basically have your mask and your no mask categories, where you can see that 52% of our points are in the mask category and 47% of points are in the no mask category. So then one of the things in the pre-processing that we also need to do is that while resizing our input, converting it into an image and scaling it, we also need to convert our labels into one-hot encoders, because remember that our CNNs output probability distributions, and you can read more on what one-hot encoders. I'll put some links for that. So now our labels have been one-hot encoded, and now what we're going to simply do is that we create a test and training sets. We have our training sets created. Now we need to add some data augmentation in our training set, and we have the image data generated class in Keras for us to do that. So in data augmentation generally involves that you introduce a series of random transformations in your images, and these random transformations could be rotations, flipping of your images, changing the brightness, and etc. So in this way, we are basically introducing these random transformations. And the idea for doing doing is to introduce regularization and to make sure that we introduce spatial invariance within our network. So we have this pipeline, this really nice function for us to do that. We also set up model checkpoints and have a read through this. And what we're doing is that we're monitoring our validation accuracy, and we're making sure that we're saving the best weights for the model. Then what we do is that we load our optimizer and we specify our initial learning rate. So we're using the Adam optimizer, and it's a pretty stable optimizer. In general, it doesn't suffer from major decreases in its accuracy. We specify our loss function since it's a binary classification problem. So we specify the binary cross entropy function and we set our metric as accuracy. We compile the model and then we basically fit our transformed training set. And then we also set our steps per epo and then our batch size. The steps per epo is preferred to be the number of samples divided by the batch size for your train and your testing sets respectively. You have seen that we have trained the model over here and we are monitoring our accuracy and our validation accuracy and our loss functions as well. Once we have our training process that's finished, we load the best weights for our model. We evaluate our classified performance using standard classification matrices. So we see we have a pretty good F1, and I'll put more into what these mean in the notebook. And then we plot our confusion matrices. So in general, we have less number of false positives and false negatives. And then what we do is that we plot our learning curves. So the idea of learning curves is that it basically gives you an indication of how well your model is learning from the training curve and how well your model is generalizing from the validation curve. I have a read through more on the cases of the underfitting and the overfitting scenario, but the generic idea again is that a good fit is where you have less gap between your training and your validation losses. Over here, we can see there's generally a less gap and we can use this model regardless. And there seems to be some cases of overfitting, but we can use that because the gap is small and we are obtaining a reasonable amount of accuracy. So now we are going to be loading our SSD detector and localizing images and using this trained face mask detector classifier. We are going to do object detection in real time, and we load our classifier trained from before. Also wanted to mention the OpenCV library very briefly over here, that it's an open source computer vision library, and it has support for different deep learning frameworks such as Caffe, TensorFlow, and PyTorch. And the first thing, after loading our face classifier, we also need to load the face detector. We'll be using the DNN face detector in OpenCV, and this is based on the single shot multi-box meta architecture with ResNet as its backbone. And it has two and this DNN module was introduced in version 3.3 of OpenCV. And we have the two different implementations, which is the Caffe implementation and then the TensorFlow implementation. So we'll be using the Caffe one at the moment. And the first thing which we do is that we load our model file, we load our configuration file, we feed these files into our deep neural net. The first thing which we do is that we load our images. OpenCV assumes this to be in BGR format. The test image over here is 500 pixels in height, 600 pixels in width, and it's 3 channels. And the first thing we'll be doing is that we'll be constructing blobs from these images. And blobs are, again, these pre-processed version of these images. And the idea of creating these blobs is that they ensure that the pre-processing done in our training set is consistent with the pre-processing done in our test set. So blob from image function from the OpenCV allows us to do so. There are a number of things which the blob from image function allows us to do. So it offers us mean subtraction, image scaling, cropping. So briefly talking about mean subtraction, the idea of mean subtraction over here again is that it basically handles variation in your intensity and pixel values and normalizes them. So you calculate the average pixel value on your training set and you subtract it from each image during the training. Because our weights have been loaded from image.net training, and it uses mean subtraction. So we're going to be using the average pixel values on the ImageNet training set, which are as follows. And what we do over here is that we perform our mean subtraction. So we add this tuple into this DNN blob from image function, and make sure that this tuple is in RGB format, because there's a swap RB parameter which is by default true, and it would swap these channels out to make sure it's consistent with the format in which OpenCV wants those tuples to be. And then what you also need to do over here is that you define a scale factor. So one scale factor means there's no scaling. Then you also resize the image to the input of your face detector. And then over here, notice is that this blob is a 4D matrix where the first dimension tells you the total number of images. So we only have one image over here. This tells you the total number of channels and then your image height and width. So now we load our detector, we pass the blob into it, and we do net.forward. And what this command does over here is that it basically gives you detections. It identifies these regions within your image, and it also gives you this 4D matrix. And over here, the third and the fourth matrix are important over here. This tells you there are about 200 different faces detected. The last dimension basically gives you the bounding boxes for each of them. And there are a number of ways on how you can, iterate through this 4D matrix. And I encourage you to have a read through over here. But the idea is that you can get the probability of detection of your face, and then you can also get your bounding box coordinates. And over here, notice that these bounding box coordinates are normalized between 0 and 1. So we need to multiply these coordinates by the height and width of the original image to get the correct bounding box. So there are a number of steps which are self-explanatory. I encourage you to have a read through. But the idea is that you load your image, you get your original image dimensions, you get blobs from your images by doing the blob from image function. You pass these blobs to your face detector, which basically gives you these detections, these different faces, which you specify a probability threshold. And then what you do over here is that you specify a confidence over here, and you basically get the confidence of your detections, and you filter out weak detections by setting a threshold. And then what you do is that you get your bounding boxes. Make these lines basically just do that to make sure that your bounding boxes fall within the dimensions of your input image. And then there's some pre-processing over here where you're getting the face region of interest. You're converting this into from BGR to RGB, and resizing it to the size of your neural net. And then doing some pre-processing as we looked before, and then finally feeding it into your face mask detector, which gives you a mask, no mask category. And these lines basically just assign a color to your bounding box based on whether it's a mask or a no mask. Then you draw a rectangle from the coordinates which you have. So let's have a look at it. Over here, what we can see is that our detector has detected us quite efficiently. So now let's put this in a nice function, everything that we did before, and let's try this out for test images. So over here, you see our face detector hasn't identified these regions, and you could see that the face mask is obscuring a large portion of the face. So the problem again lies in the single shot detector, which we are using. We could basically convert this in one pipeline, but for the sake of simplicity in this tutorial, and I encourage you to use from the starting point, use these pre-trained models that are out over there. But then you can basically do all of this in one pipeline where you have your meta architecture, and then in addition to your meta architecture you have your classifier on in one pipeline, and then it will be more robust because we'll be having an object detector which gets those regions of interest which are either you wearing a face mask or not wearing a face mask, and that would improve your results. Over here we have just taken this generic face detection, then we have passed this over to our classifier. So yeah, it's definitely something that we can look into. See, again, there's some places where our detector is missing real-time object detection, and we have a nice little function for that as well. Everything that we did for our images is pretty much the same for videos as well. The only difference is that you basically store your detected faces and their bounding boxes in these vectors, because you're going to be having a video frame in real time. So you're going to be getting frames from your video in real time. And once you basically see that you detect any faces, you basically load your model out. And the only difference is we're using the IM utilities video stream over here and just stopping it by pressing the Q button. Have a read through the notebook more into some of these specifics. So let's do this in real time. So now you can see that I don't have any face mask on. And now I have mask on. So in this way, you see how we can basically have these different object detectors and do this really quickly using just a few lines of code. And I appreciate to experiment with this more. Thank you.
So finally now, just to sum up with a few key takeaways. Firstly, deep learning has revolutionized computer vision, although it is still limited by data. Traditional computer vision techniques remain relevant and should be used where possible. Deep learning is best executed using dedicated hardware, and NVIDIA offers the greatest support in terms of GPUs, and we should consider using GPUs for prototyping and inference. Cloud platforms are most appropriate for the training of large models. TensorFlow and PyTorch are good choices of software for the building of deep learning models. And lastly, dedicated deep learning frameworks allow computer vision tasks to be completed in just a few lines of code, which we saw in the demonstration there. Okay, so thank you everybody for listening today, and we hope you've enjoyed the presentation. If you have any further questions on the topic, please do feel free to get in touch.
Well, thank you so much, Aneeq and Tom, for that incredibly comprehensive overview that we got there. Hopefully everyone watching feels that they know quite a bit more about computer vision now. So we've got some time for a Q&A. So this session is sort of set to run till 11:30, but then it's meet the sponsors. So guys, if you want to run on the Q&A bit here in this session, you're very welcome to. But for everyone else, from 11:30 to 12, the sponsor session will be open, and you can go and chat to some of our lovely sponsors about what they do. So first, shall we see if we have any questions for the guys in the chat? So I think, as Aneek's been there on chat answering as we go, we'll give them a second to just put in some more questions. We've got a comment from Anthony saying that was a great presentation. So I guess just to get us started, you know, what would you say to someone who is just starting out in this field and wants, you know, the few things they should go to get themselves started in this area?
Yes, absolutely. So what I would say is that I think there are a number of things over here. It also depends upon, you know, if you're basically in like totally starting afresh from it, or whether you know or whether it's something that you need a little bit more experience in. So I think from a very starting point of view, as I said, the TensorFlow and Keras, they work pretty well. Again, I encourage you to look upon Adrian's PyImage search, because he has really, really good tutorials on there. I personally, when I started in this field, I basically looked upon his tutorials. There's also Deep Learning by Computer Vision by Justin Johnson. And his lectures are really, really good in terms of being really comprehensive. And he also gives you, you know, that complete background knowledge that you need, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, and if I can just interject there as well. So I'm a developer by trade. I mostly deal with data engineering and data warehousing. So, you know, I'm completely new to this field essentially, or I was 18 months ago. Yeah, I would just advise you to just get stuck in and start playing with the scripts, because there's plenty available online.
Great, thanks guys. Please do pop your questions in the chat if you have any. Maybe that you've covered everything so comprehensively that there aren't any more. So I guess maybe one question is you shared a few examples of use of computer vision, but what would you say are the most sort of exciting areas coming up and sort of commercial areas where computer vision is really coming to play now?
So I think computer vision is playing a key part in augmented reality, AR, VR. We also see that areas such as panoramic stitching and, you know, 3D vision are areas where deep learning hasn't really been established that well, and it still has a long way to go. So I think it's definitely something that we should be mindful of, the fact that there are traditional computer vision techniques out there, and they're quite well established. They've been used for quite a lot of time, but then we also have deep learning, you know, revolutionizing things. So I think it only depends upon the task that you have, the application that you have, and, you know, there have been, you know, instances in literature where computer vision techniques have improved, you know, deep learning. So I would recommend to use them according to, you know, the tasks that you have and your application in general.
Tom, anything you wanted to add there?
No, I totally agree with everything that Aneeq says. You know, there's a lot of applications that we can see that are creeping into our, you know, our everyday use of software applications, such as the Together mode, for example, in Microsoft Teams. So yeah, I think we're just seeing it creeping into you know, into all aspects of computing, really.
Okay, we've got a question here from Benjamin Johns, who said, fascinating work, thank you both. What are your thoughts on law enforcement using facial recognition?
Yes, so there are definitely issues of GDPR, in these applications because, Tom, do you want to touch more on that in terms of the GDPR?
Yeah, so there's obviously, governance and security issues with that. And these techniques are being used by intelligence services, throughout the world. My opinion, if I can have one on the subject, I feel like, we don't really want to get to a place where, where we're just, this sort of big brother state. And obviously these techniques are being used in that sense by governments around the world. So that's probably my opinion.
Okay, great. Well, I think that comes to the end of our session. If anyone has any questions they didn't get to ask, then will you guys be around for more of the conference? Are you staying to watch some other sessions?
Yes, absolutely.
So don't forget, you can go to the People tab and find people to send them direct messages. So did you also want to mention any other contact details like Twitter accounts that people might follow you on?
Yeah, so I think LinkedIn is probably a good way to connect with us in general because it's like a really, really good platform. So I'm going to just quickly share my LinkedIn, Tom, if you can also put it on Hopin.
Yeah, no problems.
LinkedIn is probably the best way to reach us in general. And then you have the company contact details as well. So if you contact anyone within Software Solved, I'm pretty sure they would be able to direct you to us.
Yeah.
So.
Fantastic. Well, thanks again, guys. Great video, and it's great to talk to you. And hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the day. So,
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris is waving from just off camera, but here he is with the magic of technology. Welcome back, Chris.
Hello. Yeah, so bang on, just after 11:30 now. So
It's time to meet the sponsors. So
no, you talk.
They've had enough of me, but down in the expo area on the left-hand side, you'll find a page for each of our sponsors.
Some of them are manned, so you'll go into the area and there'll be someone there with their face and their video connected, and they'll be ready to sort of answer questions if you have any, find out more about what their company does. Some of them will just be pre-recorded video, YouTube loops. Some of them will be links to their website or links to special deals that are going on. So obviously in a normal conference we would have expo booths where you could go and get free swag and stuff. Don't quite have that.
If you ask nicely, maybe they'll send you a picture or something like that.
Yeah, virtual swag, I'm sure, is a thing.
So just to give you a rundown of who we've got in the sponsor booth you might talk to. So Set Squared Exeter, #1 business incubator there. So if you have a business and you want to know anything about growing your business in the region, then they're fantastic people to talk to. Software Solved, you've just heard from just now. We'll have to see if they have somebody in the booth to have a chat with you.
I think we've got a slide with all the sponsors on it. It's right at the back. Here we go.
Quick slide through. So we've got the Environmental Futures and Big Data Impact Lab, who we provide technical support. So if you want to use some of the big data, if you want to implement some computer vision, then our team is expert at that. So we can help you actually put that into place. Stephen Scone, great friends of TechExeter, a solicitor firm, so if you have any interest in those.
All sorts of law, not criminal law, but every other type of law, so they've helped us out with doing contracts and things like that.
Spatial Quotient are a health tech startup, as I know well, so tracking the movement of people around hospitals. So just a really interesting use of data technology, if you want to speak to them.
Advancing Analytics and Launch Online are our silver sponsors. Terry from Advancing Analytics is giving a talk later, so I'm sure he'll tell you more a bit about their firm. We've got actually videos from most of these sponsors, which we'll be playing back on the stage whilst the expo area is going on. So you'll be able to find out more in depth about each of our sponsors by watching the videos. Again, some of the videos also are linked from the expo area as well.
And then the tracks will begin again at 12 o'clock. So on track 1 on the stage here, we'll have Antonia Forster talking about touchless technology and innovating in a post-pandemic world. And then on track 2, on the sessions area, we've got Jeff Shepherd talking about efficient development at scale. So take your pick as to which one you want to go see. Don't forget that all of the talks are being recorded. So if you have a clash of interests on a track, doesn't mean you can't watch the other one. You can just watch it later on.
So how that works is probably at the end of the 2-day event, we'll get the recordings out of the Hopin system, and then we'll send you links to the Eventbrite ticket area. So you'll be able to see everything as it happened live. Some of the talks we've got pre-recorded, so for some of the talks that have already happened, you'll see in their session that we've pinned a note which has a link to the YouTube video of their talk. So you'll be able to access the content in a variety of ways, but we'll make sure it's all available to you, and we'll send you emails with all the links to everything.
And thank you so far for everyone who's put comments on Hopin. We've loved reading them, and thank you for those who've tweeted. We're also tracking those. Don't forget, if you want a chance to win the big prize, so that's a session with Craig Buckler worth $99.
Yep.
Then just tweet us a picture of you enjoying the conference in whatever your setup is, whether your cat's on your lap and your feet are up, or whether you're sort of watching it on your mobile phone on the train, however you're enjoying it, we'd love to see it. And don't forget that sponsor area is open, but also the networking zone if you want to go and have a coffee with another attendee for 4 minutes, a quick coffee.
So networking's open, and now we're going to switch to some messages from our sponsors. So roll VT.
Hi, I'm Joe Pierce. I lead the TechExeter Business Acceleration Program, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at Set Squared Exeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical, and I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic. Really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because it's such an important part of the local digital community, and we really wanted to give back and be able to support an important organisation like that. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the founder of Launch Online. At Launch Online, I've found a team of Google Ads experts who can put together brilliant campaigns, but most importantly, have an understanding of marketing.
My name's Dids. I manage clients' strategy and the execution of the strategy.
Dids joined us almost from day one and is tenacious about the results that she gets. Danny is super experienced, having managed agencies at Google.
I am Danny, I'm the account director for Launch Online. I'm on an iPad because I work remotely from Wakefield.
Elliot has a really strong agency background and is brilliant at account management.
My name's Elliot and I'm an account manager at Launch Online.
Charlie joined us from a Google Premier Partner Agency in New Zealand and has been a huge asset to the team.
I'm Charlie. I manage people's Google ad spend and Microsoft ad spend.
Becky is our social media expert and has both agency and in-house brilliant experience.
I'm Becky and I'm an account director for Launch Online, so I look after everybody's social advertising.
Josh joined us and designed the web usability audit that we're using on all our clients now.
My name is Josh. I'm an account manager for Launch Online. That means that I'm a Google Ads expert. My job mainly is to get the best ROI I can for our clients' online marketing.
Tom is our PR pro and is great at writing up our case studies. At Launch, we only employ senior people, so our team have years of experience and we only have account managers and account directors delivering for our clients.
I think it's probably obvious to everybody that my go-to party accessory would be a Gandalf outfit. I love the team I work with because we're all geeks in our own way. We love to collaborate, share our successes and failures. That way everybody benefits from them.
We love being based in the Southwest. There are some really interesting businesses down here selling products globally, and we're able to help them find their target audiences online. From the Big Bloomers company selling massive pants in Penryn to the Cornish fishmonger in Indian Queens.
Exeter is such a fantastic city. You're only 2 hours from London, you're an hour to Bristol, and you're really close to Cornwall, making it a really great hub. And the amount of creative and tech and digital businesses in the area is amazing, and it's got so much talent, and it's a beautiful city. You can ask for anything more.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because I really feel that being part of the Exeter community and the digital marketing community is an important part of what we do, and I wanted to be able to support such a great group of people and be able to give back as well to the digital community.
Was that all right?
That's going to be a cut. It was nearly there, wasn't it? It was nearly there.
So the team here at the Impact Lab is really keen to work with local entrepreneurs and small businesses who have exciting ideas they want to exploit for growth. We can help them with free information and skills from our 7 partners.
The Impact Lab is here to help develop the environmental and big data assets of the region and to encourage entrepreneurial growth by working with Devon-based SMEs to develop innovative new products, services and processes.
Rothamsted has a very specialist institution, so we would be providing help to SMEs primarily who are looking at developing some products and services.
The Impact Lab has been a fantastic opportunity for us to extend further the research and development that we've been undertaking over the last few years with Rothamsted to explore the impact of a novel fertiliser that we produce through our system to restoring health into soils, plants and ultimately into humans.
Success for the Met Office, it will be seeing people using our data in innovative ways and feeding that back to ideas within the organisation.
A place like this is being created for is to help to discover how big data can improve those really tangible and important aspects of ordinary day-to-day human life.
When I look back on this project in the future, I want to see it as a key turning point for the region in building an innovation ecosystem and a project that really kickstarts and builds on our environmental sustainability agenda and actually draws that out and makes that something that is a real commercial asset to the Southwest region.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Lucas, Managing Director at Software Solved, and I'm going to tell you more about how we access and encourage STEM talent in the Southwest. Coming from a technical family, I've always been curious about how and why things work, so it was almost inevitable that I would study engineering. When I left university and was applying for engineering roles in the Southwest, I was surprised about the barriers I faced. I was even told by a prospective employer that I'd be a distraction in the workplace. Thankfully, things have changed since then, but there's still a lot that can be done to encourage and support diversity. With more and more tech startups in the Southwest, the demand for tech talent is on the rise. Despite there being a thriving tech community here, stopping the migration of talent to the bright lights of London and Bristol is still a challenge. As organisations, we need to do more to showcase the opportunities available in the Southwest. We've had a long-standing undergraduate and graduate programme that's been running for over 10 years now, and which has seen over 40 placements. There are several examples of current employees who started on a placement scheme and have significantly advanced within the company to now hold lead technical consultant and project manager positions. It's not just about growing talent, it's about retaining it too. We aim to create an environment that people want to work in. It's important to us that people have a good work-life balance, so we offer home working, flexible working hours, and a great wellness and benefits package. Additionally, it's about making sure that we recruit the right person for the role, so that we have a balanced and diverse team. I think as employers, we have a responsibility to open young people's eyes to the opportunities and careers available within STEM. I'd encourage any employer to get involved with universities and make sure they understand your needs as a business as well as what you can provide them. I'm incredibly proud of our involvement with the STEM Ambassador Scheme, enabling us to share our knowledge with the tech talent of the future. We're also involved with STEM-focused initiatives such as Exist, who bring together university and business communities and can signpost companies to initiatives and events such as Big Bang, TechExeter and Girls in AI Hackathon. As employers, if we want to build a sustainable tech business within the Southwest, it's our responsibility to help retain talent and showcase the opportunities available.
So hi Tom, thank you for taking the time to chat to me today. Tom, can you tell me a little bit about your organisation and what you do and what you aim to do?
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm a senior associate lawyer at Stevens Scone, and Stevens Scone is a full-service law firm, which isn't entirely true because we don't do criminal law and we don't do tax law across the Southwest. My team do a lot of intellectual property, information technology, and data protection law. And so we help out clients at two ends of that spectrum. Those clients who are buying in IT services and need the contracts checked and need some of the practical and legal considerations checked and advised on. So if they're buying, like, I don't know, either 1,000 laptops, as one client did recently, for obvious reasons, or if you're buying in a VPN or something like that, then we would advise on the data protection principles, the legal contracts, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if our client is a software developer, we have quite a few of those, then we advise on all the IP stuff that revolves around software development, including open source stuff, which is prevalent at the moment because there's been a few changes in some of the licenses on open source and people are getting caught out by parasitic rights. And then sometimes, if it gets really interesting, people start having fights, and then we get to sue people and go to court. And some people win and some people lose, and ultimately nobody wins because court is a horrible experience. But it's interesting for us.
Wow, that is great. I can remember that you partnered with us, didn't you, with TechExeter regarding some IP workshops. Like, what was that experience for you?
Yeah, I didn't actually do. I don't know if I did one. Did I do one of the workshops? So long ago.
I think it was Ben.
It may have been Ben. At which point it would have obviously been excellent, and I'm no way legally required to say that. The workshops are always an interesting experience because you get such a broad mix of people in the room. So you get some people with some really good intrinsic knowledge, people that you might call geeks or nerds, and then you get the really sort of top-level strategists. So you go, no, I don't need to know any of this, it'll be fine. And different levels of risk as well. So it's always interesting. Some people are very risk averse. I've met people in the IT industry who are more risk averse than me, and I'm a lawyer, so that's amazing. And then you get other people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, yeah, suck it and see, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Stephen Scown have been like a long-term supporter of the community, and we're super thankful for that. What is the thing that made you decide to sponsor our conference this year? Like, why is it worth anything to you?
So as a sponsor, there's probably a couple of reasons we do it. So one of the first and most important reasons is supporting the massive tech community in the Southwest. And we do quite a few international conferences as well as the domestic work. And we always talk about the Southwest, and I think it now is genuinely getting a bit of a reputation, especially some of the areas outside of Bristol, Exeter and Plymouth, and Falmouth as well, actually, for being the Silicon Valley of the Southwest, or the Silicon Valley of England. And the tech organizations and offerings here are really genuinely quite exciting. And so it makes sense that we would work with TechExeter, because it is to me, it's one of the voices in the Southwest for tech. So why wouldn't we? And secondly, of course, it's a cold, hard sell. We want to win more clients, and we want to be there to show them how good we are.
Yeah, I remember that you guys helped us with GDPR related things when all of that came in. I remember you did like this quiz with us, which was more or less successful at Digital Exeter, and I think that's what we really appreciate. Like, yes, you are a sponsor, but you're also really involved, and that's really nice, because fair enough, not gonna lie, the money is nice, don't use this, Chris, but it's also just like having partners there that we can turn to when we go, oh my goodness, there's this issue in the community, like how do we approach it, and how can we help people? And I think you guys being sort of connected to us is really nice in that regard, because we can trust your advice, and we can also recommend you, but we also know that we know people who know things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we want to be one of the trusted advisors, and so it's an obvious strategic partnership. You can probably hear thunder in the background.
Yes, it's very thundery today. Have fun, Chris, editing this.
The software provides assistance at an early stage in the design process, in the research and design process, by enabling an understanding of both mechanisms at work and how a product will perform, or how it does perform, in order to be able to change then, obviously, how it's designed to perform better. The whole process starts with scanning an object. That image would then be imported into the software, Scan IP we sell, and it would be processed in such a way that we could reconstruct surfaces from it to break it up into these primitive shapes, which are suitable then for what are well-established commercial physics-based simulation solvers. So the primary way in which it helps our customers, or how customers can benefit, is by simplifying and reducing the cost of trialing hundreds and hundreds of different designs physically by replacing this physical testing with an early virtual testing.
I'm Tim McGuire. I'm CEO of Spatial Quotient. We're a Devon-based tech company working in healthcare, and we specialise in analysis and interpretation of people and object movement within spaces, particularly within hospital spaces.
the potential of this business is that what we are able to do with data from the hospitals, unique set of data that only we're collecting and analysing with our data science team. The benefits are they span a number of different areas, from the operations, productivity, perhaps efficiency, but well-being of staff, how staff interact with patients, how patients use the hospital, and more recently we've completed a project in Zaragoza in Spain, where we have reduced the amount of time that patients are spending within the hospital by 43%. We've done the same in the UK by 63%, so it shows that the benefits are there for all health services. In this region, we have access to a great partnership with Exeter University and the Impact Lab. We have recruited directly from Exeter University a computer scientist. We have a KTP with Exeter University, and I think this is an ideal location to get a great mix in work and life for the whole team. I think it's a great opportunity for us to grow and access to local talent.
Hi, I'm Joe Pierce. I lead the TechExeter Business Acceleration Program, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers, and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at TechExeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical, and I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic. Really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the main stage. Hopefully you had some good chats with our sponsors or went and met some new people in the networking area over the break. So it's now time for our next speaker. Here on the main stage we've got Antonia Forster, who is from Ultraleap and is here to talk to us about touchless technology. Now this one sounds really exciting to me. I've always been had a big interest in haptics and touch technology. So we're going to go straight into Antonia's pre-recorded talk, and then she's here herself to answer questions. So if you have any questions as the talk's going on, pop them in the chat, and Antonia's on live right now and can answer them for you. And she will be patching in directly and live at the end of the talk. So without further ado, let's roll the video.
Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity and not a threat. Those were the words of Steve Jobs, the late CEO of Apple, whose technology completely revolutionized the way we interact with mobile devices. Now, 2020 has been nothing if not a year of unprecedented changes. We've all learned to adapt. We've learned to work from home, to socialize at a distance. For those of you with kids, you've probably learned to juggle work with homeschooling. And it's posed a threat to businesses as well. The arts and entertainment sector has suffered. Many small businesses and high street stores have had to close down. Perhaps it's been a real challenge for your business too. But as I say, necessity is the mother of invention. And the pandemic has provided an urgent need. We need new solutions to fix these new problems. But what do these solutions look like? Well, that's what I'd like to talk about today. My name is Antonia Forster, and I'm a Unity games and demos developer at Ultraleap. Today, I'd like to share with you some of the things I've worked on and some of the different touchless technology that's available to try and help move forward and innovate in this strange new world that we're all navigating now. So first, we'll be exploring some different examples of touchless technology, some that you definitely will have seen before and others that perhaps you haven't. Then I'd like to take a deep dive into hand tracking and look at how it works and how we can combine that with haptics for really powerful experiences. After that, I'd like to look at practical use cases. What different applications does this have, perhaps at home or in industry? And after that, I'd like to talk about some of the challenges or opportunities that I've personally worked through trying to design and implement a completely new kind of interface. So first of all, what do we mean by touchless technology? What does that actually look like? For the purpose of this talk, when I say touchless technology, I'm talking about something where you don't have to make contact with any device, any controller, or have any wearables. Now, of course, those things are valid and interesting solutions themselves. They solve different kinds of problems. For example, in the top left here, we can see the Valve Index controllers with this knuckles design. Now, they actually allow hand tracking because they can detect where your fingers are, but because they're an actual device that you have to hold, I wouldn't count them as touchless. Similarly, this is a wearable device developed by Cornell University that goes around your wrist. So you don't make contact with a screen with your fingertip, but again, something is actually touching your arm. And then finally, we're seeing solutions being rolled out by banks to try and prevent people from touching the buttons on ATMs out in public, which poses a hygiene concern during a pandemic. So one solution is having the ATM menu on your phone. It's a really valid and interesting solution. But again, you are touching a device, you're touching your phone. So for the purpose of this talk, I'm not going to include those as touchless technologies. So if those aren't touchless, then what is? Well, I would say there's four main types of touchless technologies that are coming into prominence or are ubiquitous already. The first is very simple, and you definitely will have interacted with it before. Simple presence detectors like motion-controlled lights or automatic doors or taps. One thing we're seeing a lot here in the UK is automatic hand sanitizer dispensers in stores. Very useful, but the main drawback there is that they're very binary, they're very simple, so they can only really detect whether you're there or not and be active or inactive. You can't really use that to control a complex interface or give a number of different inputs. So another possible solution is face tracking, facial recognition. Apple's flagship iPhone X does have Face ID. So it will scan the user's face and use that biometric data to unlock the phone for the correct user. That's really interesting, and we're also seeing that kind of technology in airports. But people have some security concerns about that being used in potentially places like shopping malls. Another example would be voice recognition. So perfect for use in the home, whether that's Google or Alexa or Siri. But again, it has potential issues used in public spaces, partly because of security concerns over recording audio, and also because it's difficult to use in a noisy environment where many people are talking at once. The final type of solution I'd like to look at in detail today is hand tracking. Now, of all of these different solutions, I think hand tracking has the most potential for use in terms of complex interfaces in public spaces, and I'd like to dive into why. Hand tracking has massive application in public spaces because touchscreens are already ubiquitous. We use them everywhere, and anywhere where we have a button or a touchscreen in a public place, we could replace it with a touchless, completely contactless screen. It also has massive application in virtual and augmented reality, VR and AR, which together I'm going to describe as XR, because you can actually just reach out and grab things in a very natural and very intuitive way. There are a number of companies that have recognized the massive application for hand tracking, particularly in XR. And I would say there's 3 big solutions providers in this space. The first is Facebook, who have the Oculus product, and their Quest headset is an untethered VR HMD head-mounted device, which has inbuilt hand tracking. Another possible solution is HTC's Vive Cosmos headset, which also has hand tracking, but isn't as widely used or recognized by developers. And then the final solutions provider is Ultraleap. Now, Ultraleap aren't a specific manufacturer of headsets. Instead, they provide the hand tracking stack and have just announced a deal with Qualcomm, which means they are probably going to be included in lots of head-mounted devices across the board in future. Ultraleap was created when Ultra Haptics, a company that makes haptic devices which allow you to feel objects in midair, merged with Leap Motion, who provide some of the world's most robust and best hand tracking. Full disclosure, I work for Ultraleap, so of all of the different tech stacks here, that's the one I'm most familiar and the one I'm able to provide the most detail about. If you've been following the news to do with Facebook and Oculus, and also if you've noticed that Apple have recently acquired a VR firm called Spaces, who specialize in VR video conferencing, you, like me, are probably convinced that spatial computing is the future of digital interaction. So I'm really excited about the use of hand tracking in this space. So how does hand tracking actually work? As I said, each of these different pipelines has different solutions, but I'm able to provide the most detail on the development pipeline for hand tracking with Ultraleap technology. So our hand tracking relies on this. This is the Leap Motion camera. It has 2 infrared sensors and an infrared light that flashes to illuminate your hand at 100 times every second. You can't see it because infrared is not detectable to the human eye, but the sensors can, and they capture that hand data. Now, its native software also has an inbuilt model of a hand, so it doesn't just detect where your surface is, but it can predict where the bones and the joints are, which means that if it can't see a finger because it's occluded, it can predict where that finger probably is based on the joints and position of your hand. This hand model and your movements are fed into the interaction engine, and that recognizes gestures like a pinch or a push, a swipe or a grab. And developers can easily use those in their games or applications in a number of different ways. Another thing you can do with this hand data is use it to create touchable experiences or touchable objects in midair that aren't really there, which is called haptics. Haptics actually means any sense of touch feedback, so the rumble in a gaming controller or vibration from your phone when you press a button would also count as haptic feedback. The type I'd like to look at in detail, which I use, is haptic created with ultrasound. To create the sensation of touch, you need one of these. This is a haptic array or speaker. It's actually an array of many transducers or miniature speakers that send out ultrasound. Ultrasound is too high-pitched for the human ear to detect, so you can't actually hear it, and every transducer on this array can be individually controlled. If you emit ultrasound from just one transducer and you put your hand over it, you won't feel anything because the signal isn't strong enough. But we can use algorithms to fire every individual transducer with very specific time delays so that all the waves meet in the same point in space and time. When that happens, we get constructive interference, so the strength of all the waves adds up. This is called the focal point, the point where all the waves meet. Using the hand tracking that I just mentioned, we can put the focal point at any position on your hand, and that creates a vibration that you can actually feel. By moving this focal point around moment to moment, we can create different sensations. So maybe lines or shapes, or even a hand scan, or a 3D object. So if I created a haptic sphere, if you put your hand into the top of it, you'd feel a small circle. As you submerge your hand deeper into it, you'd feel a wider circle. And as you reach the bottom, you'd feel a smaller circle again. If this was an in-person live demonstration, I'd love to invite someone up to feel an array and feel a haptic sensation and describe how it feels. But unfortunately, I can't do that as I'm delivering this remotely. However, if you were to ask me how it feels, I would describe it as a shape made of air, or putting your hand through a ghost or a hologram, because it doesn't provide any resistance, but you can discern the shape of something in quite some detail. Both hand tracking and haptics are incredibly cutting-edge technologies, but what are the actual applications of this in our day-to-day lives, or perhaps in industry? I'd like to look at 3 different applications across 3 different industry verticals and show you some of the projects that I've personally been working on. Now, in some of these use cases, we include haptics, so you can feel what you're interacting with. And in some of these use cases, we just have hand tracking. So I'll explain for each one whether we do or don't. The 3 industries I'd like to look at are digital out of home, which means any digital device that's out in a public space, automotive, the car industry, and mixed reality, so VR and AR. Digital out of home means any digital buttons or display or device you're interacting with in a public setting. It could be something as simple as the buttons on an elevator or an ATM, or it could be a digital screen or information kiosk in a hospital or an airport or a hotel check-in, or perhaps the self-checkout at a grocery store, or buying food in a fast food restaurant. Now, in each of these cases, the buttons and screens that you're interacting with are touched by thousands of people every day, which poses a big hygiene concern, particularly during a pandemic. And consumers are more aware of that than ever. A recent consumer survey found that when asked to describe the top 3 benefits and drawbacks of touchscreens, people describe hygiene as the #1 drawback. And only 11% of respondents said they thought that touchscreens were hygienic. The others responded with concerns as to lack of hygiene, and those concerns can lead to reluctance to interact, less purchasing, and also a stronger need for customer-facing staff to take orders and to help, higher cleaning regimens to aid consumer confidence, and potentially negative brand associations. The most hygienic interface of all is the one where you don't touch anything. But what would that actually look like in practice? Well, I personally developed a bakery demo to show what it might look like at a grocery store or bakery checkout. So I'll show you a short video of that now. As you can see in that demo, a touchless touchscreen works in exactly the same way as a regular touchscreen, except my finger remains about 30 centimeters away from the actual device surface. That completely eradicates any hygiene concerns and also instills confidence in the user. What I find most exciting is that we don't need very much specialist equipment at all. We don't need to go around replacing monitors or screens, because that video is actually my hand and my computer in the video. It's just a normal monitor. It's actually not even a touchscreen device, just a regular computer monitor. All we need is a leap motion camera installed at the base facing upwards to capture the hand data. And then the actual touchless surface is purely virtual. So I find that incredibly exciting that these things can be converted with relatively low cost, and it has massive implications. We've made a number of different demos to show different applications in the digital out-of-home sector. So things like an elevator. I also developed an ATM, which is touchless, interactive movie posters. So we also have the potential to make things interactive that weren't before. So I think this is a really exciting application, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in this industry in future. So we've looked at digital out of home. Next, I'd like to show you a little bit about how this can be used in automotive. The concerns of the automotive industry are very different. Safety is absolutely paramount. So the most important thing is that we make sure that our interfaces are intuitive to use and don't distract the driver so that they can keep their eyes on the road. I'll show you a quick video. This is just a section of a longer video to show you a demo that my team made for use in an actual car so that the driver can just use gestures. Instead of fiddling with small buttons on a dashboard, we have a gesture area above the gear stick. You can swipe and pinch and move. And there's also some statistics about how this benefited the driver. So here's that video now. Now, in that video, you can't see it, but the driver also gets haptic feedback. So the touchless screens we saw didn't have a haptic component, but this one did. There was a haptic array built into the car. And what that means is the user knows if the computer or the car recognize their gesture. So when they change the menu by opening their hand, or they pinch and raise the temperature in the car or the volume, they also have that haptic feedback to confirm that their gesture was recognized. And the stats you saw overlaid on the video were from an award-winning 2018 study by Nottingham University, which found that it reduced the distractibility of the driver. More than a third of drivers were able to complete the tasks of changing the heating and the volume, things like that, without taking their eyes away from the road at all. Those that did take their eyes away from the road did so for less time, and they had 3 times as much accuracy compared with doing the same tasks on a touchscreen. So all of this adds up to more attention focused on the road and safer drivers, which is another fantastic application of this technology, not just in a pandemic, but any time. The automotive industry is also thinking about the future. So driverless cars are increasingly becoming closer and closer to a reality. And when that happens, we'll be passengers and we won't have to pay attention to the road at all. What will we do with that time? That leads me nicely into my next industry, XR. As I mentioned at the start of the talk, mixed reality or spatial computing is becoming increasingly important, and hand tracking is such an integral part of that. When you're in virtual reality, by definition, you can't see the world around you. You can only see the virtual space. So if you're using controllers, you can't see them. You can only see their representation in the virtual world. And this can make it quite difficult to learn how to use controllers, particularly for someone who isn't a video gamer and therefore maybe has less exposure to things like controller input. That's really important when we think about the industry applications of this technology in particular. In contrast, when someone's put into VR, the first thing they do is reach out with their hands. It's very intuitive and it's universally accessible across cultures and backgrounds, regardless of someone else's previous exposure to controllers. So I think the use of your actual hands in VR not only is incredibly powerful and it's more accessible, but it also makes it feel more immersive when you're able to physically interact with your environment. It's a really incredible experience in virtual reality. In contrast to virtual reality, in augmented reality, you can see the world around you, but with things overlaid or augmented on top. So this can also happen on your phone. Technically, a Snapchat filter is augmented reality, but for the purpose of this talk, I'm really talking about head-mounted devices, or HMDs, with which you can do augmented reality. So these have transparent screens, and so you can see through and see the real world, and you can see your hands. So in AR, it's paramount that we have hand tracking because it feels very unnatural to see your hands and see the world around you, but not be able to interact with them. This is, as I said with VR, especially important when we think about industry application. Increasingly, we're seeing architects, designers, medical professionals, and people from all kinds of different industries using virtual reality and augmented reality for a number of different things, either to design or to visualize or also for training. Training, particularly in VR, is very common now. So particularly for things that are too expensive or dangerous to train someone on in real life. So perhaps training a construction worker operating heavy machinery, or a pilot about how to fly a plane or a helicopter, or perhaps a medical professional learning heart surgery. Now, as you can see from these images, to do that, we need extremely specialized controllers, which can be expensive and have to be custom made for the specific application, which isn't very practical. But if we have hand tracking, we can just mock up these controllers in VR, which is much cheaper. And there's a number of other benefits, because no controllers means, as I said, less cost, hygiene benefits, no need for batteries, less peripherals to keep track of. And it's not just that you can model real controllers, so maybe a scalpel for a surgeon or a cockpit for a pilot, but you can also create controls that aren't possible in real life. You could resize windows with your hand or swipe them like in Minority Report. So I'd like to show you a demo in which we do exactly that. This is a demo that is intended for the person sitting in a back seat of a driverless car. So in contrast to the automotive demo, which you saw a moment ago, this is not intended for a driver, but someone in a virtual reality headset sat inside a driverless car. But it doesn't have to be based in a driverless car. It's a shopping and social media experience. So you could imagine someone engaging in this in their home. You could use the same interfaces for gaming, or perhaps a shopping experience in a mall. So it has a really wide range of applications. Here's that video now. Now that video also had haptic feedback for the user, so you could see they were using a shopping wheel, I guess, to look at different products and place them in the basket, and they would get haptic feedback to confirm that they'd done so. The end of that experience, which you saw briefly, is almost a meditative experience. You control these particles, they change color, and you also get haptic feedback when doing that. It's a really fantastic experience. If this was a live demo, I'd love to invite someone up to try it, but it's a real joy to see it being used in this way. So we've looked at some of the different applications of hand tracking, from use in training in industry to less distraction for drivers in automotive, to shopping experiences or different kinds of interfaces that could be used in gaming. Now I'd like to talk about some of the challenges or opportunities that I've faced trying to design a completely new kind of interface. For me personally, as a developer, the biggest challenge isn't in the technical implementation, because there's actually lots of documentation online, and getting access to the gestures and putting them into your application is not the hardest part of this. I think the difficult part is figuring out how to engage the user in something they probably have no experience of, because this is a very, very new emerging technology. So the first challenge, I think, is to find the most appropriate mode of interaction. Obviously, with a touchless touchscreen, there's only a couple of different modes of interaction. You could pinch the buttons or push them. But when it comes to virtual reality, there's a lot of different ways that the user could engage. So I'm going to look at just 3 of them. Then you have to decide on the most appropriate way to present your user interface or your UI. Again, on a screen, there's only really one option. You present it on the screen. But in virtual reality, there's many ways that you could position the interface for the user. And so that's a really important consideration. The next thing is, how do you capture and retain the user's attention? So in virtual reality or augmented reality, how do you control where the user is looking or moving? Because they have 6 degrees of freedom. They can move in 3 dimensions and look in another 3 as well. So how do you capture their attention? And for a touchless screen, how do you grab the attention of passers-by and let them know that this is interactive, and also not to actually contact the surface? And then finally, once you have and you've got their attention, how do you teach them how to actually use the technology, given that most people will not have experience of this before? How do you tell them that this is touchless and where to put their hand and perhaps which gestures to use? The first method of engagement that I'd like to talk about in virtual reality is direct manipulation. That means directly reaching out, grabbing objects, and interacting with them in the way that you might expect in the real world. The obvious benefit of this is it's very intuitive, and most users don't need any training in order to do this. But the downside of it is it works best on a larger scale, less so with things that are tiny. So typing on a VR keyboard, for example, is kind of tiring because usually they're much bigger rather than being a regular size. You're usually poking buttons that are quite large and spaced apart, which can get tiring if you're inputting a very long string of letters. So there are upsides and downsides. It really depends on your application. Another option is using hand raise, and this is an example from Microsoft's mixed reality toolkit for AR and VR. You can see that you can use hand raise or beams from a controller or from your hand. And so traveling in VR is often done this way. You often use your hand or a controller to point to where you want to go and press it to prevent the user from moving around too much in real space. You can also use hand raise for typing, for example, to point at the button you want and then, for example, pinch or press a button on the controller to select the button, which is another interesting application. And the final input method I'd like to talk about is gesture recognition. Now, this is actually a clip from Google's gesture recognition and hand tracking pipeline, which I didn't mention as one of the big three providers at the beginning because it's very rarely used by developers. And this is actually done on a phone. The benefit of gestures is you can have a fairly wide range of different gestures that mean different things. But the problem with this is that the user has to remember which gesture does what. So it's usually used in combination. For example, I mentioned hand raise. If you're pointing somewhere and then you have a gesture like pinching, usually these modes of interaction work best when they're combined rather than relying on gestures alone. So those are the different modes of interaction. And once you've decided on which one you're going to use to actually navigate your UI, you have to decide how are we going to represent this user interface to the user. So as I said, on a touchless screen, this is fairly intuitive. You just show it in screen space. But in virtual reality or augmented reality, you have a number of different options. The first is screen space, or in VR, this would be called a HUD or a head-up display. Now, I find that a bit jarring personally because it means that it follows the user. So it's a little bit like having a button or text on the inside of a helmet or against your eye. It can be useful for certain things. So it's a little bit like a Terminator overlay on the world or an Iron Man style helmet user interface. So I think in the right application, it can be appropriate, but largely I don't tend to use this very much in virtual reality. Your second option in terms of representing the UI to the user is doing it in avatar space, by which I mean attaching it to the hand, like in this image. Now, if you want the user to be able to use both hands, you can have the menu activate when the user flips the hand over. That's a very common method of activating the menu. Personally, I quite like this method. I think users find it fairly intuitive. They do usually have to be trained in how to do this, but once they do, it means the menu is always with them wherever they go in virtual space. So that can be quite a useful one too. Thirdly, you can put the menus in world space. In this image, you can see that being used in combination with avatar space. So the user is taking the menu out of their hand or avatar space and placing it in world space. Once they do, they can move around it, they can change where they look and walk, and it will remain in that stationary position in their virtual world. This is very useful, for example, if you're training a user on a piece of machinery or you're giving them a tour around a virtual building or factory, because you can use the interface like a menu attached to a specific place in the world, and the user can come up to it, interact with it, and walk away from it like a screen in the real world. Finally, you could put your user interface in object space. This is a little bit like world space, except it's anchored to a specific object. And this is quite useful if you want users to move objects around, but you want a label or an instruction to remain attached to that object. So this is an augmented reality example from the mixed reality toolkit. So each of these are options, and what I would say is there's no universal answer. Think about what problem you're trying to solve with your application and which type of user interface will be most intuitive and most appropriate for your use case for your specific audience. So now you've decided on your interaction and you've decided on how you're going to represent your UI. The next question is, how are you going to grab and retain your user's attention? In virtual reality, the user can move or look anywhere they want. So one common way of doing this in VR is to use audio cues, because if you hear a sound behind you, it's really hard to resist turning around to see what it is. We can also put dashed lines or arrows pointing to where we want the user to look. A little bit on the nose, but it can be appropriate and it usually works. Now, for a virtual screen, like a physical screen, like a touchless touch screen, how would you grab a passerby's attention, especially if they're not expecting that screen to be interactive? That's a really interesting challenge that we've been working on. So one way to do it is to have signage either next to the screen or text on the screen, but people don't tend to read signage, and that's across the board, not just in terms of movie posters, but regardless of the installation or the application. So another method that we've tried is putting footprints on the floor in front of the device to indicate that the user should stand there and interact with it. That works fairly well. And once a user is standing in front of a monitor and interacting with it, that attracts other users. And that seems to be extremely effective. It's called the honeypot effect. If you want to achieve that honeypot effect and get that first user interacting, you have to think very carefully about the placement of your installation in physical space, where it is in the mall or the physical setting that you've installed it. So now that you've got the user's attention, how do you train them in terms of how they actually interact with the application? In virtual reality, if you're using direct manipulation, it's very easy to train users in how to respond because they're physically moving objects around the space. But in something like a touchless screen or gesture recognition, perhaps in automotive, as we saw in our demo, it's much more challenging. How do you teach them gestures? Well, one way we've done it is by using animations of hands on the screen. And for automotive, this works very well because the user's attention is already on that screen. You're not trying to grab the attention of a passerby. We use animations of hands and the user copies it to do simple gestures like pinching, rising, lowering, and perhaps opening and closing the hand. One of the keys for gestures is not to teach too many and also to keep it fairly simple. Once the user's been taught, they can continue to use it throughout the demo. So a naive user is the most challenging one to teach. Once they have it, you can continue to use that throughout. Again, I'll give the caveat that there's no universal answer for this. The most important thing is that you test out different modes of interaction, different types of UI, different gestures and ways of grabbing attention and teaching the user, and you actually conduct user testing. So please don't take any of what I'm saying as finalized gospel. We're constantly learning and experimenting because this is a completely emerging space. There's a lot left to learn, and I think that's incredibly exciting. So conduct user testing and think very carefully about what's most appropriate for your individual application. Which nearly brings me to the end of my talk. We've looked at what touchless technology solutions really are. We've taken a deep dive into how hand tracking works and how that can be combined with haptics for really powerful effects. We've looked at applications in industry, from digital out of home to automotive to the very bleeding edge of mixed reality. I've shared some of the challenges and opportunities of working in such an emerging space and designing these completely new kinds of interactions and interfaces. But if you take one thing away from this talk, I want it to be the quote that I shared at the beginning. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity and not a threat. In these ever-changing times, we need innovation more than ever. To solve problems we've never seen before, we need solutions that we've never imagined. This is the beginning of a new age of technology, and I'm really excited to see what innovations come next. Thank you so much. I have time for a 15-minute Q&A now, so thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia. We'll put through as much of our small audience as we can. So that was a really fantastic talk. We're going to see, presumably, Antonia up on the screen in a second. Still got slides.
Oh, yeah.
I am here.
Hi, Antonia. Welcome to the conference in person. Thank you for that fantastic video. As I said at the start, this is a topic that I've always been fascinated by and watched with great interest. I guess to kick off the Q&A, you know, obviously this technology has been developing for quite a long time now, and there's some really exciting examples of uses that you've talked about, but it hasn't quite made it out into the mainstream yet. I think sort of Pokemon Go was the widest spread that any AR really got. So what do you think is going to be the sort of killer app that actually really brings this into the mainstream?
That's a very good question. I actually, as a video gamer, it pains me to say this, but I don't think it will be video games because I think that's a very specific demographic. I think the thing that normalizes it will be something like consumer applications. So using it for shopping, for example, because it's just, it just engages with a much wider demographic of people. Virtual reality is different. So with augmented reality, I think shopping apps and the touch screens especially, I think there's a really ubiquitous range of applications that I went into in the talk. But with virtual reality, I think it may be something like video conferencing. So I mentioned briefly in the talk that Apple have bought the VR firm called Spaces that specialize in video conferencing. And Oculus recently have announced that Facebook, have announced that the Oculus headsets will be integrated with Facebook. So I think social media and video conferencing and connection and networking is what's going to drive virtual reality. And I think the consumer shopping experience might be one of the things that's going to drive augmented reality.
Great. So there has been quite a few questions coming in, and you've been hot on the buttons answering them. So I'm just trying to look for which was the ones you haven't answered. I think, though, it would be interesting because you had a really good chat with Paula in the chat about accessibility. So it'd be great for anyone who hasn't sort of read through, if you could talk a little bit about accessibility challenges for touchless technology.
Definitely, yes. So one of the things Paula brought up, which is a very good point, is that for someone with Parkinson's, they might have different mobility challenges. And one of the interesting and challenging things about accessibility is that every user is going to have different accessibility challenges and different ways that the input is most appropriate for them. So you really can't design one catch-all solution. The ideal really is to have applications that can accept a range of different inputs. So if you have a screen that can be touched, can also be touchless, can also be operated with a mouse keyboard, and can also accept voice recognition, that would be accessible to a very wide number of users. So that's really the ideal. Obviously, that's sort of more challenging to develop, but most of the applications that I showed in that talk, so the bakery one, which I personally developed, it can accept touch input, touchless input, and mouse keyboard input. So it's already got sort of 3 of the 4. I've personally not integrated voice recognition with any applications, but it would be something that would be doable. And in that case, it would be accessible for a wide range of users. Yeah, it is challenging because really, in order to develop these applications, we sort of have to position the camera somewhere. And it's tricky to develop hand tracking solutions without knowing where the field of view or the point of view is. So for a virtual reality use case, we'd have the camera mounted on the headset. I actually have a sort of camera that's separate to my headset, and I just attach it on with Velcro. Sometimes low-tech solutions work. And then it's tracking the hand from this sort of perspective. But for something like a touchless screen, the camera's on the base of the screen. And so it's hand tracking from down up. And we really have to know that in order to actually program the application effectively. So having a customizable camera position would be something that isn't maybe very easily achievable, but having a wide range of inputs is something that is doable.
Great. So next question is from our own Jacob. So have you seen any issues with people having to unlearn existing behaviours? For example, I remember seeing someone try to use a VR app on an iPad and trying to swipe and pinch Zoom.
Yeah, I've tried to pinch reading a book because I normally read Kindle. So yeah, you really do, even as a kind of very tech-centric user, you do really get ingrained behaviours and you have to let them go. So the place in which we're seeing this very strongly is touchless touchscreens, because we're so used to digital displays that we just engage with that it's really been a challenge to communicate to the user, you don't have to touch this. Pre-pandemic, really, we thought there's going to have to be some kind of like cataclysmic event that's going to like teach people not to touch surfaces. And actually, it sort of looks like the pandemic may be that event. We are changing our behaviors quite drastically. We're learning to keep distance from people and not to contact things unnecessarily. So that actually could be part of what teaches people and changes their behavior significantly enough. In contrast, in virtual reality, people seem to engage very quickly with their hands. It depends on what the user interface is, but in that direct manipulation option, people intuitively understand that they can reach out and grab things and pull them and push them because it's so similar to real life. So it really depends on the specific application, but yes, we do have to teach people to unlearn behaviors, and it is very, very challenging.
Yeah, I can't think of the number of kids I've seen trying to tap at just regular advert screens in shops and saying, "Mummy, why doesn't it work?" So Tom says, first off, awesome talk and amazing concept. What kind of tolerances are available for users with something like Parkinson's or essential tremor, people who have issues using traditional touchscreen interfaces?
That's a good question. I don't personally feel qualified to answer that necessarily, because the applications I'm developing, I'm specifically focused on touchless touchscreens within a certain demographic of users. So that's not something that I've personally explored a lot. But I will say that the hand tracking on the Leap Motion camera, which is the one that I'm using at the moment from Ultraleap, so Leap Motion and Ultra Haptics merged from Ultraleap. So we've We use the Leap Motion camera, it's one of our products. It's very tolerant in terms of movement. So it can deal with occlusion, it can deal with hand crossing, which a lot of other hand tracking solutions can't deal with. And if a hand is tremoring, that's actually not going to invalidate the hand tracking. It will be able to, it can really detect like quite rapid hand movement. So I would say in terms of the Parkinson's use case specifically, one of the challenges would be touching a button in 3-dimensional space is probably going to be more challenging than touching a button on 2-dimensional space. So in that case, as I said, if we have applications that can accept touch or can be touchless, that's still an improvement on screens having to be touched, because you're still drastically reducing the number of users that will be touching that screen. And you'd have to combine that with hygiene protocols and cleaning the screens, as we are nowadays with kind of all our digital displays in public. So yeah, I would say that tremors would perhaps make it more difficult to achieve the correct kind of input. But something like a gesture or gesture recognition might be more appropriate in that use case. So something like a swipe is quite a broad gesture, and we can have quite a wide physical area in which the tracking occurs. So any kind of right to left swipe or left to right, up to down would be very easily tracked, even with tremors happening. So that might be more appropriate for that sort of use case.
Great. So next question comes from John Lewis, who's saying the military have been developing and using some of these technologies for decades, especially for pilots. Are they still leading in this field?
I have never worked on a military application.
Would you tell us
to the best of my knowledge? Yeah, that's true. I probably wouldn't say if I had. Yeah, so to the best of my knowledge, ultimately, there's a few fields and applications that we don't develop demos for, and one of them is military. So we've actually declined those sorts of opportunities. But it is true that the military is kind of spearheading a lot of technology. For better or for worse, technology tends to develop where there's resource and where there's money. And my background is in scientific research, and it's also true in research, because where you can pour resources, you're going to get kind of quicker movement and more innovation. So we are seeing virtual reality, especially, being used for military application, for training pilots, also for commercial airlines and things like that, and medical professionals as well. So any field which is well funded does result in a lot of innovation, but then that trickles to other industries as well and can have a lot of different benefits.
Great. Comprehensive answer despite saying you don't work with them, so that's great. So then Tom Connelly says, would BSL, so I assume that being British Sign Language, be an appropriate gestures set? What are the tech limits on available gestures?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is something I was looking into personally, just out of interest. It's not part of my role, but I was interested in virtual reality and full body tracking, as well as hand tracking. So one of the limitations in virtual reality specifically is that you have the camera mounted on the headset. Nearly all, I think all virtual reality hand tracking solutions, the hand tracking is achieved via the headset. The ones that don't have the controllers, like the valve index, which I touched on at the beginning, that's based on the controllers. So there's a certain range or field of view, and if you have your hands, for example, under your chin, there's really no way that a camera would be able to track that. It would be occluded by your head. And so BSL and ASL as well, pardon the sirens outside my window, BSL and ASL involve the full body. So you have motions that are down at the hips, motions that are sort of at the chin level, at the face level, as well as further out. So something like finger spelling, we can track quite accurately, and something I've tried to do is just to see how many sort of finger spelling gestures I can do in VR. They're hand tracked fairly well, particularly because we use a model of the hand, so we can predict where the joints of the hands are. So if you have occlusion, which you have quite often in BSL characters, we can still predict where the hand is, even if we can't actually see it with the camera, because we can see parts of the hand and infer the rest. But if you have gestures that are full body or involve movement of the body, that's not something that you can track just with hand tracking technology. So you'd have to look at something like full body tracking, which is a solution in VR. It does exist. It's more expensive and involves more hardware. But BSL users have actually been using VR and VR chat in particular to talk to each other. So it is something that's opened up. What I don't know is how much sort of face tracking and lip reading is possible in virtual reality. That would be another thing that I know BSL and ASL users rely sometimes quite heavily on lip reading, and that's not something that I know that there's very robust solutions for yet. They probably are out there. I'm just not a specialist in face tracking. Yeah, so it's very interesting. There's a lot of different parts of the body that are used in sign language. It's not just the hands. And so I think we need kind of more holistic solutions to track all of that information.
That's fascinating. So I'm going to read a comment from Paula just because it's quite hilarious. She said, I know a business owner who, when computers first came in, used to put Tipex on the screen to correct others' mistakes when going through the office at the end of the day. So that's a bit about learning new behaviours there. So next question, though, comes from Paul Smith. Are there any other forms of haptic feedback technologies emerging?
Yes, so there are lots of haptic controllers. So haptics actually encompasses all sort of touch feedback. So your phone will often have haptic feedback when you press a button. You may not notice, it's usually very subtle, but when you press a keyboard on a virtual display, often the phone, if it is a mobile device, will vibrate very subtly. And that's actually haptic feedback to know that you have input a button correctly. The rumble on a games controller is another example, which has been the case for a very long time. For decades, we've had that sort of haptic feedback. And you can get whole HOTAS chairs, so haptic chairs, there's haptic gloves and wearables, haptic suits for some virtual reality experiences. So ultrasound is not the only haptic solution, but it is an entirely touchless haptic solution, whereas all the others that I've seen have involved wearing something, holding something, sitting in something, that sort of thing, which means that it involves, in the case of like a chair, quite a lot of hardware. So yeah, there are a number of different haptic solutions, and I think you have to choose the specific solution that fits your use case. So something like a ride, if you have to install a physical chair anyway, perhaps you want a haptic chair. We have these kind of 4D cinemas, have been around for a long time, which have chairs that vibrate and things like that. So different solutions will be applicable for different use cases, but ultrasound really has a wide range of applications in terms of it being touchless and totally contactless. I think it's quite unique in that respect.
Sounds like there's some major crimes going on by
I live on a really busy road, sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the first sort of haptic devices that was out for the main market was the old rumble packs they used to have. I think, was it for the N64 or something like that, where you'd wear it to get some rumbling. So we have another question from Ashley Workman. If multiple people are crowded around a screen within the touchless tracking area, does this cause issues with tracking? Is the engaged user still identified?
That's a great question. Yes, it seems to be okay. So the device can track two hands at once. It depends on what we have specifically programmed the application to do. So I've developed some applications where the user's encouraged to use both hands, and some where it's encouraged to use one hand. If your hand enters and then leaves and comes back, we recognize it as a new hand. So you could have users sort of rapidly change, and that wouldn't be a problem. If three hands are in range, as far as I know, it will only detect two, and it will be the two closest to the camera. So you can have people standing in the background. That doesn't cause any issues. Even if they have their hands up, it's not particularly a problem. It would pose an issue if their hand was closer to the camera than yours. But in that scenario, presumably they're trying to use it. So it would switch over to tracking their hand instead. So yeah, it's actually very robust. It can deal with a lot of different light conditions, hands being present, people being present, both indoors and outdoors. So yeah, it's very robust technology.
So another question for me, you mentioned in the chat early on that you're moving to a new role with Unity. And yes. For those who don't know Unity, a major piece of software that's really leading in all of these sort of building of spaces, building of virtual spaces. So I was looking at sort of VR when I was out in Silicon Valley a few years back, and met with a really interesting company who were building animated stories, animated interactive VR stories. And they were talking about the challenges of storytelling in this world where you've got so much sort of, people could put their attention anywhere, and if they can interact with things. What do you think is going to happen with this sort of future of how we build stories and narratives and interactive paths once we've got sort of true immersive VR?
It's a very good question. It's really hard to predict where that will go because it depends on things like the global sort of climate and consumer demand. So for example, I've always had the great belief that location-specific virtual reality and augmented reality games would be huge. So if you imagine an escape room, but with augmented elements, so you put on a headset and you're interacting with both physical objects and virtual objects. Personally, I think it's really cool. I'm a big fan of things like secret cinema, punch drunk, immersive theatre, and because I come from a storytelling and science and innovation background. So I would have vouched for location-specific VR and AR until very recently, but the pandemic has really hit those sort of experiences quite hard. So it's difficult to predict what will happen. I do think that business applications will lead to very rapid innovations in technology. So specifically, the role I'm going into is to be a mixed reality technical specialist for Unity, aimed primarily at the AEC industry, so architecture, engineering, and construction. And those industries can use VR and AR to visualize buildings and walk through them, including all their building information, things like the structural load on different parts. We can use it to design buildings as well as experience them. And so I think those innovations will lead to leaps and bounds in technology, and those leaps and bounds will be used for bigger and better and more immersive storytelling experiences. 6 degrees of freedom, the ability to move in 3 dimensions and look in 3 dimensions, is a huge design challenge for storytelling. I speak from experience. Getting the user's attention, directing it, it really requires there's a real skill in it. You use lighting, sound. You could use something like arrows, but it's a bit on the nose. But I think game designers and immersive storytelling designers have a lot of skills that will be relevant there. So people who work in theatre have a really great idea of how to use lighting to direct attention. People who work in video game design have great ideas of how to use set stage layout and sound to direct users. So there's a lot of transferable skills there. I'd love to see more people in the arts and culture sector moving into tech as advisors for those sorts of things to design immersive experiences, because I think that expertise is really necessary.
Well, hopefully that maybe could provide another opportunity, because it's a tough time for that sector at the moment. So perhaps that's what we should be pushing for, is new tech roles for the creative community. So we've had another question from Tank Thunderbird. Adding to the previous question, do you know of any projects using Ultraleap to read not your but other people's hands, like the hands of a person standing in front of you that you might like to be interacting with? So I guess that's the idea, that you could look at that person's hands and it would tell you some information?
I don't know of any. That's an interesting point. I think it would be technically feasible, because when we have head-mounted cameras, we're looking at the hand from the back. So I think it would be technically feasible to sort of flip that model round and kind of track hands from the other side. Currently, that's not a sort of camera point of view that I think is kind of innately built in. We have 2 main ones, which are bottom up, so for touchless touchscreens, and then in out for head-mounted for your own hands. So I think it would require a little bit of pioneering of the tech to look for someone else's hands. I don't know of any applications of that yet, but it's a really interesting thought.
So I think we have time for a few more questions if anyone wants to put them through on the chat. Otherwise, for me, I guess, Antonia, what would you suggest to people who maybe want to get started in this area? Where would they go first? What are some good resources or courses and things like that?
That's a very good question. So I actually taught myself to be a programmer. I used Udemy and YouTube and Stack Overflow, basically, and I didn't have a background in coding, and I decided to jump straight into virtual reality because I wanted to jump in at the deep end. But building virtual reality experiences, it is more challenging from a sort of design, as I said, things like lighting and capturing user attention point of view, but it's not necessarily more challenging to code a virtual reality experience than it is to code a kind of more traditional game. So I would say, even if you don't have a tech background, but particularly if you do have a tech background, don't be intimidated by VR and AR. There are amazing tools. Obviously, I vouch for Unity. That's what I learned, and that's where I'm going to go work. But yeah, Unity is free until you kind of reach a certain revenue stream. So you can get Unity Personal totally free. And there are Udemy courses, which are, I think I bought one for £10. It was by far the soundest investment I've ever made in my personal development. And yeah, there's YouTube is absolutely replete with information. So for me personally, following a structured course and learning that way was the best way to get started. Once I had enough information, I decided to go off-piste and start designing my own experiences. And in terms of hand tracking, the main thing is to get your hands on a technology that you can use. So the Oculus Quest is one option, and Ultraleap camera is another option, potentially HTC Vive, although it's less favored by developers. And if you can get your hands on that technology and then just try things out and search for solutions online and implement them and experiment and code and learn, then yeah, you'll be well underway.
So, last one from me, and then we've got a question from Paula, is from you're also a passionate advocate, I see, of diversity and in tech, which is something that's very dear to my heart and to all the TechExeter community. So could you maybe give us some thoughts about what you think we can do next to kind of bring more people from more diverse backgrounds into the tech sector?
Definitely. So one thing that I've often heard, so I consult as well in terms of diversity in tech, and I hear a lot of hiring departments saying, well, you know, we just look blind, we don't look at the name or the gender of the candidate, we base it purely on experience. But actually, choosing a candidate based on their previous experience really means you're choosing based on their previous access to opportunity. So it will filter out marginalized people because, for example, only 15% of computer science graduates are female. So if you necessitate having a computer science degree, I, for example, don't have a computer science degree. And if I wasn't chosen based on my potential rather than my experience, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. So I think when you select candidates, it's really important to be open to people from diverse backgrounds with different experiences. Women notoriously are more reluctant to apply for roles that they don't feel they have 100% of the qualifications for, whereas men are more likely to apply when they have about 50%. Women tend to apply when they're about 90 or 100%. So if you list computer science degree, you will get fewer female applicants for the role, for example. So if it's not strictly necessary for the role, I'd really advise considering just putting on the things that you think are necessary. There's also particular words that are used in hiring. So women are less likely to apply for roles that have the words lead, interestingly, competitive and assertive, but are more likely to apply for roles that use the words teamwork, reliable, and collaborative, even if it's exactly the same role. So it's very useful to think carefully about the language you're using and the qualifications that you're listing as necessary and whether they really are. If this is something that's interesting to you, particularly if you're in a hiring capacity or if you have a decision-making or executive role in your company, I'd really urge you to Google it. There are so many organizations and so many resources out there on this. One of the best reports is one by UNESCO, which is called I'd Blush If I Could. And it talks not only about lack of diversity in the industry, but how that manifests in biases in our products. So one example is voice recognition software nowadays is seen as assistive and sort of servile and unanimously has a female voice by default, which is kind of the product of our implicit biases and the fact that we don't have very diverse teams building these products. So yeah, I definitely recommend looking out for that UNESCO report. There's an organization called Lean In, which writes a lot about women in tech, and looking for people with diverse backgrounds and hiring based on potential rather than experience.
Yeah, I had a really interesting sort of answer to the question of blind recruitment from, there was a panel at a South by Southwest, which was all sort of senior women in tech talking about this topic. And one said, you know, if you considered these two people on the same ground level, you're ignoring the fact of how hard it might have been for one person to get to that same position. You know, if you're coming through with a privileged background where you already have the contacts and the easy access to the university, the money for the high-level education, etc., then it doesn't diminish that you've done well, etc., but someone else might have started from far further back on the field and has to show a lot of tenacity and dedication to get just to the same point. You know, I always think of it about, you know, you look at who's first to the top of a mountain, and you can look at that objectively, but maybe one person had all of the equipment and the Sherpas and all the money, and they got to the top first, and the other person had just, you know, bootstrapped together what they could and hardly had any support. And maybe the third person couldn't even start at the base of the mountain. They had to get there from much further away because they had no transport. So I think it's all about considering people within a context instead of a sort of obsession with taking people out of context. So we had a last question from Paula, who said she loves the idea of cross-fertilization from the arts and culture sector. How would they go about getting involved? Or is this something that the tech sector needs to invite in? So this is what we were talking about of could the creatives come and have some more involvement? So maybe it's up to companies like Unity and Ultraleap to be starting to invite in those people and put those roles out there. What do you think?
Definitely. I think there's lots of different ways this could happen. So it could be that the tech industry invites and makes space for kind of people from the artistic or culture and entertainment kind of community and sector. It could be the other way around. So for example, as I said, I taught myself coding. I didn't really have a tech background. I was a communicator and public speaker. So it's entirely possible for people in the arts, entertainment, culture sector, if they wanted to and if they're inclined to learn those skills, particularly if they have a burning story to tell and they know the medium in which they want to tell it. They could either absolutely reach out and find people who work in that industry, or they can find other artists who are themselves technical. There are a bunch of people, especially in virtual reality, creating these really incredible immersive experiences. And Twitter, I cannot recommend enough using Twitter to connect with people. You'll meet just incredible people working on the fringes of different industries and merging these two industries together. So you can reach out to find others, you can teach the skills yourself, or third parties have quite a big opportunity to do that. So one of my previous places of work is a science and arts centre combined in Bristol. And they really have a great position in terms of being able to, they have an exhibition space, and they can invite both the artists and people working in tech to kind of collaborate and work together on projects. So I think the arts sector could seek out the tech sector, vice versa, or third parties could kind of bring them together. Yeah, and it really depends. I think tech is unique in that, and particularly mixed reality, everyone who codes can use a computer, fairly obviously. So people put all their information online. And so absolutely everything you need to learn how to use or code or create these technologies is online and largely free or inexpensive. So if you're someone who feels that you're in the arts and culture sector and you'd like to create an immersive experience, but you don't know how to go about it, like feel free to either reach out to people or start gaining those skills yourself if that's something you're inclined to do. It's absolutely available and it's out there.
And if you are local or, well, it's virtual access, now we do have some great organisations and meetup groups here to the west of Bristol. Bristol's obviously fantastic for that sort of thing, but we've got fantastic groups here as well. We're today broadcasting live from Collider, which is a space that's really dedicated to that whole tie-up between creative and technical. And there is Enact, which is another group run jointly by TechExeter and Collider, which is the Exeter network for arts and creative technologists. So meetups have been on hold due to COVID, but they're due to resume. So watch that space. Someone may be able to post some more details in the chat on the event, and keep an eye on all our sort of Slack channels, the Exeter calendar. But that's another fantastic group around here for anyone who wants to get more involved with that. There's also a talk coming up this afternoon from the Southwest Creative Technology Network, which is a funded program by a whole group of research institutions in the area who are focusing on that, and they've just closed for their data prototyping call. So there's some really fantastic things here, and the great things that you've mentioned, Antonia, more widely available. So that, unfortunately, is all the time we have to chat, which is a shame because I've really enjoyed talking with you. Are you going to stick around to see some more talks? Or?
Yeah, I'll be around. And if anyone had a question that I didn't get to, please do email me or find me on Twitter. If you Google my name, you'll find me. Yeah, and if you get in touch, I'll absolutely make every effort to answer all the questions I can. But yeah, I'll be sticking around for some of the day and watching some of the amazing talks that are lined up.
Great, thank you, Antonia. So next up is lunchtime and gaming. So for anyone who wants to sort of stick around and have fun, Antonia's looking very excited about the gaming idea. We're going to have an interactive game of Guespionage, which we've played at the Summer Social and was great fun. So join us for that. We've also got time for more networking, of course. You've got time to grab a bite and stop listening to us if you prefer, if you need a break. We'll be back on with our next two talks at 1:45, where we've got David Poulet talking about democratizing computer vision with pluggable AI services in Azure. And our very own Jacob Tomlinson will be in a session in track 2, doing an intro to GPU development in Python. So I think Chris is going to be telling you some more about the gaming.
Yep, wave goodbye.
And so we'll be going from here. Thanks, Antonia.
Hey, thank you so much.
Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our lunchtime gaming segment. For those who've not played this type of game before, which way do I point? I point this way. Yeah, this is the wonderful gaming area. There is a slight delay on the main stage, so what we've done is we've set up a special session area So if you go to sessions on the left and join the lunchtime gaming session, then you'll be able to see this screen with a low latency feed, so there won't be this 12-second delay. So what you need to do is you want to grab your smartphone, you want to go to jackbox.tv on your phone, you then enter this room code, which is KOGS, and you'll be able to join the game. So I'm going to do this now. Chris, KOGS. I'll play in this first game and I'll duck out after the first game. KOGS. Spell my name right. And then I appear. That's me. I get to choose the character. I'll be this guy. Oh, Jacob's in. Hi, Jacob. And as soon as 8 people are in the game, the VIP needs to click, press the join, press the start game button. If you don't manage to get in and be one of the first 8 people, then that's not a problem. You can become part of the audience, and your answers on your device affect what happens in the game as well. So if you're not part of the first 8 people, don't worry, you're still going to be part of the game in some way. So yeah, it'd be great to see you in the game. If not, go grab some lunch, and we'll check back with you in an hour. We're going to play Guespionage. We'll play a couple of rounds, and we'll see how it goes, see how many people we've got joining. We might switch to another game later, but we'll see how it goes for now. So I'll see you in Guespionage. If we switch to the other gaming scene in OBS, I think I can get rid of me on the camera. There we go.
Agents.
Wow, 4 incomes.
Yeah, that is pretty nice. Data collection? No, we don't have Prince Albert in the keynote. Tom, I know it's you.
Hey, you guys going to lunch soon?
Yeah. You know, we should invite the new guy.
We should. I can't remember his name, though.
I can't either.
I haven't met him yet.
I think it was Chris.
No.
Something like Chris.
Craig, Kyle, Crinkle.
Kevin, Comfy, Quicksilver, Condoleezza, Quail Egg.
Yeah. Go say, hey, Quail Egg, want to go to lunch?
Corky, Condiment?
Christmas.
How about just walking over and saying, hey, I'm Warren. I'm sorry, but I can't remember your name.
Can you say Christmas, but sort of mutter it so he thinks you said his name?
Sure. And if it's wrong, I'll just tell him Brian said that was his name.
Right. 1.
Hey, Chris Tillman.
Hello! You know, most guidance counselors don't tell you how exciting being in a government agency that spies on people can be. So we decided to make a game to show you how much fun we have watching your every move. We call it Guespionage. Looks like you have an audience. Let's start surveillance on them right now. We'll be asking questions specifically about them if we collect enough data. Otherwise, we'll use what we already have. Time to play. Who's up first?
I hear you.
I'll bet our database has some juicy data for this. What percentage of people have tried to taunt, trick, or harass email scammers? Make it a good guess. You'll get more points the closer your guess is to the actual percentage. And if you're we have an answer, 54%. Okay, everyone else, time to guess if the actual percentage is higher or lower. If you think the guess is off by 15% or more, you can get double points by picking much higher or much lower.
Breathe it in.
Believe it.
Time's running out, higher or lower? People are saying lower. Okay, right answer is 37%. Let me tell you, the real Nigerian princes won't stand for that kind of treatment. All right, who said lower? Here's some points. And what have we here? Good job. Double points for saying much lower. Next up. Oh, this is going to be good. What percentage of people are more scared by possessed dolls than possessed children in horror films? %. Everyone else, higher or lower?
I hear you. Hi, Deb.
Breathe it in.
Believe it.
Hurry up. People are saying lower. And the correct answer is 48%. Very close, but possessed children win. Go suck it, Chucky. Let's see who got it right. Smart guess. Here's your points. Okay, who's up next? Typey, typey. What percentage of people never ever wear shorts in public? %. Okay, higher or lower? Breathe it in.
I hear you. Believe it. Hi, Deb.
The vote is lower. And Surveil says 14%. Terrible guess. You need to be within 30% to even get points. Who got it right? Nice job. I've got some points for you. Who's next? Breathe it in. I don't know. How about... Concerning celebrity Mels, what percentage of people prefer Mel Brooks over Mel Gibson? %. All right, what do you think?
I hear you. Hi, Deb. Believe it.
One of you thinks it's higher. Okay, let's see the right answer. 75%. I've got big points for that guess. Let's see who got it right. Nice job. I've got some points for you. And what have we here? Ah, that's too bad. Double downs only count if the answer is off by 15% or more. Okay, who's up next?
Hi, Deb.
All right, Surveillance Pro, what do you have for this? What percentage of people post at least one picture of their meals per week on social media? %. Everyone pick higher or lower. Breathe it in.
I hear you. Believe it.
Running out of time. People are thinking it's lower. Now let's get to the right answer. 7%. On behalf of the entire world, I just want to say thank you for your sepia-tone bologna sandwich pictures. Who got it right? Well done. You get points. Next up. All right, I have a good one. What percentage of people have, you know, put a laundry basket over a cat and pretended it was in a zoo? %. Okay, higher or lower?
I hear you.
Breathe it in.
Hi, Deb. Believe it.
Hurry up. Most people said lower. Okay, let's see the right answer. 38%. I thought that number would be much, much higher. Let's see who got it right. Ooh, points for you. Okay, who's up next?
Believe it.
What should I search for in the old Surveillance Pro next? Ooh, I know. When eating crackers with super chili, what percentage of people crumble their crackers into the bowl? You're almost out of time. 55%. What do y'all think? Higher or lower?
I hear you.
Breathe it in. The majority say lower. And the correct answer is 68%. Look, it's a matter of national security. We need to know this stuff. Who got it right? Well done. You get points. Who's next? Okay, computer, what do you have for this one? What percentage of people would rather have a cockroach problem than a mouse problem in their homes? %. What do y'all think? Higher or lower?
Hi, Deb. Believe it.
What do you think? Higher or lower? Most people said lower. And Surveil says 28%! You weren't within 30%, so no points for you. Let's see who got it right. Here's some points. It's time for the final round. By mining social media, we found the most popular answers to this question. What food item do people most often eat when attending sporting events? Now let's see the answers. You'll need to pick the 3 most popular answers to get points. Good luck! If you're in the audience, how you answer the question will affect who gets points. Don't forget to use all 3 of your picks. Let's see what answers you chose. And what are the most popular answers? Who's gonna get the gold star? Who is it, boy? Who is it? It's
Breathe it in.
Believe it.
Congratulations! You know so much about people, you've managed to creep me out. And I do this for a living.
Data collection, Agent Warren. No, we're data collection. You need the main office in Washington.
Hey, Brian, did you get those requisition forms I put on your desk?
Yeah, everything should be processed in a day or so.
I'll let the agents know. And you saw that request from Agent Harris?
I'm sorry, who?
Agent Harris, you know, works in the Caribbean sector, wears a...
The dolphin. You're talking about a dolphin.
Yeah.
How does a dolphin fill out requisition forms?
They're probably transcribed.
Dolphins can't talk. They're fish.
Dolphins aren't fish.
You get my point.
That dolphins are fish? They're a mammal.
I was being metaphorical.
That's not a metaphor.
Who are you, Mr. Dictionary?
Hey, Warren, come here. Brian thinks dolphins are fish.
No, they're mammals.
I know that.
Then why did you say it?
He thinks it's a metaphor.
What? You two think it's a bigger deal that I said dolphins are fish than the fact that a dolphin is a field agent sending in requisition forms.
Yeah.
He can't send in forms. He can't talk. He's not a real agent.
Harris is a she.
I'm transferring to ATF.
To all agents, the break room refrigerator will be cleaned out on Friday. Please remove all personal items. This includes condiments, lunch containers, and the frozen Hitler brain. Thank you.
Breathe it in.
Reminder to all agents that once you attach a piece of surveillance equipment below your waist, you are free to keep it or burn it. Please do not return it to my desk.
Breathe it in.
Hey, for the game later, can you pick up some finger food? Like chips and dip? Just take it out of petty cash.
I already did, but there was only enough for one, so I got dip.
You got dip without chips. What do we put in a dip?
You said finger food. Fingers?
Yep, I guess that's about our best option at this point.
What does that mean?
That's the alarm that goes off when the world's man bun population has eclipsed 15%.
What do we do?
We head to the basement and we wait it out.
Okay, everybody, file out in an orderly manner. Remain calm. You look tired, Leslie.
Yeah, it's been nuts lately. I haven't been this busy since we faked the moon landing.
Wait, we faked the moon landing?
No, we faked a fake moon landing. You know, just to mess with people.
But the first one was real.
Yeah, how do you think we met the lizard men?
Oh, yeah.
Ha!
3, 2, 1.
Looks like our behavior predicting software was right. You're back for another game of Guespionage. First up, these guys are also my favorite robotic basketball team. What percentage of people have ridden mechanical bulls? We have an answer, 45%. Everyone else, now it's your turn. Do you think the correct answer is higher or lower? You can also double down and guess much higher or much lower if you think the guess is off by 15% or more. Ha!
Foolish humans.
Running out of time. People are thinking it's lower. Okay, right answer is 24%. I've seen worse guesses. Who got it right? Nice job. I've got some points for you. Next up. Oh, here's one we've been especially interested in. Don't ask why. What percentage of people generally ignore restaurant straws and drink straight from the glass? %. Everyone else, higher or lower? Breathe it in. What do you think? Higher or lower? People are saying lower. Okay, let's see the right answer. 14%. Straight from the glass. That's how a man drinks his pina colada. Let's see who got it right. Here's some points. Okay, who's up next? Ooh, the president asked us to look this up yesterday. What percentage of people have joined the Mile High Club by themselves? %. What do y'all think? Higher or lower?
Foolish humans.
Ah! Breathe it in. Hurry up. Most people said lower. Okay, let's see the right answer. 3%. The rest of you just haven't worked up the nerve yet. It'll happen. Who got it right? Well done. You get points. Next up. Breathe it in. We've collected data about everything, even this. When snapping photos, what percentage of people use standalone cameras? %. Okay, higher or lower?
Foolish humans. Hi, Dad.
Ha! Hurry up. Just one of you is saying higher. And the correct answer is 9%. Let's see who got it right. Smart, yes. Here's your points. Who's next?
Foolish humans.
Ooh, I remember seeing good surveillance for this yesterday. What percentage of people find that their pee smells funny after eating asparagus? %. Okay, higher or lower? Breathe it in. Time's running out. Higher or lower? People are saying higher. Now let's get to the right answer. 51%. And now we know. Your tax dollars at work, people. Who got it right? Nice job. I've got some points for you. Next up. All right, buckle in. I've got one for you. What percentage of people have worn fanny packs? %. Everyone else, higher or lower?
Hi, Deb.
Breathe it in. Ha! People are saying higher. And Surveil says 65%. I'm telling you, they're going to make a comeback. Let's see who got it right. Well done. You get points. Okay, who's up next?
Hi, Deb.
I'm going to search for... What percentage of people would interrupt a famous person in a public setting to ask for an autograph? Time's a waste. 37%. All right, what do you think? Breathe it in. Running out of time. Most of you are saying higher. And the correct answer is 25%. That was a respectable guess. So, you all got it wrong. Boo. Who's next? Ha! I've got 2 of these on my shelf at home. What percentage of people after catching a record-breaking home run ball would give it to the hitter or a museum instead of keeping it or trying to sell it? Anytime now. 29%. Everyone pick higher or lower. Breathe it in.
Hi, Deb.
People are thinking it's lower. And Surveil says 27%. 2% off. That'll get you some serious points. Who got it right? Ooh, points for you. Uh-oh, final round time. Through sophisticated population profiling, we found the most popular answers to this question. What illness is most often faked by people to get out of something? Let's take a look at the board. You have 3 chances to pick the most popular answers on the board. Ready, go! Don't forget, you can pick 3 answers. Okay, let's see what you picked. Okay, computer, show us the most popular answers. Let's see who's the head honcho. Breathe it in. Wow, you have some serious knowledge of people's private personal lives. Well done.
everyone, and welcome back. Hope you had a nice lunch, and for those of you who took part in the games, you won some rounds. So everything's falling apart in the studio, but we're ready to start with our afternoon of talks. So here on the main stage, we've got David Poulet, who is a cloud solution architect with Microsoft, and he's going to be talking to us about democratizing computer vision with pluggable AI services in Azure. So this is a slightly more technical topic, but a great dive in to an important bit of technology. And Jacob is over on the session track in track 2. So we're going to do straight into the video for David, and hopefully he'll be joining us at the end for some Q&A. So take it away, please, with the video.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is David Poulet. I work for Microsoft, and I'm here to talk about democratizing computer vision with pluggable AI services in Azure, which is a very long presentation title. What that boils down to is that I'm going to talk today about the services in Microsoft's Azure cloud platform that allow, I guess, non-traditional machine learning audience, that is to say probably more developers and power business users and people like that, to access machine learning services that traditionally at least were kind of the domain of data scientists and machine learning experts. So during the talk I'm going to actually take you through the services that we have, the what we call cognitive services, which are these pluggable, accessible services. I'm going to talk about some of the motivation behind creating them, and then obviously go into a demo and start showing you how they work in real life, and particularly focused around the subject of vision, of the vision-related services. But before we do that, I'm going to just do a little intro into myself. So who am I? Well, I'm a cloud solution architect for Microsoft. I'm based just outside Exeter, although I cover the whole of Europe. And I'm usually found traveling around Europe, although not at the moment, obviously, helping Microsoft customers be successful with Azure. And that's pretty much the role of cloud solution architects, wherever they may pop up in Microsoft, is to help people be successful on that cloud platform. And that could be through training, that could be through doing architecture design, and that could actually be helping people work on their projects to actually deliver whatever it is that they need to do. Now, cloud solution architects typically fall within a number of different pillars of specialization, and my specialization is application development. And that covers application development, obviously, developer services, DevOps sorts of things, integration, our various integration products, and automation, and so on. And this is where these cognitive services sort of make an appearance, if you like, because they're used in a lot of different automation situations to enhance and to build on various application pipelines and integration pipelines, I should say. So my background is I've been in Microsoft about 4 years. Previously, I came from the sort of Java world. Really, I was a Java architect, Java lead developer, working on lots of different projects with big SIs. So typically doing a lot of middleware and API type of development. And then I drifted into the big data world and advanced analytics world through the Hadoop. So I did quite a few sort of Hadoop and Cassandra type of projects. And that's how I came to join Microsoft. So when I first joined Microsoft 4 years ago, I came in as what we call an advanced analytics architect. So working on things like HD Insight and Databricks and stuff like that. But for the last year, 18 months or so, I've come back to a focus on application development. That's my core skill set, I suppose you'd call it. And just as sort of by way of introduction of me within Microsoft, I've always worked within a sort of open source type of world. So I'm a Java developer. I was a C developer. I've done quite a bit of Python. I work typically on Linux workloads, and that's quite an important part of what Microsoft does now, particularly on in the cloud development world, where most of the actual platforms deployed in Azure are Linux platforms, and most of the work that's happening is typically with an open source background, although an open source stack. Although obviously, we have tons of .NET and Windows Server and other sort of Windowsy and Microsofty workloads going on in there, which I don't typically work on very much. But anyway, what are we going to talk about today? What am I going to talk about today? Well, the focus of this talk is AI, and when we talk about AI, it's a very broad brush term, but typically we're talking about processes and systems that mimic human perception and thought. So when we're building AI-based systems and AI-based software platforms, we're building systems and platforms that are often doing things that are more traditionally associated with human beings. They're quite complex tasks often for sort of purely algorithmic solutions to solve. And where does machine learning come into that? Well, if we think about artificial intelligence as, the broad landscape of things that mimic human perception and thought, then within that subset of that, if you like, is where machine learning comes in. Machine learning algorithms are, as the name suggests, really, they're algorithms that will improve their performance as they learn from new data. So they have to be trained. They have to be trained. As they are trained, they learn stuff, and using the stuff that they learn, they improve their performance. And as we'll see in a little bit, when you're getting into machine learning, it's quite different experience from a more traditional application development lifecycle, because you have to factor in the learning and then the relearning in order to make sure that what you're trying to achieve, you're achieving at the highest level possible, and you continue to achieve it throughout the life cycle of the project. It's not like other types of application where once I've developed the algorithm that does what I want it to do, I can deploy it and I know it will always do that. And within machine learning itself, there's also deep learning. It's quite a buzzword, I guess, at the moment. It has been for a few years now, and that's a specific subset of machine learning, which is working within the artificial neural networks realms, layers of these learning pathways that uncover hidden patterns in the data. So when we get into deep learning, we're often talking about very large data sets and really powerful computation platforms to actually develop the algorithms that will do far more complex tasks than if you like traditional classical machine learning algorithms. So and computer vision is one of those areas in which deep learning is being used quite heavily. Right, so machine learning development life cycles, what do they often involve? Well, this is, if you like, there's three sort of areas, subsections of a machine learning development life cycle in the broad brush perspective. First is to collect and prepare data. Machine learning typically uses a lot of data, and we have to prepare it, and that can be quite an onerous sort of activity to sort of get the data in and to clean it, to decide which data is you're going to use, which data is relevant, which data is not relevant, whether data is particularly reliable or not. All of those things happen in that first sort of part of the life cycle. Then we're getting into training and evaluating the model, and this is an iterative process where we're picking the particular kinds of algorithms we want to use. We're training the models. We're selecting the data that we're going to feed into those models, and we have to decide whether the models are performing the way we want to, and if not, we retrain them until they work as efficiently as they can. And then when we get into operationalize and managing these machine learning models, then we have to worry about, well, how do we take a model that is a representation of a piece of of training, a bit of intelligence that we've trained, if you like, and make that available to end users. And then once we've made it available, we also have to monitor the performance of those models to make sure that they continue to operate, at peak levels of performance. Because one of the aspects of machine learning development is that models can drift away, if you like, from their optimum performance, and we have to be able to monitor that's happening. And when that does happen, we need to go back and retrain them based on possibly new data that we've received and so on. And that's why it's a continuous iterative process. It's quite different from the types of algorithms that we develop where we drop them in place and then they work at a level of efficiency that's reliable throughout the life cycle of that program. And obviously this is different from the way that the traditional software development works, and also it's a barrier to entry if we want to make use of some of those nice machine learning features. Typically, if I'm a developer, all I want is to call an API endpoint. I don't really want to have to worry about whether it's operating particularly efficiently, or whether I need to worry about how it's operating, whether I need to worry about retraining and so on. And so this is where, if you like, the idea of these pluggable AI services, or as we call them, Azure cognitive services, comes in, and that's providing the fruits of this machine learning development lifecycle to developers and other users that just want to consume them. They don't really want to worry about creating them. So Azure Cognitive Services is the label, if you like, that we give all these pluggable AI services, and we've got them divided into a certain number of pillars. And as you can see, there's vision, speech, language, knowledge, search, and decision. So vision, and we're going to be focusing on a little bit today. I'm going to dig into more detail into those cognitive services. Speech services are things to do with speech, as you can imagine. So translation of speech, taking speech and translating into different languages, transcribing speech for subtitling and so on, things like that. Language services are generally revolve around written language, so picking out key terms in written language and things like that, translation of textual language and so on. And we have knowledge-based cognitive services, so machine learning services based around the management and understanding of complex data sets. Search, obviously, you're probably familiar with Bing Search, so there's a whole load of search-related services that we provide. And again, they're machine learning-based services, so Bing learns continuously in order to provide you with better answers to search terms and things like that. And then finally, we have the decision-making pillar. So we have a pillar of cognitive services that are grouped under the decision label. So you'd have things like next best action. So there's a service that, if fed with a certain amount of data, where according to the criteria they give it, will decide the next best action. And you can imagine that in situations such as presenting items in a online retail environment. The customer has looked at these different items. What's another good item to present to them? And that's one of the decision-making services. There are other ones around anomaly detection with time series data sets and things like that. The key thing that unifies all of these services is that they're presented in the simplest way possible for developers to consume. So we're talking about accessing them via a REST API, or in some cases an SDK, and as much as possible, you don't need to know, you'd be a data science expert if you like to use them. You just need to know where the APIs are and how to call them. Right, so drilling in a little bit more detail in the vision services. So under that cognitive vision pillar, there's a few different services that we have that provide different capabilities. So computer vision, which we'll be looking at shortly, provides an API endpoint that allows you to analyze an image, and it will give you some information on that image based on the machine learning model that's been trained on millions and millions and millions of images that have been provided to it. The custom vision is kind of an extension of that, if you like, that allows you to actually do a certain amount of training of the model so that it can do bespoke sorts of things with image. So, whereas the computer vision service, the default service might be able to identify a certain number of default objects within an image, a car, a train, or whatever. When you get into custom vision, you can actually start to provide it with a kind of data that will allow it to identify images that are specific to you and to your use case, and we'll show that later on as well. And again, there are other services around face recognition, so identifying not only whether there is a face within an image, where it is, and also giving you the capability to actually add a little bit of additional training data to identify people that are specific to your business. So, for instance, you could imagine a situation where you might want to train a model to recognize people's faces from stills in security cameras, just to make sure that the people who are wandering around your office are people that you recognize and who should be there. There's a little subset of the computer vision services around OCR, really, and scanned text images. So the form recognizer can take scanned images of paper forms, and it enables you to actually extract the text in a structured way from that form. So we'll actually be able to say which bits of the text came from which parts of the image, and give you to them as key value pairs or even tables if the form has tables in it. And the ink recognizer is what we're calling the current the latest iteration of our OCR service. It's been around for quite a while in different guises, and now it's all come together in what we call an ink recognizer service, and it can take scanned images of printed text as well as handwritten text and extract the text from those images for you. And Video Indexer is really focused on video. It's actually quite commonly used as part of our media services suite. So it can take videos and it can analyze what's in those videos and tell you, who's speaking on the videos or what sections of the video they're speaking. It can transcribe the audio into text and a whole bunch of other stuff that it can do within the Video Indexer. Now, here's an example of what we get if we start to use the basic computer vision analyze image service. And you can see if I pass that API endpoint an image, and there's an image there of a street scene, if you like, and back it comes, when I pass the image to the API endpoint, back it comes with some JSON. That's the response from all of these services, and the JSON will actually tell you, A, what it's identified within the image, and B, where in the image those things are identified, so that you can actually start to extract those parts of the image if you need to. And it'll also give you things like a confidence level as to what it's found. So here it's found a taxi, it's found a bicycle, and it's giving you a confidence level as to whether that's a taxi or whether that's a bicycle, and so on and so forth. And here's another example with the actual form recognizer to show you what that does. So with a form recognizer, I'm going to pass into the API endpoint the image, a scanned image of a form. You can see one here on the left. And what you get back from the JSON is identification of where the elements of the form are and what's in those elements. So you can start to see there's quite a complex piece of JSON that comes back. Actually, there's lots of bounding boxes that says where it breaks down the form into the sections of the form. And if we sort of summarize what actually comes out of that JSON, you can see that it's able to identify that there's a box marked mortgage interest, and there's a sum marked in there. There's another box marked outstanding mortgage and a particular sum there, and so on and so forth. And it could break down tables into sort of CSV type of format, and so on and so forth. So it's quite a comprehensive endpoint for deconstructing form-based images. There is a default endpoint for this that deals with receipts, and I think there's a couple of others as well, but there's actually a custom variation of it where you can pass your own forms, and as it says there, this particular one is a custom form recognizer, and it was only trained on 5 PDF files, and that was enough for the machine learning model to be trained on and to be able to start recognizing and breaking down that form into useful pieces of information. And so, without further ado, let's go into a demo, and I will show you a little bit about how this stuff works in real life. So you bear with me for a second. I'm going to start off with the Azure portal. So when you want to provision services in Azure, there's a number of different ways that you can do it. Often people will, in a production environment, I suppose, or within a CI/CD pipeline, things are provisioned within Azure and managed within Azure using the APIs or the command line tools. So we have various APIs. There was also a PowerShell and Azure CLI sort of command line tools. But when you're actually starting to get into it, often the easiest way to do it is through the portal, which is this web browser-based visual interface. When I'm creating stuff in Azure, the first thing I need to create is a resource group. Resource group is like a bucket, if you like, into which other services are provisioned, and it's the sort of fundamental thing that you need in order to start creating things. So I have a resource group here called Cognitive Demos. I'm going to open that up, and as you can see, I've already created a cognitive services deployment, but just to demonstrate how easy it is to do that, if I went into the portal and say add cognitive services, there it is there. I can go in and say, well, I want to create one of those. I'm going to say which resource group that's going to go into, which geographical region, because Azure obviously has data centers, if you like, all over the world in different regions, and you can decide which region things are going to go into. I'll give it a name, I'll choose a pricing tier and so on. And this is the typical workflow for creating things within Azure. Like I said, I created one earlier on, and as you go into Azure, you can see you get it's a very consistent sort of interface across all the services that you create within Azure. You get this view of the left-hand panel down the side there. I can have an overview of my service, gives me some basic information about the service, or I just highlight the keys in the endpoint section here. When I'm accessing services from my applications, I need to know where those API endpoints are, and I also need to know how to access them. So I have, from a security perspective, I've got keys associated with them that I'll pass in my API request, as you'll see in a minute, that will allow me to actually access that endpoint, and will ensure that I'm the only one accessing it. Right, so what I have in here, I'm going to show you a little bit of a code that I've written, or I say what I've written, I actually kind of stole from GitHub and then modified it. And it just has a very basic interface, which I'll just fire up here. It's a Java program. Pop this into the window, and as you can see, it allows me to put in a reference to it, a URL to an image, and I'm going to pass it in this first instance here. I'm going to pass it to that basic analyze an image custom vision endpoint, which is going to take this image and it's going to analyze it, and then it's going to provide me some information about that image, but in a JSON format. So let me find an image to pass to this endpoint. Okay, so we'll have a street scene here of Amsterdam. It's got a number of different features in it that hopefully the endpoint is going to be able to recognize and tell me all about. Put the URL in here, click on Analyze Image, go off and get the image, read it, and as you can see, it's populated the window in the application there, and it started to pass back some JSON here. So as you can see, and this is a very sort of representative kind of return from when you call one of these API endpoints. I've got some metadata about the image itself that tells me the size of the image and that it's a JPEG and so on, and a few other things around it about the colors and so on and so forth, even the dominant colors. And then we get down into the specific things that I've asked it to give me, and it's giving me here overall summary of the images: a bicycle parked on a city street. I think pretty good summary of that image, really. And then these tags are the objects and the things that it's detected within the image. So you can see it's detected bicycle and building. You can see that it's outdoor and that it's a street scene. There are people walking. There's a group of people walking, and it's raining. And there's an umbrella in there as well. And so it started to pick out various features within the image. And just to show you how I've actually achieved that within the code, if I go into my Visual Studio Code environment here, so quite an ugly piece of Java. It's just one big class with a bunch of methods in. But that notwithstanding, here's the call itself. So it's this is the call that I'm actually going to build the URL to access the API endpoint and then pass the image into it. I've already, there's another section of the program that takes the image and then the URL image gets the content of that image and then packages it up as a base64 encoded string of bytes, if you like. And it's pretty straightforward, really. I'm building the URI string here. It's taking my subscription ID. If I just pop that open, you can see I have the subscription ID in here, and I've also the region, which is West Europe. So it's taking that information, it's using it to build the calling endpoint. I've got some parameters here that are the features that I've asked it to look for. So I've asked it to look for categories and description and color, so on. There are various categories within this endpoint that you can ask it to look for. And I'm building the request. I'm passing in my as headers to that request. I'm passing in the content type and I've got to pass in the subscription key. This is kind of mandatory, really. Otherwise, I won't be authorized to access that endpoint. And then I'm actually going in, building the URL, and then down here I'm calling that API endpoint, and then I'm getting back the response from that request. And that's where I get, and once I've got that entity, and obviously here it's just saying as long as I've got something back, then I'm building a JSON string from that, and then I can print it in this box here. So pretty straightforward interaction with that API endpoint. And I think you can see that although I've written this in Java, because it's a RESTful API endpoint, for a start, I've not gone through the training life cycle. I've got a machine learning model that's already been trained and is managed by Microsoft. It's hosted by us in the Azure platform, so I don't have to worry about standing up an application server or any of the other typical things that I would have to do when I'm hosting an application that I've created my own custom model in. I don't have to worry about any of those things. I've just got an API endpoint. I've got a subscription key to secure it. I call that and I get the data back. I could do that in Python. I could do it in JavaScript within a browser, very easily. So really accessible to me as a developer. And there's a lot of different other platforms I could just plug in a URL endpoint into to make it accessible. And by no means do I have to be a data scientist, which is good because I'm not a data scientist. Now, if we reflect back on the cognitive service endpoints that I demonstrated, there's quite a few of those that give you these sort of out-of-the-box models that you can consume and use quite easily. But what would be nice is if we could extend those and give it a little bit of intelligence from our own data, maybe from our own business use case, and that's where the custom vision endpoint comes in. So I'm going to actually just go back to the slides just very briefly here, and if we go into moving from the hide myself so you can actually see that, if you're moving from the sort of predefined, pre-trained models, if you like, to a custom model, we have to go through a certain bit of life cycle with it, which is to upload the images, to train the images to train the model, with the images that we've uploaded, and then we can go through a process of evaluating whether that model is working effectively, and if not, we may have to go back and retrain with some extra images and so on. And what we've done in the custom extensions to cognitive services is also try to give you a nice, easy-to-use interface to do that. So once again, I'm going to demo that. So let's take a look at the Java application which we showed before, which was doing the sort of basic, if you like, cognitive service endpoint, and now we're going to do a custom one. It's actually not that different, and that's one of the beauties of this sort of pluggable API-driven approach, is that the fact that we've actually gone through relatively simple process of training our endpoint, training our model and creating the endpoint and so on. kept it as simple as possible, and then in terms of consuming it from an application perspective, it's very much the same as the other cognitive services. Some slight differences. So if we look here at the code, this is the categorize image code. This is the method here, and you'll see that building the URL is slightly different because we've created a unique bespoke endpoint, if you will, an endpoint that's very specific to that model that we've just trained and we've created. It has a unique URL. So we're not using a generic cognitive services URL. We're using the unique URL for this service we've just created. But still, beyond that, it's broadly similar, right? So we put together the URL. We've got to pass a couple of headers, so the content type, also the key. This comes from the subscription key. So back here, just nip back there quickly. This is the prediction key here. This is to secure the endpoint, as we said before. So you pass that in as well as a header. Builds up the URL. Executes an HTTP request against that API endpoint, gets the response. It's going to be some JSON, but here it is, pulling the response out, getting the JSON, and then returning it into a string so that we can display it nicely in the application. I'm just going to run this because I don't think it's running at the moment. Goes off and builds it. And there is the application as before. So I'm going to go into the categorization tab, which is this code that I've just shown you, and let's give it an image to categorize. So we'll start off with a Turner. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it into there. Click the categorize, it goes off, gets the image, sends it to the API endpoint. And as you can see here, what we get back in the JSON actually helps you a little bit with some metadata around the project you're using and the iteration and the model version, effectively. But here are the predictions. Well, it thinks it's a Rembrandt, which is perfectly understandable because we've only trained it against 3 artists, so it's going to pick one of those. The Rembrandt is the most likely contender. Let's pick another one here. Let's go for Paul Clay here. Let's, copy that URL, pass it into the application, goes off, calls the endpoint, and here, as you can see, there we go. Telling us a pretty high probability there that this thinks this is a Picasso. A fairly predictable, I guess, response. That sort of cubist kind of style, I suppose. And just as a last one, because this is interesting here. This is Georges Braque, and it's a contemporary. He's a contemporary of Picasso. Quite similar styles. Let's pop that in here. Goes off and categorizes it. And what's interesting is it thinks it's a Rembrandt. Now, the reason for this is, well, there's a couple of reasons. One could be that maybe Georges Braque needs to, more work to do to work on his Cubist credentials. But the other is that if we go back to the set that we trained our model on, none of the styles of Picasso that we have, although Picasso has done quite a few images in this kind of painting, in this kind of style, we haven't trained it on that, and therefore the model doesn't recognize the similarity, if you like, that a real sort of art critic would see between the styles. And so, as you can see, that's basically it for calling and using those custom vision endpoints. Really straightforward, and you can see would be very easy to do the same as I've done here in this Java program, in a Python program, or some JavaScript from within a browser, or whatever it might be. And just going to wrap up. A few more things to say about about these cognitive services. So let's go back to the slides. Now, one thing to think about here, is around the portability aspects. So cognitive services obviously are hosted in the cloud, which means that to access them, or how I've accessed them today, what you're doing is you're making a call up into Azure, and you're passing your data up to Azure, and then you're getting the response back. Now that's not always the ideal way for people to interact with these services, and there's a lot of different situations in which really what we want is this intelligence that we have in these cognitive services to be accessible in different environments. So it may be because, as the slide says, there might be issues about being able to actually upload all this data up into the cloud. You might have data security or privacy concerns, or maybe the bandwidth between the things that are generating the data that you want to test, and the cloud is not good enough really to actually get responses back in a timely manner. And here we're really thinking about devices on the edge, and there's quite a lot of focus indeed. I think there's another talk in this session, in this conference, about using machine learning against edge devices. Typically, those are out somewhere where we're getting the data up to the public cloud is not always that easy. And so, but we have solutions for that around the cognitive services. And one of the solutions is actually exporting the models themselves. So having generated the model, created the model, and this is custom vision here I'm talking about, but it's not exclusive to custom vision service. Once you've generated that model, you can actually export it in a format, and you can see you can export it as TensorFlow or Onyx, or in fact as a Docker file, and then you've now got a sort of portable thing, a portable entity, if you like, that you can take and deploy on premise. You can deploy it on an edge device. You can even deploy it in another cloud provider if you feel that way inclined. But it gives you the ability to take something that gives you this really easy to interact with endpoint, really easy to deploy machine learning capability, and not just have it in Azure, but have it elsewhere. And it's not just the custom endpoints that allow you to do this. The sort of default pre-trained endpoints also allow you to do this as well. And as well as the aspect of exporting the models, like I said, you have the ability to deploy it into as a Docker file into container, and that's where the pre-trained ones come into that that bucket as well, of services that can be deployed as Docker containers. So you deploy your cognitive services, you download the container image, like I said, whether it's one of the sort of default pre-trained ones, or when it's one of the custom ones that you've trained yourselves, and then you can actually deploy that Docker image wherever you want. And the way in which it operates from an Azure perspective is all we need to be able to do from Microsoft's perspective is actually to be able to understand how often you're calling, how often you're using that cognitive service. So there's an outgoing call, if you like, to do billing, and it doesn't necessarily need to be continuous. It can be periodic or whatever it might be. But what you don't need to be doing in these types of scenarios is actually taking the data that you're testing against, say your image from your factory, your camera monitoring your factory floor, or your security camera within your building, or whatever, and passing the data in real time up to Azure, and then getting the result back in real time as well. You can actually do that. You can do that against the Docker container that you've deployed locally. So it really gives you loads of deployment possibilities there, and a lot of flexibility about how you use them. And just thinking a little bit about where we see these in action. So there's lots of different use cases for these cognitive services around vision. I'm just pulling out a few here that I've used, that I've worked with. So media and content, digital asset management, people with lots of images, people who are managing lots of images, people maybe customers are uploading a lot of images, recognizing what's in those images, not just classifying them, but also maybe doing monitoring the content for adult content and things like that. All that can be done really easily. The document side of things is really popular, as you can imagine, for processing scanned documents and getting the information out of them. We have lots and lots of customers. I work with a lot of customers that do that. And then retail is a big another big use case here. Monitoring what's on the shelves, monitoring what products are in the shelves, how many products are in the shelves, how quickly they're going off the shelves, and being able to understand, building applications that can help those retailers understand what's going on in their stores. Okay, so I've just put up a few resources and links here that you can use to actually sort of get on top of that. There's a lot of really good documentation and lots of training available to help you get up to speed. But I hope that one of the things to take away from this is that these services are really easy to use, and it doesn't take you very long at all to actually integrate some of this intelligence into your applications and be able to, start to leverage all of that intelligence that's gone into training those models really quickly without having to be a data scientist or having to get data scientists involved to actually create that capability. And that's it really from me. So thanks very much for watching this session. Hope it was useful to you, and look forward to discussing this in more detail further down the line. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, David. We're getting David up on the screen.
Hello.
Thank you, and welcome in person now to the TechExeter Digital Exeter conference. That was a great video talk, really sort of went into a lot of detail of different things. I was very pleased to see my particular area of passion pop up at the end with art there. I've got a secret art history degree. So we'll just do a few questions. Obviously, you've been there in the chat in case any came through. I guess I want to start by asking, we do a lot of machine vision and machine learning projects with our clients at the Impact Lab. And one of the common questions we get that's quite tricky to answer is people saying, how much data do I need in order to build one of these machine learning algorithms? So sort of what kind of size of data set? And I know from my own experience that's a tricky question, so I'm interested to hear how you would deal with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to a certain extent is how long is a piece of string really, and it'll really depend on the type of machine learning models that you're trying to build. I mean, and also, I think the subtlety of the question, if you like, that you're looking to ask. So, for example, there in those cognitive service ones where we trained, they trained to detect images, right? And there is one that I didn't really show, which is that detects the difference between a sheep and a goat, right? So, for us as humans, a fairly trivial question, but for a machine, it can be quite difficult. We can train that with, for instance, 10 images of sheep and 10 images of goats, and then get a really quite a high level of accuracy in terms of being able to detect which is which. And you saw with the art one, which I think is kind of it's not necessarily a particularly good real world example, because I think that, as you'll know, the difference in styles between artists is really stark to the human eye. Until you get down into, you get into the real detail. So there you might need, and with those ones in particular, you'll see that we only needed to train it with maybe 8 or 10 or 15 images or whatever. And what it comes down to is I guess, the space, if you like, of possibility that you may have to answer questions against. And potentially for something like an image identification, it's not that broad a space, although it can be a very broad space. But once we get into, for instance, an example is the form recognition. So, for instance, you want to train a machine learning model to recognize whether a particular document, and I'm talking from a specific customer use case. I can't say which customer, obviously, but a customer, and they wanted to understand whether a machine learning model could recognize if a financial document contained a particular risk that they needed to be aware of, a big legal document, right? And obviously there, for us as a human being to be able to identify, well, I think that this contains a certain level of risk around a particular piece of legislation, that's a much more complex ask of a machine learning model, to actually take a big chunk of text and identify from examples whether there's a certain risk involved. And there you're talking about thousands of examples of text that were trained there. I think in that particular example, to recognize legislation risk against documents, multiple thousands of documents were required to training. And then, that is quite a long-winded answer actually, but it is quite a complex topic. The other thing to know as well is if you're doing that kind of supervised learning, which means you're training the model against examples that you know about from in advance, then it also comes down to the human aspect of having the subject matter expert that is able to accurately give tagged examples for the machine learning model to train from. So there's quite a few sort of things that come in from different angles that make for an accurate model. It is, at the end of the day, although in that cognitive services example, we try and take away the training aspect as much as possible. Training machine learning models is still a very human-intensive activity, really. Yeah.
Great. So we've got a couple of questions in the chat. So the first was from Terry McCann saying, Onyx is a great platform. Why would you export it to Onyx, David?
Well, Terry, I fear you're probably asking the wrong person there, really, because for me, coming from as a developer perspective, one of the things I don't really want to have to think about is whether I'm exporting in Onyx or some other form. I come more from an application development, wanting to consume these machine learning services, and not really wanting to think about the nitty gritty of that at all. So I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you here, Terry, by saying I'm not entirely sure why you would or you wouldn't, but I know that you can, and I know that people do. Onyx is obviously a format that has been kind of championed by Microsoft for quite a long time. And so for us, it's still key, I think, in terms of how we're going to, do this kind of export in the future. And as you'll have seen from the slide, there are other formats which you can export your machine learning models. I'm probably not best placed to say which is the most suitable for any given use case, but I do know people who are. If you want to talk to them.
Okay. Well, one last question from Terry then. What about transfer learning? You can be dangerous with just a handful of images when using a base model such as ResNet 50.
Yeah, and I think that again, it's not an area of my specific expertise, but I think we saw that in the image training. You can get a level of performance from these models with a small amount of images that can give you a level of confidence that probably isn't justified. If we're just detecting sheep versus goats or artists, there we train with not a very large training set. You can give it a level of confidence that is quite nice, and it's nice to demonstrate. And in certain domains, it can be useful. But I think if you get into areas, for instance, safety, where we have customers who are using these custom vision models to recognize whether there's unsafe things happening within, say, a manufacturing environment, I think there you have to be very careful about what you're doing in terms of the training, and in particular in terms of making sure that the performance that you get at the end of it is good according to all of the criteria that are important. It's because when you're taking a situation like that, like a safety situation, what we're looking for really is the unknown unknowns. A lot of the time, it's not just recognize. We give it an image in which something clearly unsafe is happening, and then says, "Oh yes, there's something unsafe happening there." It's really, being able to actually have the confidence that it can pick up all the things we haven't thought about. And I think that still, it's fair to say, an area in which a lot of care needs to be used, because. And I think one of the things I like to think about more from my perspective is more general Azure architect with an app dev background, and I do talk about machine learning to a certain extent, is to remember that these machine learning models are there to augment you know, the human being in the loop, if you see what I mean. You know, they're not there. You know, I think you have to be careful when thinking about it replacing human beings. And going back to that example about the risk, I mean, when we were triaging documents for risk, we were really just helping people get through more documents and helping people actually be able to sort of identify things easier. So a case in point there was that rather than saying, you definitely don't need to look at, you know, we definitely need to look at this document for a specific area. What we're trying to do is, if you imagine taking a whole space of things that contain an area of risk, there's probably a small subset where there's really, there's no relevance whatsoever for risk there. And if you're looking at replacing a human being that has to read every single document, no matter what it is, you probably are able, you know, using that kind of approach, you're able to maybe save them an amount of work for documents which would be a complete waste of time for them to read. And maybe helping guide them into that sort of where within the population, the other population documents, it's worth them looking into. But we don't, you know, we typically see situations within in enterprises, in businesses, where what we're doing is we're providing tools to help human beings who are still doing tasks that they were already doing before, rather than getting into a situation where you say, let's remove the human beings altogether, let the machine learning model do everything. I think that's quite a high risk approach to be taking. And you know, as Terry rightfully says, you know, with some of these, you know, more advanced techniques in the deep learning and transfer learning and stuff like that, you've got to be careful not to think that because you're seeing levels of performance we haven't seen before historically, that you can just sort of ditch the human being and let the machine learning model do it all. It really is a sort of complementary approach, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Intelligence augmentation as opposed to artificial intelligence. That's right. Yeah, it's to help. It's to help. It's not to replace. Because aside from a certain, you know, certain very specific domains, we're not at the level yet where you can confidently do that, I don't think. That would be from my perspective out in the field anyway. Okay, well, fantastic, David. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Are you going to be staying on to see a few more talks? I am, yes. I'm hoping to hear Terry's talk, actually, and a few others, so I'll be around floating about. And my contact details are there's I am based locally, so by all means, if anyone wants to get in touch, I believe my contact details are there on the schedule, so feel free. Great, and if you have any questions you didn't get the chance to ask David, then you can either ping him through Hopin, find him in the people section, or you can find his contact details and drop him a message through one of the many, many other channels that is around today. So thank you, David. We're going to sort of show you some of our, we've got lots of exciting things going on in the region, and we'd really like to show you some of those now. So we've got a few bits of pre-recorded video content that shows you some of the really exciting stuff that's going on in the Southwest in the tech scene. And then we'll be back with our next scheduled talk at 2:45, when we'll be hearing an interview from Southwest Creative Technology Network. So if we can tee up the next videos, then have a watch and enjoy.
My name is Ghana Alampally. I was born in Chennai, India, but I grew up in Leicestershire. I chose the Exeter MBA because it has a great focus on sustainability and innovation and how we can be better leaders as these kind of levers change our society. Career-wise, I'm really interested in going down a technology advisory route that combines my passion for things like AI, blockchain and robotics. I think the MBA at Exeter really helped me pursue my interest in technology because it combines innovation and also teaches us how it affects society around us. The program Exeter has made me become a better leader in a number of ways. Firstly, it's allowed me to understand new negotiation and leadership theory. Secondly, it's allowed me to transfer that theory into the group work that we do throughout the program, working with people from diverse cultures and backgrounds. There's been quite a few highlights over the MBA. For me, it's working with IKEA during the Corporate Challenge Week, which was really combining a week-long intensive case study to help them solve a real-life business problem. I am the first person in my family to study for an MBA. It feels like a great honour. I hope I can make them proud.
The software provides assistance at an early stage in the design process, in the research and design process, by enabling an understanding of both the mechanisms at work and how a product will perform, or how it does perform, in order to be able to change then, obviously, how it's designed to perform better. The whole process starts with scanning an object. That image would then be imported into the software, Scan IP we sell, and it would be processed in such a way that we could reconstruct surfaces from it to break it up into these primitive shapes, which are suitable then for what are well-established commercial physics-based simulation solvers. So the primary way in which it helps our customers, or how customers can benefit, is by simplifying and reducing the cost of trialing hundreds and hundreds of different designs physically by replacing this physical testing with an early virtual testing.
Most, if not all of us in STEM are working in the industry because we have a vision of the future that we want to play a part in creating. Whether that's something like this, or perhaps something like this, we know it's not going to be easy to get there. There are many roadblocks in the form of time and money, of course, but also in terms of political and social inertia to change. We collectively need to make immediate, radical changes in society to tackle some of the world's most pressing problems before we can get to that vision. However, there's a great deal of political and social resistance to making those changes. The latter might stem from a lack of financial or legal impetus to making any changes. But on the other hand, it could be due to a lack of understanding, perhaps of the issue and of the severity of it. It could be wrapped up in some misinformation. It could be a case of sticking your head in the sand in the face of a situation that seems hopeless. I think that for those issues there is a solution, and that's by making a bridge between the experts and the public to help them understand, to give them a clear and trustworthy source of information, and to crucially give them hope for the future. Here I want to express the importance of engaging the public with your collective efforts to bring them on board with that vision so that we can try to make it a reality. Let me give you an insight into our ambitions as Exeter Science Centre. We're hoping to be this bridge between the experts and the public in the southwest of the UK, and we believe that we need to change the narrative on how global issues are presented. We feel that education through optimism and hope is most powerful in driving long-term change. And we hope that by connecting the public with current research and industry in global challenges and connecting them with the people behind this work, and crucially giving them an opportunity to meaningfully engage with it, we might increase our team of allies who want to work together to make that vision a reality. Science centres are well placed to facilitate this. They have a well-documented positive impact on the public, and we want to take the very best aspects of the best science centres around the world, work with artists and creatives to make an influential, positive experience for our visitors. We're fundraising to create the physical centre at the moment, and in the meantime we're determined to start making a difference. And we'd like to work with you to help share your work with the public and inform, upskill, inspire and motivate them to be part of the change that we need to see. Look us up, get in touch, and let's make it happen.
So a few examples of exciting things going on around the region there. Natalie and the Exeter Science Centre is something we think will be fantastic and look forward to seeing in the region. Another really great programme that's going on that I mentioned earlier when I was talking with Antonia, when we were talking about creatives getting involved with technology, is the Southwest Creative Technology Network, which is a funded partnership that's helping support the development of exciting new ideas that cross disciplines between the arts and the creative sector and tech. And so we've got just a short interview between Hannah Brady, who's one of the organisers and facilitators of the programme, with Merat Barakat, who's been doing the Data Fellowship. So if we can tee up the video, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hannah Brady. I'm a producer for the Southwest Creative Technology Network and also producer for the digital arts collective Squid Soup. I'm here today with architect, researcher and academic Merat, and we are going to have a conversation about her research and also our recent collaboration. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi. I'm Merat Barakat and a senior lecturer I'm Merat Barakat, a senior lecturer at UE in computational architecture and a specialist in designing for the sounding environment.
Great. So we've called this talk Light, Sound and Intelligent Spaces, as these are three areas that bring together our research and also our collaboration. As you can see, this conversation is happening over Zoom, our favourite place. So in fact, we've never actually been in the same room together. Our entire partnership has developed during lockdown. So that's been great. So we're going to have a series of questions that we're going to ask each other. We've got prompt cards to help us keep on track. Merat, you've got the first question, so you get started.
Yeah. So Hannah, can you give us an overview on what SWCTN is, or the Southwestern Creative Technology Network?
Sure. So the Southwest Creative Technology Network, known as SWCTN, is a Research England funded project. It aims to increase the use of creative technologies across the Southwest. It's led by University West of England, UE, also in partnership with Plymouth, Bath Spa University and Falmouth. I'm a producer at Watershed, and we work with the producing company Collider, based in Exeter, on the design and delivery of the programme. So each year we take a theme and we run a research fellowship programme within that theme. So first year we ran the theme of immersion, second year was automation, and currently we're in process of delivering data. So we bring together all sorts of different voices in the room. We've got writers, academics, artists, coders, craft makers, engineers, all sorts of different perspectives, and they're all taking a deep dive into their research questions that will lead into the strands, so either immersion or automation or data. And we're hoping that, you know, their work will help us think and feel and look differently at these spaces. So Merat, you joined us just after lockdown began as part of the Data Fellowship programme. So first of all, I would like to know a little bit about what computational architecture actually is and a bit about your research background.
Okay, yeah, so in order to explain computational architecture, I need to explain architecture in the briefest terms. Architecture is a problem-solving field where designers look for optimal solutions to solve specific set of parameters or issues. And so computational design is creating platforms or using computational and digital platforms to push that and make this optimization more on steroids, which essentially you would input the same parameters, and through an algorithm you can produce multiple optimized solutions, and then the designer either takes that, adjusts it, or uses it as a schematic design and moves forward into construction. So a lot of people use that in a computational design is their whole world. In my case, I use it more of a tool. So like an architect needs a pencil, I need a computational platform to be able to enable me to do my actual research, which is in Soundscape. And Soundscape is usually confused with acoustics, which is the physics of how sound waves propagate through the space. But it has that aspect, but also it has the aspect of psychoacoustics and how humans respond to sound and how it affects the society as a whole. And so, as you can imagine, I skirt between these disciplines, and I've managed to have multiple partners from different fields. Some of them are techies, some of them are architects, and some of them are more with the philosophical background. So, for example, if I share my screen, so for example, I worked with a colleague that is an architect with his research focusing on the phenomenology of space and how we perceive sound within the context of philosophy. And so as architects, we did this, the analog stuff where you do the sketches, the drawings, but then translated the algorithm that we were thinking of into autonomous microcontrollers that are set up with a simple proximity sensor. We stuffed them into these milk bottles, which we called little chickens or chicken bots. And then each of them is autonomous, and they are part of a system that affects the change of sound in the space by understanding where the user is or the multiple users and where they are in the space and where they are between in relationship to each other. And so it was very interesting to watch them navigate through the space and discover their collective actions, almost like a biological system that is responding and modifying their environment.
So can you tell me how you got involved with Swictum then?
Yeah, so I was lucky to have all these dance partners, for lack of a better term, and two of them were in the other cohorts, the immersion and the automation, and they told me that there's this place where you can, magic place, where you can get some money to just have time to think. And so I was like, yes, please. And originally I thought I would be expanding this social experiment, but through talking to you and talking to other people, I realized a different way that is more human-centered to look at my work, which led to our collaboration. So I'm interested to know through all my babble, what grabbed your interest into my work?
Well, I remember we were in a producers meeting and you started to refer to ideas around collective intelligence and complex systems in nature. And that got me thinking about a project that I'm currently working on with Squid Soup called Audio Wave. But maybe perhaps first you could just talk about what you meant by collective intelligence.
Yeah, so collective intelligence is a phenomenon that's exhibited by social insects. So a termite, for example, or a termite nest, it's a very complex structure, but each termite has a specific task and it only is aware of the termites around it. But collectively, they can create 6 feet structures that are easily ventilated and easily defended against prey. And the simple rules that dictate this system also dictate a school of fish, a flock of birds, and beehives. And now computational systems use that phenomena to predict and simulate financial patterns, network security, and architects use it to generate design.
Yeah, great. So it made me think about Audio Wave as this collective intelligence. And I could see all sorts of different potential of having your expertise come in and have a chat with my team to see like where we could take it.
Yeah, well, it's a cool system. So if you can tell us a little bit more about it.
Yeah, sure. So light, space, and sound have been the 3 primary materials in almost all of Squid Soup's work. But when you come to think about combining sound and space in the real world, you start thinking about the spatial, specialist sort of spatial systems that already exist. They're very complex, they're very expensive, and they rely on sweet spots or headphones. And that didn't really work for us. So we wanted to create something that was in the real world and was in the public space for people to move around in. And we started thinking about that idea of actually placing the points of light and sound together wherever you wanted that sound to come from. So that's where the work Bloom was born. So I'm just going to share my screen so that you can see some of our work. So this is an image of Bloom. So this was in the first direction really towards the audio wave system. So this consists of about 1,000 orbs, each one of them sufficiently intelligent. It has a light, it has a GPS unit, it has a Wi-Fi enabler, and it's spread across a large outdoor space. So this essentially was our first sort of dynamic field of sound where audiences could hear and see waves of light permeating across the real world. So this approach we then refined, and this led to the project called Wave. It was originally commissioned by Salisbury Cathedral, but it was also being shown all over the world. So this now consists of a wave frozen in time of 500 voices, and for this particular piece there was a 500 voice choir that swept along the wave. I'm now going to play you a really short snippet of Murmuration, which is one of the latest iterations of audio wave. This is at the Scottsdale Museum of Contemporary Art, and it wraps around the outside of their building. So. So as you can see there, we are really playing with the sound and light in the spaces. And I'm currently working on future applications and iterations for audio wave. And this is when I brought Narrate into the team to have a chat, and she started talking about the concept of ambient intelligence and intelligent spaces. So can you tell me a little bit about what is ambient intelligence and how does audio wave fit into your research?
Yeah, so ambient intelligence is an idea that's been brewing for a while in the context of sound. The concept of ambience is essentially the character, the sonic character of the space, but because of the temporal aspect of sound, the sonic character is also affected by the user of the space, and the user then is also affected by the result. And so I was thinking rather than becoming a byproduct or something that is stationary, that space could be intelligent and start interacting with the human the same way we are interacting with the space. And that discussion also was within the context or under the umbrella or on Zoom because of COVID. And I was looking through my social media before we talked. And one of the things that that sparked the idea, and I'm just going to share my screen for a second. Is these pictures that I found of children trying to learn within social distancing measures. And I was thinking that maybe something like audio wave, which is infinitely more complex than these little chickbots that I put together, even though it is not responsive, it's easily adaptable to add something almost simple as a proximity sensor to create a space that is more fun and helps navigate the children through a space without adding the barriers and the plastic sheets and stunting their growth and their learning. And so with adding simple theories into the behavior of these orbs, like color theory and psychoacoustics, these children can have a better experience in the space. So obviously I find a lot of potential in this. So I'm curious, how do you think audio wave can be influenced by ambient intelligence?
I mean, just really quickly, because we only have about a minute left of our talk, but I think there's huge potential. I think that it's really exciting to be thinking about how we might be able to create COVID-friendly experience and validate them through your research and using ambient intelligence. But I also feel that we could really, sort of push the idea of using sensors that might respond to, say, heat, light, pollution. I feel like we're at the really early starting point of our collaboration, and we've got lots of interesting next steps coming up and lots more things to discuss. But I think, what's your final word? Yeah.
My final word is this friendship and collaboration has been really great, and I would like to invite you and Squidsuit to maybe join our master studio that is driven by ambient intelligence and computational design. This can help us open up a little bit more in the research, but it also could benefit my students from learning from you guys as Squidsuit, and also integrating into the Southwestern Creative Technology Network.
That sounds great. I mean, Squidsuit would be delighted to. But for now, we're going to have to say goodbye. And thank you so much for having a chat with me today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I'm going to clap for Brookton, even though they're not with us. Personally, I'm very delighted to see that Merat, and if you're watching Merat, to see that you're fully recovered. When I last saw Merat, she was all hooked up with a lot of cast after a bicycle accident. So great to see her looking well and enjoying the fellowship. So we're moving on to our next speaker here, and I'm delighted to introduce Terry McCann. Hi, Terry.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, thanks. Well, welcome to the TechExeter Digital Conference, TechExeter Digital Exeter Conference. So Terry is the Director of AI at Advancing Analytics, another of our sponsors. And this is a great talk to follow on from David's talk that we had not so long ago, because we're looking at a similar sort of area about getting started with computer vision using Azure Kinect. So I think probably that will pick up quite well on some of the themes we heard from David earlier. So I'm going to hand over to Terry. Are you teeing up for a video? No, we're going straight to a live talk from Terry. So over to you, Terry.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thanks to David for kind of queuing up my session perfectly, because it's a real kind of, I don't talk a great deal about cognitive services, however this talk heavily uses them. So yeah, thanks very much to the team and to David for kind of queuing that up. And I think if you watched all of the talks in this track, each one kind of plays in quite neatly as well. So yeah, good work, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to switch it over to some slides. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Terry McCann. Yes, I work for, I run a company called Advancing Analytics. We are a big data and AI consultancy based in Exeter and also in London, but we work with customers all over the world, right? So this session is about how you kind of enable all of these things. We've spoken a lot about how you do computer vision, how you look at this. But the one kind of thing that we haven't really spoken about is, well, what do you use to actually capture those images? How should you work with that? You know, we've looked at various different applications for processing an image. What if that image is coming in real time? What if that is a continuous video feed? And how do you do that? How do you augment your current cameras? Do you try to work something out? You know, what is actually required? So that's largely about what this session is, looking at the Azure Kinect. Okay. And kind of more importantly, the Azure Kinect DK, it's a development kit, because this is a development kit at the moment. It isn't actually a proper published tool, albeit you can buy it. Okay, so as I said, a little bit about me then. I've been in data analytics for longer than these slides say. I rarely update them. For the last few years, I've been really trying to push the concept of ML ops and data ops, and did my master thesis around this sort of stuff, really looking at how you accelerate models into production. And so the question in the last talk about Onyx was a great one, because Onyx is a great way to enable that standardized format. Some of you may know me from the kind of Exeter meetups. I used to co-organize the data meetup, which was around Microsoft Data Platform. And then I eventually went on to do the data science one, and I've talked at the Python group as well. And so, you know, been around in the kind of meetups in and around Exeter for a while. I'm a Microsoft MVP, which basically means that I just spend like too much time at events talking to people and probably not enough time doing real work, but that's okay. My company's a Microsoft Gold partner, and we're a Databricks partner as well. Basically, we do lots of stuff with data. We have a podcast. If you're interested in data science in production, by all means, go and check it out. And my last thing I'll call your attention to is, if you like this kind of stuff and you like consuming, you know, content in this way, we've got a whole load of stuff on YouTube that we keep. We do a couple of videos every single week about this kind of stuff. I will have a video as well in the next couple of days around how you actually set the Azure Kinect up, because we're not going to go through it now. And honestly, it's a little bit awkward to get it to set up on Windows. So I'm going to go through step by step of how you do that. So you can go and check that in a couple of days. Right. So computer vision, right? We've seen absolutely loads about computer vision. I won't give you any introductions because I don't want to hammer it home anymore. But what we are looking to do, right, is we are looking to do some kind of classification, whether it is, you know, something up here, which is an example of YOLO, which was mentioned in one of the previous talks, which is where we can use a video feed to do bounded box classification here, and then the actual contents of the classification, right? So that is an implementation using YOLO. But we want to be trying to think about, well, what's going to be actually capturing this, and how do I get started with it? And, you know, what if I need something a bit more advanced than just an image feed? Maybe if I want to know, yeah, I want the image feed, but actually I want to work out the distance between you and the camera. And maybe what I need to be able to do is to use an infrared, and I need a better quality camera. And these are the kind of things that we're going to look at with the Kinect. So what is the Kinect? You may remember games such as this, okay? So this was Fruit Ninja. And Fruit Ninja was out on the Xbox 360. I absolutely loved this game. We had it. I used to play it quite a lot. It was probably one of the fittest I've ever been trying to beat this game, right? So what you did was you stood in front of your TV, and you had a device, and that device, you can kind of see the outline of a person there in the swipe, right? And fruit would be projected up and you would swipe it, okay? And then other fruit would come up and you'd have to avoid particular things. And then there'd be combos for doing really fast chopping and other stuff, right? Okay, and so that was an example of one of these games. Other ones which kind of use the technology in a more complicated way would be something like this. This was Kinect Adventures. And what Kinect Adventures would do is it would look at your body and look at your pose. So, and then it would pass obstacles at you and you'd have to duck beneath them or kind of step to one side, or you'd have to leap over something. And so this device was constantly capturing your body, capturing where you were, what you were doing, the kind of noises you were making. And occasionally this game was great. As you did something stupid, it would take a photo of you as well and store it so you could, you know, enjoy your humiliation at a later date. It was a great game. But all of this was enabled by the very early incarnation of what we're going to look at now, which was the Kinect for the Xbox 360. And so what the Kinect was it was a device that featured a couple of things. So it had an RGB camera in it. So it had a camera that was capturing color feed. It had a depth sensor and it had a microphone array. So with that, you could do a whole load of really interesting things. You could do full body 3D motion capture. That's what enabled you to do that kind of ducking and moving. It could render you in 3D and it could render where your arm was. So extending from the talk about haptic and how you kind of interact with services without actually touching them, you could do a large amount of that with the Kinect. You could swipe things and you could navigate the menus by using the Kinect, and you could say, go to sleep, and it would turn off. And it would randomly, much like another device by Amazon, which I won't say, otherwise it will go off and be really awkward. You know, it just randomly came on at different points based on what you were talking about, because it was very early days. But it had that voice recognition capability in it as well. Now, it was originally released for the Xbox 360 in 2010, around about there. It was later discontinued in 2016 when newer Xboxes came out, and it kind of got morphed into a second generation of the Kinect. It's certainly less popular on the Xbox One, and kind of lost a bit of popularity. And, you know, I don't think people were so engaged in gaming in that way. It was a bit of a fad at that time and never really had a great deal of pickup. But it was great. And you could do some really good things with it. And some developers really went to town on it. But as kind of the games kind of dwindled away a little bit, what started to happen was people started in various industries, started picking up the Kinect to use for different processes and started thinking about, okay, well, how could I actually use this for something else? And so one of those was a really great example. This is 2012, a blog on Microsoft Research. It was a piece of work that Siemens did, which was how they were augmenting medical surgery with the Xbox 360 by enabling somebody to rotate images while they're doing surgery, where they've taken, you know, high definition captures of particular medical problems, be able to rotate them with their hands, zoom in, zoom out, you know, rather than having to say, can you move that to the left or to the right, or try to navigate something with presumably messy hands, right? So they were able to do that. And so people started seeing, you know, there's actual really good use cases that we could use this tech for. Another great example, maybe not the same as the medical example, but if you're from Devon and you're from the kind of Exeter area, you may have been to Living Coasts. Unfortunately, Living Coast is shut down due to decreasing sales and coronavirus and all that fun stuff, right? They have closed down, but what they used to have was a thing downstairs, these big boxes of sand. And what you could do is, I got a bit of a picture here, is you could move the sand into little mounds and it would change the color of what was being projected onto it to produce a mountain. And you could scrape a large area around to produce a lake. And, you know, this stuff was really good. Basically, what it was a projector projecting an image with an Xbox 360 Kinect taped to the side of it. Because it was using that depth camera to see where those mounds of sand were, and then with working out that depth, just changing the color of the pixels being presented on top. And you could create something incredibly powerful with something that was quite simple. And yeah, I loved it. It was great. It's a real shame that that place is gone, but that's by the by. So I think Microsoft listened. People were using this to do interesting things. What should you do? Make it easier for them to do it, right? Make it easier, make it commercial, and make this a product that you can sell. So the Azure Kinect was born. Now, the Kinect has been on the market for about a year and a half. As I say, it's the Kinect DK. It's a development kit. It's not, you know, designed to be used for anything else, you know, other than kind of development at this point. Yes, you could argue you can use it in production, and there are lots of companies who have built applications in production using it. But it's not built to be a replacement for the Xbox Kinect. You can't use it with the Xbox. You can't use it with any of the other things, such as there was a Windows version of the Kinect. You can't use it with that. It is a standalone piece of kit. And so I guess, really, what does it look like? We can have a quick look at what it looks like. Looks a bit like this, right? Hopefully you can see my feed. And so what you're seeing here is I've got another camera looking at the actual device. And so you can see, right, you've got a main color camera here. You've got a depth camera, and then under here, you've got a series of infrared cameras. Now, what you can't see, if I loosen this, what you can't see is in the top here, you've also got a 7 microphone array of basically just some different microphones, okay? So that can tell you where you are kind of in relation to the actual device, because if I'm at the side, then these ones are going to be more active than the ones back here. So in combination with depth and infrared and with the camera, I can kind of work out my general proximity to the device. And so that 7 microphone array seems excessive, but it does enable some really interesting use cases. Also, because those cameras are so high, the microphones are so high quality, you can use this device quite far away and actually pick up audio very clear. So if you're having this inside your retail store, where you're using it to capture and classify what's happening in your store, you can also use that to capture the feedback of your customers, which may be morally ambiguous, but we'll scoot over that. I'm just going to turn this around so it's facing me now for the next bit. Let's go back up here though. So as I say, we've got this depth camera, okay, at the front, and that depth camera is, so we've got the RGB camera, which is a 4K camera as well, okay? We're not looking at something that's just 1080 or below. This is 4K. It produces really great quality. I regularly just use this device as a high quality webcam because it's great for that. It's also got a couple of different settings that you have around that too. So you can get 4K in narrow field, so a narrow kind of view of what you're looking at, or at wide angle so that you can capture more of your surroundings. And that was always a limitation that the Kinect had, was that it was very narrow. So if you had a very short living room, then you wouldn't be able to use it. It would just be rubbish. But with this, with the multiple different options that you have with the camera angle, you can do some really good stuff. So it's got that 7 microphone array. It has got an accelerator and a gyroscope in it. And you might be thinking, well, why would you want that? At the moment, right? This thing is just completely static on my desk. Okay, all right, I'm not doing anything else with it. But imagine if I take this off and I put it on a robotic arm, and I now know where that arm is pointing, if it's pointing down, if it's pointing up. I can process what the arm can see, and I know exactly what angle the device is pointing at. And again, you think about augmenting reality with that arm now, that robotic arm doing some kind of manufacturing is incredibly powerful. Now, the last thing that it has on there is external syncs to enable you to use multiple devices at once. So as I mentioned before, the normal Kinect could render you a 3D image, and we'll have a look at that in a moment. The problem with rendering a 3D image from one single camera is that you get a shadow behind you, okay? You get the shadow of what can't be seen because I'm blocking the camera. But if you put a camera behind me at a different angle that's also capturing behind me, then as I move between these 2 cameras, or even 3, then I get a full 3D perspective of where I am. And there's been a lot of great conferences during lockdown where people have been at home, where they've been using multiple Kinect cameras to actually position them in their rooms and pop themselves in an augmented space so that they can walk around and show different things as to where they are. Really, really impressive stuff. Right. There's another picture, right? We've got a whole load of stuff in there. That's the kind of IKEA diagram, yeah? So these are the kind of fields that you're going to get out of the camera. And we'll have a look at how these work in a bit of detail in a moment. But if you look at that picture on the right, the top and the side view, you've got that main RGB camera, so that main color camera, and that's capturing that field. Then we've got these 2 depth camera parts, which are going to do either a narrow field or a wide field. So whether or not you want to try and calculate quite far depths, or depths of lots of things up close. And then we've also got the infrared view in there too. So when you combine all of these things together, you know, being able to say, okay, well, the image is this and I can classify it, but it's this far away from me. And, you know, it's actually in front of this other object, or there's this other object in the background, then that's can be incredibly powerful. So taking stuff from the feed, you get a nice 4K color feed such as this. But then I can also pull out the depth, and I've got there the color-coded depth. So I can see that the light green is in the foreground there. That's the wall behind me. And I'm that blue one, right? Because that's quite close at the time. If I go back, I kind of change color. And now what it's able to do is also try to kind of augment your predicted kind of temperature as well, which is always interesting in the kind of COVID world. I don't know how much I trust that temperature. That is also the temperature, that's not the temperature of the device, that is captured separately. And then the other one you get there is also the infrared, right? So if I turn all my lights off, you'd still get that picture feed of me because, you know, we're getting that infrared beam being hit and we're processing what's coming back from it. So all of these things in combination, we can do quite a lot with. So what do you get with the Kinect? What actually, do you have? Yes, I've got the device, right? And in this picture, you can see I've got a device connected to my PC. Now, above that, we've got a couple of different services and different extensions built on top. So you've got the Azure Speech services. Okay, so this is a cognitive service for processing speech. Now, because we've got the 7 microphone array, right, we can just enable that immediately, and this is going to capture really clear text. It's going to send it off to be captured and to be processed. Now, as David mentioned in his session, I could do that. I could send that off, to Azure to come back and actually do that processing, or this is going to work very well as an edge device. And what we mean by an edge device is, something that is on the edge of the internet, where it may be disconnected. You think about trying to do manufacturing processing on an oil rig or something like that that's in the middle of the ocean. It's not going to be able to necessarily connect very well to Azure. So if we take these pre-trained models and we containerize them and we package that up on a machine which is running actually on a rig, and we combine it with the Kinect, then we've got something which is incredibly powerful, right? That's offline at the edge working for us. Then we've got a couple of other things there. We've got the Azure Vision services, and we've got below that the Sensor SDK. So what we're going to look at today is an example of using the services and the Sensor SDK. But there are also a couple of other bits. We've got the Body Tracking SDK. We'll have a look at this in a moment. SDK Software Development Kit. And some user-built skills that you can build on top. Right? So basically everything that we're going to do is going to interact with that Sensor SDK. That Sensor SDK is primarily built in C, but there is a wrapper for C# if you're a C# dev. I don't know enough about C, but I know enough to get me by in C#, so I've done all of this stuff in C#. And yeah, we'll have a look. Price-wise, it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but you get quite a lot of bang for your buck, okay? So it's 355 quid, including VAT. And you can see things like this, right? Zoom that in. There are no refunds available on this product. It's not a replacement for a Kinect, yada, yada, yada. Right? They're not billing it as a commercial tool. It is a development kit, okay? But you can buy it. It wasn't available in the UK until about April this year. It was available in the US and China for a lot longer. So let's have a little look at some of the stuff that we get with this. Let me log into different device. Okay. So I'm going to spin up the Kinect viewer. All right, this is an out-of-the-box tool you get, which will give you the ability to see a couple of things. So first of all, let's have a quick look at what we've got. Down the side there, we can see we've got, how do you want to handle depth? Did you want that narrow field of view, NFOV, or that wide field of view? Did you want it binned or unbinned? And that basically relates to the quality of the image coming back and how much of the image is coming back. What kind of format do you want it to come back in? What kind of quality do you want it to come back into? And then a few other bits and pieces. So let's start this. Okay, oh, it's getting a little bit funky there. Might just stop that one and start it again. Oh, it's a teeny bit unhappy. But without the looking at the color camera, has been on for quite a while, it might be quite warm. We've got up in the top here, you've got the infrared, right? So you can see me kind of in infrared. See my hands are a lot lighter, move them away, right? Because it's just tracking the infrared being shot at me and what's coming back. You get the same thing in that full kind of color view as well. And then at the top there, we've got the depth camera. And what you also might be able to see is you've got channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the 7 microphone arrays, and you can see my voice hitting them. Now, if I move further and further away, in that depth color, you can kind of see, right, where I am, again, talking about haptic and not actually touching the devices, right? This knows by the color that my hand is a lot closer. So we can do interesting things here, and we can see, well, where am I in relation to what is behind me? So you do some great, interesting things. No idea why that's been quite so angry. So let's stop that. And I start it again. And this time, I'm going to try and look in 3D. Okay, let's zoom this in a little bit. Zoom this one in. Whoa. Okay, so I'm quite close to the camera, so it's a little bit, if I step back a little bit, right? So now you're kind of what you're seeing. You see the big, what I was talking about, the shadow? That's the big shadow behind me, right? Because now I'm blocking the camera, it doesn't know kind of what is there. But if I shimmy this around just a teeny bit, sort of there, it's not the easiest thing to see, but you can kind of see it's capturing the shape of me, it's capturing me moving my jumper, right? There is a 3D representation of me there. I'm going to close this. I'm going to open up the body tracking API and show you that, because that actually does the 3D capturing a little bit better. Okay, so this is the body tracking API. And so if I stand actually in front of the camera, what you can kind of see here, right, is this is a pre-trained model which is trained to identify various different features on me. So you'll see it's trained for my my ears, my eyes, my nose, my chin, to kind of know where the orientation of my face is looking. And then where the kind of core of my skeleton is, yeah? So you see all down here. And that gives you the ability to do those kind of games where you duck, right? Now it knows that I'm down below, or my arms are up high if I need to make a particular shape. So you can do some really interesting things with this body tracking API. Let me click down here. If we switch this on, you end up looking a little bit like Hellraiser, if you remember that film. But what this is showing you the kind of angles for each one of my body parts. So as well now knowing kind of where each of the parts are, we know in which way my hands are now pointing, and we can use this to actually, you know, infer various different things. So in the previous talk, we were talking about turning your hand over to enable a kind of augmented action. There you go, right? We can do that and get quite close to the camera as well. And again, now, if I turn that one off, here, if I drag this around, there you go. You get a slightly better view of me in 3D, right? Hands against the camera. You can see that, okay? So you can do some really cool stuff with this camera. And all of this is just out of the box. This is the SDK running and just doing kind of what it does, right? So let's go back to some slides. So using the SDK, that's good. We can use that. We can check the stuff out. It's very cool. Makes for really good demos. But what if we actually want to do this, use this to do something more practical, yeah? And that's where we start to think about, this is the Azure Kinect. The part of the Azure is that it's going to connect to the to Azure services, one of which being cognitive services. So David's gone through cognitive services in a great depth, right? So we probably don't need to go through them too much, but we're going to be looking at the vision service. So real quick summary, right? Cognitive services give you the ability to create your own state-of-the-art models for your unique use case by leveraging what's already been pre-trained, okay? You can do stuff like give a few labeled images to a custom vision, and then it will work using transfer learning. And then if you want to deploy that to a device or an edge device running a container. So some really cool stuff, super easy to get started with. And the real key there is that it's democratizing AI, okay? So in combination with this device, which has got the depth and everything, with the actual services in Azure, you can create something, something really cool. So we're going to look at the vision API here, the computer vision. There's a whole load of different ones. We've got a couple of them built into this. So the example there again is the using a picture of me. You can get out of the back of this, right, that it's a man, quite confident in that. Normally it just comes back mustache and beard and really high confidence. There you go, you've got beard. These are the only things that come back for me normally. And you've got two objects here. You've got my face and you've got a blue shirt, apparently, okay? So let's talk a little bit about the application that we're going to go through now and kind of what is happening. So we've got three main parts that we're going to look at. We've got Azure, so touching Azure, actually using the cognitive services and the processing. We've got the Kinect software development kit, the Vision SDK, and then we have the application that we're building, which is going to encapsulate the whole thing, right? So the process that we're going to go through is that we're going to open a device, and that device is our Kinect. That could be one or multiple devices. We're going to authenticate with our Azure Cognitive Services. And then we're going to start capturing the images coming from this, right? So we are capturing a video feed, but that video feed, what we're doing is we're sampling the images and we're sending them off to get that translation. We're going to process those images using the SDK. Then we're going to send that to Azure to be analyzed in real time, and then we're going to get it back and we're going to draw those responses back onto the video, okay? We're going to say what it is. We've got a couple of toy examples of what we're going to do. Okay, I'll look at that in a moment. All right, so one kind of final demo as we go through is a whole load of stuff in here. Let's hop over to this screen. Right. So the cognitive services that we're going to look at, right? We've seen a couple, David's gone through some. We're going to be looking at vision down here. And more importantly, we're going to look at the computer vision API. So that's that screen that we were just looking at. This is where I can take a picture and upload it and then see what comes back and get some bounded box. And that's going to work on a single picture, right? But what if I want to augment that with multiple pictures and multiple pictures, you know, coming from a video feed? In order to do that through here, as was previously kind of shown, I need a service that I'm going to pay for. So I'm going to head over into the Azure portal. Let me zoom this in a little bit so you can see it that little bit better. And what we're going to look at is actually spinning up our own kind of service. So I need to have a cognitive service. And so I can come in to here and say, I'd like to build out a cognitive service. Now, there's a couple of different ones. There's the main kind of bucket for all, which is what would be used and what David showed as well for some image-based stuff and a whole load of other bits such as speech. And we would use that for our speech processing. Then we also have a particular one, which is just around computer vision. And it's that we want to create. So with that, once it's created, you've got a couple of different billing options. You've got a free tier or you've got a paid for tier. It's not that expensive to use the paid tier. Let's see if it does say here. So free tier gives you 5,000 per month. This one gives you 10 calls per second, which is closer to what we're using. And we're going to pay 75p per 1,000, okay? Per 1,000 images being sent. With that, we get an API and we get the key. So we've got our key there that we can copy and paste into our application and the endpoint for where it's going to go. So those are the main things that we want. Now, the SDK is all on GitHub. You can find it on Microsoft's Azure Kinect sensor SDK. If you clone this locally and get this all run up, there's a couple of steps that you need to go through, which is under here for building. This is where I said it's not the easiest thing in the world to get this set up. There's a kind of lot of moving pieces that you need, but I will make a video on how you do that. Then once you're there, you've got under here, under our source file, you've got some C# examples. And so we've taken this C# SDK and extended it a little bit to use an example in here, which is a Windows presentation foundation project, which we're going to look at now. So, right, let's switch back down here. So I have got my Visual Studio application. Let's zoom that in a little bit. And so I've got a main window here. This window is what is I'm going to present my images back to. And then I'm going to do a variety of different kind of classifications based on taking the image, shipping it to Azure, and then getting it back and seeing what comes out the back of it, okay? So I won't go through this stuff too much, but I'll step you through some of the main things that we have, right? So we saw in our previous picture, if I just pop that back up and we have a look at that one really quick. Our previous picture is this one. So we're going to open the device, connect to cognitive services, acquire the images, process them, analyze it, draw it to the screen, and then just constantly keep looping in that process, okay? Just a continual loop. And so looking at that here, what we kind of have is, I'm going to use the first example of age. So it's going to return what it expects my age is. It's a little bit mean. I won't lie to you. It's a bit judgmental, the Kinect, but we'll see. Okay, so the main things that you have in here is, this is where I'm putting my subscription key, and I'm defining first a computer vision client, which is what I'm going to use for sending my images. And also I'm defining a bounding box, which is what I'm going to use for identifying myself to then do the classification of age and other bits and pieces here, okay? Then I'm creating a list of what features and what services do you actually want to take advantage of. So under that one service, you've got categories, you've got descriptions, faces, image type, tags, objects, brands, and adult, okay? So with that, we can identify what is in the image, what categories can we see, you know, is there food, drink, etc. Get a description, and that description might be man wearing a shirt or something like that, but we're getting that in real time. Faces will be things like, it will attempt to identify a gender and age, and something like that. You get image type. Tags will be various things like, this is a mobile phone, this is a can of beer. You can see the kind of things that I've been testing it with. Various objects, brand identification as well. So if you're a retail shop that sells multiple brands and you want to make sure that you want to send surveys back out to the brands that you support to say, well, how dense is the brand population of their particular product in your store? Well, you've got popular brand stuff here. You don't need to train these, right? These are just out the box, okay? As David showed in his, using the custom vision AI stuff with transfer learning, you can create an incredibly powerful object model very simply with a couple of images that you have. So if you have your own particular products that you want to identify in a retail space, then you can do that very simply by just changing the API and what it's pointing at, okay? And then once we have that, we are going to open our device. We're going to start our camera, which we're just basically initializing it. We're calibrating the camera. This is where we kind of say, how do I want it? What do I want to present? Do I want to present the color feed, the infrared feed, the depth feed? What am I trying to do, okay? So we're just doing color, or we could come in here and we could actually just take the depth feed as well. Depends on what we want to do. Let's authenticate. And then down, we're going to start our window and we're going to start our Kinect, ignoring this part. And once our window is loaded, what this section is doing, okay, is we take the bitmap that comes back from our camera. And so first what we do is we take a lock on that bitmap. So basically we can interact with it and we can change it. Then we present our pixels back by writing the pixels that are coming back from the image down to the canvas, which is our Windows application. And we do some stuff here around working out the bounded box. And basically we just write our image back down and then we lock it again. And then every time we're just constantly opening, locking, and changing that. So you'll see that feed coming through in a moment. And then I've just hammed in a couple of different options to show you some alternatives, but let's run this first for age. Okay, so, I don't get why the feed is being so clunky. I might need to switch it out. Let's just stop the feed. And let's switch you so that you're working in a different port. It might just be that I'm not using the correct input on my laptop. Let's try that again, shall we? You can't find the camera now, can you? Give it a second to come to life. No. And all the best demos are live. Stop you. Let's start you again, hopefully now with our working camera in a right, here we go, non-jittery feed. Okay, looking at the camera, you can see hopefully down in the bottom there, let me zoom in, let's do Control-4. Down in the bottom, this person is 30, come on, get closer, 37, 36, is 39 years old apparently, and they are male. Okay, you got my gender right. Oh, it flicked there, I'm 33. At least the last time I checked it was 33, so close enough, all right? But now, so what that's actually doing, right? So what's happening here, if I talk to you here, is it is taking the image of me, it is sending that off to the API in real time, constantly opening this and rewriting it back down to this canvas and doing that classification in real time. Let's have a look at some other examples. Okay, let's close you. And let's try, what are the other options I set up again? Let's go for item. Okay, start that. So now what it's going to start doing again is trying to classify what we have. So if I show a cup, hopefully, okay, it's found a kitchen appliance and a human face and some clothing. And let's zoom in again so you can kind of see what we're working with down here. It's, there's a man on screen who's drinking, doing a thumbs up, right? So again, different thing here, going through the different API, but doing that kind of classification. So again, in real time, kind of coming back. Now, what you might be able to hear in the background, you might not be able to hear, is just doing this. So taking this feed and doing that constant process is incredibly resource intensive for my laptop here, okay? It is really working hard to try and do this. Now, this is a good laptop. It's got an i9 processor in it. It's got a GPU, and it struggles to run this device actually doing this kind of processing. So if you think that you've got multiple things like this, multiple cameras in an array, to actually get this camera to work effectively for you on an edge device, that edge device needs to be quite powerful, all right? You can just about get it to run on a, I'm trying to find where it is. I've got one floating around, an NVIDIA Jetson Nano. And a Jetson Nano is a little edge device. Think of it as a Raspberry Pi with a GPU. But it is going to get hurt by that. You're going to have to downscale everything for it to work effectively. Okay, let's have a look at another brief example. Let's go for brand, and I'll find a brand on my phone, and we'll make that one work. So you can kind of see, right? Let's turn you off and turn you on. Hit start. I'll find a brand. Search for Nike on my phone. So as you can see at the moment, we're getting nothing back, right? Can't find any kind of brands. What if I go for something like this and I show my phone to the camera? The item on screen is Nike with a fairly good confidence. Let's find another brand, such as something. Let's go for Carlsberg. Carlsberg. Images. And a bottle of Carlsberg. And see how well you do on that. You still think it's Nike? Carlsberg, right? So a couple of different brands kind of there. And with that, again, same thing. It's just unpacking that image and it's processing it through and through and through. Great. And let's stop the connect. And let's switch back up to slides. So yeah, so that's what we were doing, right? We were opening it, we were acquiring those images, and we were processing them kind of step by step. So what about industry applications? We've mentioned a couple of them, right? We've spoken a little bit about manufacturing, okay? So look at the image that you've got here. What you've got is an arm with a fairly sophisticated device that's got cameras on it, that knows where it is in its proximity, and it's cutting sections of cars or, you know, welding those cars together. Now, that, you know, probably is using quite a high-tech device. Maybe what you want to do is augment that even better to know now, okay, well, with our depth sensor, you know, kind of out of the box, how far away is our device? With this kind of thing, you potentially can massively reduce the cost of what it actually takes to operate this. Other examples are healthcare. A fellow MVP in the States runs a company, and their company is absolutely fantastic. And what they do is they have the leading tool for monitoring people in beds, in hospital beds. And so what they do is they have this device mounted at the end of a bed, and it monitors a patient, and it does things like risk of fall prediction. So how likely is it that that patient is going to potentially fall out of bed and have a significant injury? It also tracks, again, using that body tracking API, how long have they been in the same position? How likely is it that they're going to generate bed sores and other kind of ailments? And so with that, they can do real-time reporting based on what's being seen from these cameras and present it back to the clinician in care so that they can intervene, and they can do, they can intervene before anything actually becomes a problem. Or if somebody is at risk of actually falling out of their bed because they're too close to one side, then again, that can be alerted and somebody can go there and we can prevent a fall and potentially save someone's life. And so that is all running through the Azure Kinect now. And they've shipped, I think, thousands of these. And if you have a look, if you search for the Kinect, there's a really great video from Microsoft where they take you through that example. Retail we've spoken about, right? Let's imagine, you're a retailer, you've got a couple of these across your store. We can start capturing the footfall. How popular is a particular area of your store? Down a particular column. With that depth sensor, we can say, okay, well, people are stopping here. We know that this particular aisle is here. What things are they looking at? And because it's got a 4K camera, hopefully when they pick up an item and we're close enough, we can read what the item is, or at least we know kind of where that item is, and we can see where people are in our store and what they're particularly interested in. So it has a huge amount of use cases in retail. Also in retail, you've got the front end, but you've also got the back end of retail. You've got the warehouse examples, where things are really potentially going to go wrong and be quite problematic for somebody in retail is that they're going to be, accidents in the warehouse. So, doing things like classification, whether or not somebody's wearing the appropriate gear, has been an example in, warehouse detection stuff for a while. But again, now what we can do with this is we can augment it in dark places where the light is low, because we've got the infrared, right? And we can do it using commodity hardware now. Last one there is fitness. Okay, so when you're looking at fitness, there's a lot that can go wrong with your posture, if you're trying to do weights or etc. Looking at this, then you're able to say, okay, well, the position you should be in is like this, and we can track it using your body to suggest, well, actually, to be a better and more appropriate way to do that, your body should be in this position, and we can track that. And then we can also track over time how somebody is improving. If you've ever been to a golf lesson, they'll typically give you a club and they'll record you and they'll show you your swing. With this, you can make it so much more accurate to show where actually somebody's body is in the wrong position. So some really interesting use cases coming out of doing things like that in fitness. And a lot of this is heavily driven by that body tracking SDK. So lots of really interesting stuff there. Right, I'll finish there for some questions, and I'll say that, if you stop and think about the possible applications of the Kinect in your business, I can guarantee that you can think about loads. By having something like this, that is, trying to think about how you take the feed from your store cameras is going to be really difficult. But think about changing that potentially for a commodity piece of tech like this, and it becomes a lot easier. So the Kinect can give you that AI at the edge, right? It allows you to take advantage of a series of existing SDKs. There are so many different examples as well. So looking at the examples from this morning, talking about YOLO, so the you only look once, you can run YOLO on here. If you want to connect this to a Linux box and do that, you certainly can. So these SDKs can really accelerate your development and really get you kick-started. So on that, thank you very much for watching. If you have any questions, I would love to answer them. As I say, my name's Terry McCann. You've got my details there, albeit I am entirely blocking. Can I turn myself off? Oh, there we go. I'm entirely blocking my email address. But, you know, you can come to the exhibition area as well. My details are there, and I'll just be hanging around in that area kind of for the rest of the day. So you can shoot me any questions that you like in there. So, yeah, thanks very much. So let me swap cameras for questions.
Thank you, Terry. A lot of comments in the chat about how brave it was to do so many live demos, especially in our first ever virtual conference. We can't see you at the moment.
Let me switch to that one and then switch away from this. There you go. Hopefully you can see me now.
Yes, we can. Welcome back, Terry. So, yeah, really interesting talk and so much fun to see all the live demos, and amazing that they came off so well. I've seen a lot of on-stage live demos have issues, so congratulations on that. So we'll kick off with some questions. I'll just ask one of my own while people share some more in. I was interested when you were talking about, you were showing it had picked you up mostly as a beard. We were playing around for fun quite a few months ago now with a site that was called ImageNet Roulette, which isn't live anymore, but it was a really interesting piece of work by Kate Crawford and Trevor Paglin, who are now up on, you can read about on Excavating AI, who looked at these sort of common biases built into all these sort of AI standard platforms. And we played around putting in pictures. I put in a penguin and it came up as a goat, for example. Most people with a beard, that was the main thing that came up. There was something hilarious for Jacob, but I can't remember what that was. And I came up as a nun, which I was wearing a leather jacket, so I thought that was a bit odd. But so I guess I'm just interested in your comments. You know, we've talked about sort of diversity and bias throughout the day, and it is a key thing in the facial recognition world especially. So what are your thoughts about how we build these algorithms, or what we might build in when we're using these plugins to ensure we're not just using existing biased systems?
Yes. So I guess the benefit that you have of using something like a cognitive service is you're kind of taking advantage of something that's been developed for this one by Microsoft Research. So Microsoft Research hire some of the leading thought leaders around how you do things like fair AI, and how you take account for a lot of bias which is inherent in AI applications. So by hopefully leveraging something like a cognitive service, you're starting at a really good base level for your particular problem, right? Hopefully they should be lower on the kind of bias spectrum compared to you trying to train something yourself. Now, the kind of, I guess, with the ImageNet Roulette and how those applications kind of work is that, what you're typically taking advantage of when you're trying to build your own, your own convolutional neural network to do some kind of image classification, is that you will take advantage of transfer learning, right? You'll leverage off a pre-trained model, such as something like ResNet 50 or Inception, or one of these base models that have been trained for a huge amount of time with labeled data. Now, there's a good chance, right, that just in those labels, there's inherent bias in that. You don't have a control over what has been trained for that. And then what you typically do in transfer learning is you'll cap the end of a deep neural network. If you think a deep neural network, right, it's just as deep as lots of layers. ResNet 50, it's a 50-layer neural network. So we cap it. We take so many layers off, and then we retrain those weights that come out of it with our own images. And so you kind of have a potential for an inherent bias in the pre-trained model, and then you have the option to further bake in bias from the data that you have. And there's a lot of great stuff going into, there's a great open source project from Microsoft called Fair AI, where they're looking at basically turning black box applications into glass box applications. So we can see what's happening, and we can say, well, where we're making a classification here, what's gone into it, what particular features have actually indicated that it was male or female, and has that actually been used in some way to, potentially be biased in one way or another. And the other thing as well that we've talked a little bit about today is adversarial networks, and how you're able to use an adversarial network to do image generation, such as which face is real, or which horse was real, or which cat, and the kind of humorous ones we were looking at too. Now, you can use adversarial networks for other things, which can also be trying to reduce bias. So maybe not in image-based, but where potentially you're trying to build something for, say, insurance, and you're trying to, you're using a whole load of features about a customer to understand whether or not they should get an insurance policy. Where you have those key features which are inherent with bias, then you can create an adversarial bias, a bias against your network, which is going to attempt to kind of counterbalance where your model tries to optimize for that particular bias. So that would be where it starts to optimize for gender. You say, well, actually, I'm going to alter the learning rate, which is going to be what further improves the model. I alter the learning rate to kind of say, well, no, don't go that way, go a different way. And you force it to take account for bias a bit better. There's lots that you can do, basically. And just you have to be cognizant as well of what you're doing, really, and think about it and think where you can leverage stuff that's out in the community.
Yeah, I think that's key, is sort of expecting that there might be bias and knowing to look for it and correct it, rather than assuming that things are inherently unbiased, because it's rarely the case in these situations. Mm-hmm. So we've had a few questions in from the audience. So Nick is asking, how well does the skeleton tracking work if you're wearing a mask or, in fact, a balaclava?
I have no idea, but I can almost guarantee that it's potentially not going to work very well. But what the body tracking does is, and you might not have seen it, but if I get too close and I'm inside the box of the field that it can see, is that it knows, right, that if it can track my torso, it knows, even if the head isn't there, that the head is probably going to be there. So it's going to be able to attempt to sort of say, okay, well, I'm going to assume where your facial features are. If you wear a balaclava, it's probably going to potentially put your head maybe in the wrong angle at which way you're looking, but it's going to know your head is there, right? It's going to be in the right position. Same thing, if your arm is slightly off the screen, it's going to attempt to assume based on the angles that you saw of the joints as to where the rest of my arm actually is. So we can do some guesswork where there is a shortcoming. Good question.
Okay, and then we've got one from Tank, which is Microsoft planning to make this into a commercial non-developer product? Or does your company act like a hardware reseller when you create services using the Kinect? And will there be long-term support for it? So 3 questions there. If you want me to repeat any of them again, just say.
Yeah, so are they planning on making it into a commercial product? Honestly, I'm not sure. I haven't heard it. They have other development kits. This is the Kinect. There's also an IoT kit, and there's other kits which enable you to build these things. But I think the intention around that is, right, that you build the product. You can volume license these things as well. So if you need to buy 1,000 of them for your commercial product, then you can do. So you can kind of act in that way, the way that you're describing. So the way that we would work with it is by building applications that work with the Kinect, and providing that as well, just as part of the kind of service that we do. That we'll take that if a customer has the hardware, or we'll purchase the hardware and build applications on top of it. But yeah, at the moment, I don't think there is any drive to it, aside from giving people the ability to have a device that works quite well for it. To the point of, how do we know about, whether or not it's going to continue to be supported? The SDK is all open source. It's all here on GitHub. So if it stops being supported by Microsoft, then hopefully it will continue to be supported by the open source community. If there's something in there that you don't like, you can submit a pull request and get it changed, right? You can just make that change yourself and actually, fix anything in there. So it's all open source. You can do whatever you want with it, really.
Great, thanks, Terry. So I'm going to read this out. I'm not sure if there's a question in there, but Sky has said, I read a post on LinkedIn a while back about a music artist called Moses who had used Microsoft Azure Kinect to create a music video he recorded in his home studio during lockdown, which was merged with abstract 3D animation, which was an interesting use of the technology. Great to hear more about some more of the practical uses, like augmenting digital surgery, though. Thanks, Terry. So there isn't a question in there, it's mostly a comment, but are there any other interesting examples that you'd like to share that maybe weren't in your talk?
There are, I mean, I would recommend going and if you have a look at the main page for the Kinect, there are a load of kind of good examples. The one that I mentioned about the medical one is on there. There's a load of other ones about kind of augmenting manufacturing. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but do have a look because some of them are very good. And yeah, so we're looking at using it to, which is the healthcare setting, the fitness setting of looking at helping a customer with monitoring where their customers are weightlifters and making sure that they fit with the right kind of body positioning. So it's a really great use case for that as well.
Oh, it'd be fun to try that out. I think a lot of people who aren't weightlifters would do that just to make sure they're doing exercises the right way and not hurting themselves. I remember, looking at this back in the day with the old Kinect, where people were doing a lot of hacking with it. And there were some great things about playing invisible violins and things like that. So, yeah, there's lots of great stuff out there. We've come to the end of our time with you, Terry. It's been delightful, and I hope you've enjoyed being with us today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You said you'll be staying around. Did you say you're going to be in the expo area?
Yeah, I'll be in all the chats. I'll be sticking around and watching the other sessions.
Screens everywhere. So as we said before, if you want to message Terry directly on Hopin, just go to people, find him, and you can send him a direct message. Or you can have a look on his speaker page where it will have any contact details that Terry's provided to us, and his email address was up on his slides if you managed to note that down before they went down. So, as usual, far too many ways to contact someone these days, but hopefully you'll get through. So thank you very much again, Terry, and we'll move on now to a break. So once again, the networking session is always open, so if you want to go meet somebody new from the other attendees, then hop on over to the networking session and feel free to explore and have a look. Some of our Track 2 sessions, the videos are already available within the Track 2 session slot if you missed them earlier. So plenty that you can have a look at. And we'll be back with the next part of scheduled talks at 4:15. Here on Track 1, we'll have David Reynolds talking about real-life gaming and how they created real-life Hitman. And over in Track 2, Charles Ray will be doing a talk on Blazor, client-side web apps in C# using WebAssembly. So enjoy the break. Go have some fun networking if you can. We've got a poll up in, if you hadn't noticed, just asking about how you're interacting with us. So if you can interact with the poll, that'd be fantastic. This is our first year doing a conference virtually, and we'd really love to learn and know how we're doing. And a reminder about that is the prize giving that we've got coming at the end of the day. So as a reminder, if you weren't with us first thing, just tweet to us a picture of how you're set up enjoying the conference. Bonus points if you've got an animal in there. We love animals. And just use the hashtag Vision 2020 Exeter, and make sure you tag at TechExeter and preferably at Digital Exeter. And we will see you after the break.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because it's such an important part of the local digital community, and we really wanted to give back and be able to support an important organisation like that. Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the founder of Launch Online. At Launch Online, I've found a team of Google Ads experts who can put together brilliant campaigns, but most importantly, have an understanding of marketing.
My name's Dids. I manage clients' strategy and the execution of the strategy.
Dids joined us almost from day one and is tenacious about the results that she gets. Danny is super experienced, having managed agencies at Google.
I am Danny, I'm the account director for Launch Online. I'm on an iPad because I work remotely from Wakefield.
Elliot has a really strong agency background and is brilliant at account management.
My name's Elliot and I'm an account manager at Launch Online.
Charlie joined us from a Google Premier Partner agency in New Zealand and has been a huge asset to the team.
I'm Charlie. I manage people's Google ad spend and Microsoft ad spend.
Becky is our social media expert and has both agency and in-house brilliant experience.
I'm Becky and I'm an account director for Launch Online, so I look after everybody's social advertising.
Josh joined us and designed the web usability audit that we're using on all our clients now.
My name's Josh, I'm an account manager for Launch Online. That means that I'm a Google Ads expert. My job mainly is to get the best ROI I can for our clients' online marketing.
Tom is our PR pro and is great at writing up our case studies. At Launch, we only employ senior people, so our team have years of experience and we only have account managers and account directors delivering for our clients.
I think it's probably obvious to everybody that my go-to party accessory would be a Gandalf outfit. I love the team I work with because we're all geeks in our own way. We love to collaborate, share our successes and failures. That way everybody benefits from them.
We love being based in the Southwest. There are some really interesting businesses down here selling products globally, and we're able to help them find their target audiences online. From the Big Bloomers company selling massive pants in Penryn to the Cornish fishmonger in Indian Queens.
Exeter is such a fantastic city. You're only 2 hours from London, you're an hour to Bristol, and you're really close to Cornwall, making it a really great hub. And the amount of creative and tech and digital businesses in the area is amazing, and it's got so much talent, and it's a beautiful city. You can ask for anything more.
Launch Online is sponsoring Digital Exeter this year because I really feel that being part of the Exeter community and the digital marketing community is an important part of what we do, and I wanted to be able to support such a great group of people and be able to give back as well to the digital community.
Was that all right?
That's going to be a cut. It was nearly there, wasn't it? It was nearly there.
Hi, I'm Rob Falconer, the Insurance Practice Lead here at Software Solved. In this short video, I'm going to talk to you about what custom software solutions from Software Solved means. If you're looking for a custom software solution, it's likely you'll want a system that fits with your specific requirements. You're no doubt weighing up the choice between custom built or off the shelf. Ultimately, this decision should help you achieve an outcome that doesn't compromise on critical functionality and also provides the best total cost of ownership. Having developed many custom applications during the last 20 plus years, covering risk engineering, policy administration, rating engines, customer portals and apps, you can rest assured that we understand how important it is to make the right choice and to help you improve efficiencies and gain a competitive edge. We are flexible in our approach to development and can use either agile or waterfall methodology. With a proven track record of working as an extension of our customers' teams, we're there to make sure high-quality projects are delivered on time and to budget. Our experienced team are here to support you with consultancy, development, and to support delivery of your projects. Our business analysts work with you to understand your business objectives and project requirements, ultimately creating a specifications document for your solution. Our project managers keep the project on track, both in terms of time, cost, and deliverables, by continually monitoring the project and their budgets. Our developers are the team that turn the specifications document into a reality. Skilled in a wide range of technologies including .NET, SQL Server, JavaScript, Power BI, Azure and Xamarin. Our testing and QA teams are an essential part of any successful project. Our stringent test processes are ISO 9001 certified, providing quality assurance before projects are deployed. If you need to extend your team on a temporary basis, we can provide access to our experts on short-term contracts to assist with large projects or busy periods. If you want to discuss the potential of Software Solve working with your organisation, please get in touch.
So hi Tom, thank you for taking the time to chat to me today. Tom, can you tell me a little bit about your organisation and what you do and what you aim to do?
Yeah, so my name is Tom. I'm a senior associate lawyer at Stevens Scone, and Stevens Scone is a full service law firm, which isn't entirely true because we don't do criminal law and we don't do tax law across the Southwest. My team do a lot of intellectual property, information technology and data protection law. And so we help out clients at two ends of that spectrum. Those clients who are buying in IT services and need the contracts checked and need some of the practical and legal considerations checked and advised on. So if they're buying like, I don't know, either 1,000 laptops, as one client did recently, for obvious reasons, or if you're buying in a VPN or something like that, then we would advise on the data protection principles, the legal contracts, all that sort of stuff. Mm-hmm. And if our client is a software developer, we have quite a few of those, then we advise on all the IP stuff that revolves around software development, including open source stuff, which is prevalent at the moment because there's been a few changes in some of the licenses on open source and people are getting caught out by parasitic rights. And then sometimes, if it gets really interesting, people start having fights and then we get to sue people and go to court. And some people win and some people lose. And ultimately nobody wins because court is a horrible experience. But it's interesting for us.
Wow, that is great. I can remember that you partnered with us, didn't you, with TechExeter regarding some IP workshops. Like, what was that experience for you?
Yeah, I didn't actually do. I don't know if I did one. Did I do one of the workshops? So long ago.
I think it was Ben.
It may have been Ben. At which point it would have obviously been excellent, and I'm no way legally required to say that. The workshops are always an interesting experience because you get such a broad mix of people in the room. So you get some people with some really good intrinsic knowledge, people that you might call geeks or nerds, and then you get the really sort of top-level strategists. You go, no, I don't need to know any of this, it'll be fine. And different levels of risk as well. So it's always interesting. Some people are very risk averse. I've met people in the IT industry who are more risk averse than me, and I'm a lawyer, so that's amazing. And then you get other people at the other end of the spectrum who are like, yeah, suck it and see, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Stevens Scone have been like a long-term supporter of the community, and we're super thankful for that. What is the thing that made you decide to sponsor our conference this year? Like, why is it worth anything to you?
So as a sponsor, there's probably a couple of reasons we do it. So one of the first and most important reasons is supporting the massive tech community in the Southwest. And we do quite a few international conferences as well as the domestic work. And we always talk about the Southwest. And I think it now is genuinely getting a bit of a reputation, especially some of the areas outside of Bristol, Exeter and Plymouth and Falmouth as well, actually, for being the Silicon Valley of the Southwest or the Silicon Valley of England. And the tech organizations and offerings here are really genuinely quite exciting. And so it makes sense that we would work with TechExeter because it is to me, it's one of the voices in the Southwest for tech. So why wouldn't we? And secondly, of course, it's a cold, hard sell. We want to win more clients and we want to be there to show them how good we are.
Yeah, I remember that you guys, you helped us with GDPR related things when all of that came in. I remember you did like this quiz with us, which was more or less successful at Digital Exeter. And I think that's what we really appreciate. Like, yes, you are a sponsor, but you're also really involved, and that's really nice because, yeah, fair enough, not gonna lie, the money is nice. Don't use this, Chris. But it's also just like having partners there that we can turn to when we go, oh my goodness, there's this issue in the community, like how do we approach it and how can we help people? And I think you guys being sort of connected to us is really nice in that regard, because we can trust your advice and we can also recommend you, but we also like know that we know people who know things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and we want to be one of the trusted advisors, and so it's an obvious strategic partnership. You can probably hear thunder in the background.
Yes, it's very thundery today. Have fun, Chris, editing this.
Hi everybody, welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed the break and some of the great videos that we had playing. So really excited to welcome up our next speaker, David Reynolds, who is here from Realm Pictures as creative director. He's going to talk to you all about how they created real-life Hitman, and we have a poll up in the polls section if you haven't seen it, to see who of you has played real-life Hitman or heard of it before. So if you can respond to that, then that will be great for David to see where he's coming from in terms of prior knowledge. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to David for your talk.
Okay, hey everyone. So obviously a little bit weird talking to one person and answering chat with 20 seconds of delay. So to try and take some of that into account, as well as the poll, which I think, have you played the game Hitman, which is definitely a useful thing for me to know. If anybody's engaging with the chat, could just let me know whether they've already seen either the real-life Hitman film that we made, or the real-life first-person shooter, which was a viral from 5 years ago now. That would be really helpful. You just jump in the chat with a yes or a no, so we can get a rough idea of where to pitch it. This is going to be a little bit less techy, I think, than certainly the last one. Essentially, to introduce myself, I'm the creative director at a company called Realm Pictures. So we're a Devon-based film production company. And we have a background in doing all sorts of weird stuff. I'm just going to, as I'm talking, queue up a video of some of the sort of thing that we do. So we kind of come from quite a traditional narrative background, doing everything from zombie movies to we made a series of films underwater all over the world, and all sorts of fun fantasy stuff. The main reason I'm showing you this is to kind of reinforce how different the interactive, the real life gaming stuff is to what we were used to doing at the time. So all of this stuff you're seeing on screen here, this is all pre-real life Hitman, pre-real life first-person shooter. This is the sort of stuff that we traditionally do, traditional film. So when we then created the first real life first-person shooter with a GoPro and a motorbike helmet, it was for us quite a contrast, and we weren't really expecting anything from it. Before I cue that video up, I'm just going to talk through the basic principle for anybody that hasn't seen the very, very first viral, which we call the real-life first-person shooter. Essentially, we were spitballing ideas here with various heads of department and just talking about like what's missing. We'd seen that a number of people online had tried to make real-life versions of video games, and it seemed like they were all missing one key ingredient. They would do Mario Kart around a supermarket, or they would do, dress up in huge cardboard suits and try and fit themselves together and call it Tetris, or they'd go and play paintballing and pretend it was Call of Duty. But nobody ever tried to include, for my money, what is the most important aspect of any game, which is the player. So with that kind of germ of a thought, we were just experimenting, and we thought, well, actually, what would happen if we allowed somebody online, a random stranger, to control a real-life game that we created. So we connected to Chat Roulette, which some of you may be familiar with. It has its hazards that a lot of people are familiar with. And we created a real-life interactive game in our backyard, which we were lucky enough to be in an abbey at the time. So the backyard was a graveyard. And we created a game that we got all our neighbors around and we dressed them up as zombies. This is probably a good time to be queuing up the video. We dressed them up as zombies. We had a load of Nerf guns that were painted up. And we just had quite a linear game, streamed it live to people on chat roulette. So totally unsuspecting strangers who kind of couldn't figure out what was going on to start with, and then would be yelling, go left, pick up the gun, shoot him in the head. And just had a load of fun, basically. Not expecting anything really to come from it. We streamed this for a weekend. We recorded every take. And we shot a little bit behind the scenes, which is what you're looking at now. But it was very much kind of a shoestring thing. You know, it was done for a budget of, I think, 250 or 300 quid. We used very kind of Heath Robinson tech solutions, whatever we had on the shelf to make it all work. That's us kind of behind the scenes. We cut it all together and we made it into a little a 9-minute film showing basically the mischief that we got up to over a weekend, and then popped it on YouTube. And it went a bit nuts, to be honest with you. It did 6 million views in the first 24 hours. It was on the top #1 and #2 slot on the front page of Reddit for 12 hours. It got picked up in Time magazine and the BBC, just all over the place, just went absolutely crazy. And the phone started ringing off the hook, and we had TV studios and all sorts, like, can we do a TV show version of this? And it became very snowballed, quite out of control quite quickly. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. What I'm here to talk about today is one particular escalation, which required us to leverage an awful lot of technology and game design and all sorts of other techniques to elevate that concept, to grow it up very quickly, which was when a game studio, Square Enix, got in touch, and they said, we would really, really like you to do a version of what you've done, but to help promote our new version of the Hitman games. This is where I pop over to the poll and see, I can't see any results for the poll. So I'll just assume that some people know the game Hitman and others don't. The basic premise of Hitman, for any of you, those of you that haven't played it or haven't been exposed to it, is that you play as a contract killer who's got a wonderful haircut, which is sadly identical to mine. And he goes around and you basically, you play as him in third person, and you wander around these fabulous locations, racetracks in Monaco, or huge mansions, or evil villain underground layers. And you can approach the problem in a variety of different ways. You can either just go on a killing spree, or you can be incredibly stealthy, or you can try and hijack his car, all sorts of cool stuff. And so when Square Enix got in touch with us and said, we'd like you to do something, we have some budget for you to create it, we obviously bit their hand off, like, yes, of course we're going to do something like this. But it required us to take on a certain set of challenges. And it's going to be those specific challenges that I'm going through today. So if at any point I am talking about something that, that triggers a question, feel free to jump into the chat. This is a kind of a presentation that I usually give, obviously in a more of a group setting than on webcam. So I'm very used to being interrupted by questions. So if something comes up that's particularly relevant with what I'm talking about now, I will try and answer it in the flow of chatting about what we were doing. If I miss your question, I'm sure they'll get picked up at the end. We're going to have a little Q&A right at the end. But there might be some things where you just have like a specific techie question that I'll jump in the moment, as it were, in the flow. So where do you start? 39% yes. Okay, so 39% of people have played or are familiar with the Hitman IP. That's a good start. So for a traditional film production company, we've done this crazy thing in the back garden with a GoPro and a motorbike helmet, and favors from all of our neighbors, and stupid Halloween makeup for zombies. Now we've got Square Enix getting in touch saying we want to do something that reflects the production values of our game. So the challenges that we were up against were numerous. First and foremost, you've got production value. So we're no strangers to trying to put production value up on screen. For any of you that aren't familiar with kind of media terms like that, it basically means putting value up on screen, making the thing look like it is expensive. Not necessarily making it expensive, but it's using cool locations, having good costumes, good actors, rather than spending your budget on kind of behind the scenes stuff, which might still be necessary. Production value is all the value that goes up on screen. And the Hitman games have tremendous production value. Think Bond, for any of you that aren't familiar. It's essentially, you get to play a contract killer in a Bond setting. So we needed to elevate hugely from our back garden and a bunch of Halloween makeup. Another crucial difference is that rather than connecting to random people on chat roulette, which is, for anybody that's interacted with chat roulette before, I'm sure you can understand immediately the dangers that you face in trawling through chat roulette. When we did the first game, we had a staffer who was affectionately referred to as the dick skipper, because as you are going through chat roulette trying to find people to play the game, it's an anonymous webcam streaming site. So you can imagine the sort of things that people get up to there. So there's a certain amount of having to immediately kind of like move past that. But they didn't want to do that, surprisingly. They would rather, Square Enix decided that in order to kind of have seed audiences filtering into this final product, they wanted to pay Twitch streamers and influencers and YouTube personalities to come and have this experience, which is fine. But it did fundamentally change the game and the setup for us, the production, which I'll get into the specifics shortly. So we've got production value needs to be increased. We've got a completely different method of sourcing and connecting to those players. We also need actors. So we need an actor to play Agent 47. We also need actors to be the target. It's not as simple as just filling your garden full of zombies and telling them that when they get shot, they die. We obviously need to be able to interact with them in a more meaningful way, but we also need to be able to hear them speak. So that came with logistical challenges and also technical challenges on the day. Also, the game is third person rather than first person. So again, a certain set of kind of technical and creative challenges to get us from just GoPro strapped to somebody's chin, essentially, to a more advanced camera rig that's going to get us out to that third person view. And then really the big two. We've got the first real-life first-person shooter in our back garden, starting at the mausoleum that was our garden shed, and working their way up through the garden into the abbey, finding a rocket launcher and shooting it at the boss at the end, was an exceptionally linear game. It was designed as such to make it easy to follow for complete strangers. That would never have worked with Hitman. The very nature of the game. I mean, if it had been, say, God of War getting in touch and saying, we want to do something with, Kratos rushing around and smashing axes into things, those games, while they're still very high production value, they are inherently linear. Hitman could not be less linear, other than the fact that you start and then end killing the contract. You have a huge sandbox in which to play it, and you can approach problems from many different directions. That's a challenge from a game design point of view, and then all of those challenges are magnified when you start talking about real life interactive gaming and the various logistical challenges that throws up in addition to the game design challenges. And then on top of all of those necessary changes, those changes that had to happen in order to just make a real life Hitman a reality, we also felt a responsibility really to elevate the concept, to not just be an expensive reskinning of the real life first person shooter. That wouldn't have been creatively rewarding, but it also wouldn't have kept us out ahead of the crowd. We were the first people to do interactive real life gaming as per the real life shooter. And we wanted to take this opportunity essentially to take the funding from Square Enix and use it to take another step out ahead of the crowd to keep ahead of the game. So we were searching for ways through all of these challenges to really see them as opportunities to be challenged and to find a way to kind of elevate the concept and improve upon it. So I'm going to be walking through all of those challenges one by one. Like I say, if any questions kind of flag up as I'm talking through a particular challenge, feel free to chirp in the chat, and I'll try and pick it up mid-flow. So first and foremost, players. Originally, we got our players from chat roulette, so they were literally random strangers online. That meant we didn't know what hardware they were using, what the quality of their video feed was going to be, or audio. We didn't know how reliable their web connection was going to be. We didn't know if they were just going to randomly cut out. We didn't know what country they were in, what language they spoke. All of which was fine, because we might get halfway through a run. We might get to the midpoint in our little linear zombie game, and somebody cuts out. Fine, we reset, we go back to the beginning, and then we wait, scrolling through anonymous genitalia until we find somebody that wants to play, and then we jump back in and we carry on going, because we always knew that while it was important to entertain the people that decided to play, our primary goal was making a cool 10-minute video at the end. And that's something that we'll come back to a couple of times, is just acknowledging that difference between something that's fun to play and something that's fun to watch someone play. But fundamentally, with the real-life shooter level 1, didn't matter if somebody disconnected halfway through. Didn't matter if somebody didn't enjoy it. Obviously, we'd rather get good reactions and people laughing and having fun, and we did all of those things. But there was no responsibility on us as a production team to make sure that this individual player had a great time. Fast forward to real-life Hitman, and now you've got Square Enix paying Ali A £5,000 to sit for an hour and play it. We now have a responsibility to make it bloody good. Not just for that final video, but also for the kind of longer form video that he's going to post on his channel, which is his whole playthrough, but also for those nuggets that we're going to take from his playthrough and edit into our summary film, our kind of viral, as I would refer to it. So there's more responsibility that stuff just has to work, which means essentially we need more fail safes. We need more redundancy against things going wrong. But it also means that we are in control. And here comes the opportunity. We're now in control of a lot more of the variables. And whenever, anything live, as you've seen today, like the more variables you can control, the more you can insulate yourself against everything going wrong. So we weren't ever going to be connecting to just Ali A in his flat. We had access to the YouTube spaces. We had players connecting from London in the YouTube space, and we had players connecting from LA. So we now could ensure that we had a high-quality internet connection on site. We also had a high-quality internet connection for the players to connect to, and we could control all of the hardware. We knew which webcam we were using. We had backup cameras. We had high-quality video feed, audio feed, and then we started playing with that and using that new situation as an opportunity to elevate the gameplay, which, again, I'll go into a little bit more detail later on. Then we have production value. So if I show you beginning, here we go. We had access to Old Way Mansion. So this took a long time to find. Old Way Mansion, for any of you, those of you that aren't local, is it used to belong to the Singer factory, Singer family, as in Singer sewing machines. And the heir of the Singer family became obsessed with the Palace of Versailles in France, and so built a replica of it in Devon. So this, through sheer good fortune, is about 25 minutes from our studio down here in Devon. So we had the perfect location on our doorstep. As part of the earliest part of development here for this project, we were granted alpha access to the new episodic version of Real Life Hitman, and one of the first missions is in Paris in a beautiful mansion. So this couldn't have been more perfect, with the exception that we didn't think of it soon enough. And I spent the best part of 2 weeks driving around Europe with one of our producers, breaking into abandoned mansions and all sorts, trying to find something that would be good or passable, and coming up with very little, and then realizing that Old Way Mansion was available. So we set ourselves up here, and this is the biggest part of our production value, is having access to a building that was just this gorgeous. Obviously, it came with its own problems. We had the building, unfortunately, had been left partly to ruin, so we had to work out clever solutions. The solution that we came up with in this particular example is, rather than trying to restore parts of this slightly sad and damp building, is that we decided that the target, the Serbian arms dealer who had taken up residence in this mansion, was in the process of renovating it. So rather than just having this, this arms dealer as the target and all of his henchmen, we also had painters and decorators, which created more opportunities. Sorry, I don't know if that's coming across. It's school letting out time here, so we've got a small army of children outside. So we've got access to a much bigger building. Great for production value. It's bad for having to do video streaming through a building which is absolutely rammed full of marble and other such things. So there's increased problems about communicating with all the bodies that we're putting in there, getting reliable video and audio wirelessly streaming throughout the 3 floors of this building and through these huge marble sculptures and marble walls and what have you. But it does just look gorgeous on camera. So we definitely accept all of those problems and move on. We needed, as I've said, actors. And I think we had 22 people in front of camera in the end. But because all of those people, as I've said, they're not zombies, they're not just, push a button on the sound effects part of the stream to create moaning zombies, we needed to find a way to get audio from them all. And beyond just their dialogue, we also needed to think about the other implications of sound effects. So a great many of these characters in the space, let's see if I can find some examples. A great many of them are carrying guns. Now, when we're doing a chat roulette version, and the only person that had access to a gun was the main player. So the main player would bring up the gun, cock it, and that would give the sound engineer enough time to kind of approximate the firing of the gun. When you've got something like real life Hitman, you've not only got Agent 47 with 2 guns, you've also got potentially a crowd of 10 henchmen all pulling their guns out and all firing at him at the same time. So we needed to work out a way to synchronize all of that stuff, which was one of the first kind of directly techie problems that we were up against. And we solved it in quite a fun way, I think. We designed tiny infrared circuits, Arduino circuits with little infrared emitters in the barrel of each gun, and pressure switches in the triggers. So whenever any of these prop guns was pointed in the direction of Hitman and the camera that was behind him on a Steadicam and pulled the trigger, it would emit a blast of light, which was coded depending on the type of gun it was. We then had a circuit sat on the camera platform that would pick up on those blasts of infrared, would go, oh, okay, that's a handgun, or, that's a 1911 pistol, or that's a Smith & Wesson. Babe, can you shut the front door? Sorry. So we had this little, again, Arduino that was looking for all of these blasts of infrared, would detect that a trigger had been pulled, would then play a WAV that had been stored on an SD card. And of course, we had to make sure that those were polyphonic, they could overlap across one another. We had to make sure that we had a dozen or 2 dozen samples of each of those gunshots, so that if you had a crowd of these henchmen all pulling their trigger and all shooting frantically at 47, which is something we couldn't rehearse, of course, because it was all happening live, that the camera would pick up every one of those trigger pulls and would play a unique sound effect over and interweaving with all the other sound effects at the same time. And likewise, we had a similar thing. We had slightly more advanced guns for Agent 47 because they were going to be much closer to camera. They had the classic silencers, and they were gas blowback, so they were ejecting shells. And every time he pulled the trigger, we were using Bluetooth, if I remember correctly, to talk to that same circuit to trigger its own sound effects. And those sound effects were then getting piped into the camera and getting streamed back to us in the control room. So all of that tech, you know, an Arduino in every gun, Arduinos on the camera platform, all streaming through the Wi-Fi network, just to achieve synchronicity between an actor pulling the trigger, you know, Hitman obviously reacting to it if necessary, and the sound effects on the final stream. We also had to deal with dialogue. So all of those actors might be yelling, he's over there, or we might be eavesdropping. So we might be sidling up to a column or behind a door or hiding behind a curtain or whatever the players decided to do. Because it's not like a normal game. There's no preset list of things you can do. If they did, and frequently did, say right at the beginning of the game, Agent 47, I want you to take all your clothes off, he had to just strip down to his boxers until they realized that we would do whatever they told him to. And he eventually put all his clothes back on, and we went and got on with the mission because they were on a ticking clock. But and this is something you'll see throughout a lot of this problem solving, is that we just had to roll with it. But in order to capture their dialogue, we needed a solution that would allow us to mic up 22 separate actors and select which ones of them we were going to hear at any one time. So if I cut to a little bit of behind the scenes in our control room, you can see this is one of the sound desks. So this one is, hold on. So we've got somebody getting mic'd up here. We didn't use traditional wireless mics for a variety of reasons, mainly interference and scale and cost. So what we did in order to get a reliable audio feed from each one of these actors is we had them mic'd up into an iPod that was running TeamSpeak, the iOS app for TeamSpeak. Because there was a good, robust Wi-Fi network that we had to install across the whole space in order to facilitate the wireless video, we had all the audio piggybacking on that and connecting to a TeamSpeak server. And then that TeamSpeak server would come into this desk, which was a series of, let's see if we've got a better picture of it. That's voiceover. We had a, come on, where are we? Well, you have to take my word for it. There we go, there's the desk. So we've got 22 mics coming into that system. And they're all allocated rooms. And then as actors move between rooms, we're dragging them into different virtual rooms. You can see there, we've got CCTV throughout the whole building, so we can see as people move between spaces, and we grab hold of a whole group of them and drag them into a different room in TeamSpeak. And then we're able to mix them up and down on the desk and then pipe a dialogue-only output into our main mixdown, which can be then dialed up and down by the master sound engineer. So every one of those actors has an iPod in their pocket with a mic and is connected to our TeamSpeak server that's all getting mixed down. So again, like each one of these problems, we're almost having to kind of discover the problem and then discover the solution. There are certain overlaps with stuff like live interactive theatre, I suppose. Any theatre production, like there are overlaps from existing learning, but a lot of these problems are relatively unique problems to our particular situation. So we're having to invent the wheel in quite a lot of it. And then, yeah, obviously with that many people interacting on a site, in order to pass our instructions, and by our, I mean the control room, you know, me as a director, my assistant director pictured there, watching all the CCTV with his radio, we have to be able to give instructions to all of those actors, as well as them reacting to whatever Agent 47 is doing. So it's not enough for them to just make it up as they go along. It'd be a disaster. So we're yelling at people to, you know, like get out of the next room because he's about to try and sneak in and spy on someone, or we haven't got enough guardsmen downstairs, so we need to send them off the roof, down the fire escape and into the basement. All that sort of stuff is going on behind the scenes. In the level 1, in the real life first person shooter, all we've done is got a load of very cheap like builders radios and hidden them in the bushes. And then we had the assistant director broadcasting on a little FM broadcaster, so everybody could just hear a loudspeaker. Whereas with this, obviously, it was never going to work. Everybody was mic'd up. You know, there were nearly 30 microphones in the whole space. And so everybody then had to have an earpiece and a radio, and all had to be connected to various channels so that the instructions could be given. We also had to rig the whole place with CCTV just so we could see what the hell was going on. And you can see there, it's my AD looking at the CCTV. And again, hopefully this is a theme that will repeat throughout the talk. This CCTV system, while it was expensive and it took a long time to set up, especially in a building with as many problems and that was as listed and protected as somewhere like Oldway Mansion, we tried to turn it into an advantage, an opportunity. And you'll see that the CCTV come back into play a little bit later on. We've talked about the third person. This was, as problems go, this was a relatively easy problem to solve, just a question of figuring out that we needed to go from GoPro to a third person solution. But the GoPro platform wasn't quite sufficient for the sort of quality that we wanted here. So we ended up using, I think it was an A7S2, probably, yeah, we've got one here. Little A7S2 with an extremely wide-angle lens attached to a Steadicam, which gave us the opportunity to have a lot of the tech that was carried about on the within the first-person character from level 1 was offloaded onto our long-suffering camera operator, Rich. You can see there with a Rocket 5 on his back. So that's the wireless antenna. He's got a battery slung on his back in there as well. You can't quite make out the Arduino and all that sort of stuff. And aside, obviously, from the technical challenges of getting all that kit working nicely together and getting it flying nicely, he obviously had to do a huge amount of training, watching the games, and then following people around the studio and then the location, in order to frame and flow the camera to make it feel like a third person. There's a great example there of him, sneaking around the edge of a pillar and trying to give the audience the impression that they are playing a game rather than just watching somebody huffing around out of breath with a camera. Although, I don't know if you'll be able to see this huge ding out the bottom of this beautiful 14mm lens. This one is actually the lens from Hitman. I'll post the link in the chat later on for those of you that haven't seen real life Hitman. But it ends with running out of Oldway Mansion and getting into a Ferrari most of the time. Again, this is one of the things, like, if you put a gorgeous car in front of Oldway Mansion, they're going to say, "Can I get in it?" And there's still, even at that final stage, there's an opportunity for escalation, because a lot of people kind of assume they're not going to be able to get in the Ferrari. But of course, they could get in the Ferrari and just drive away. But that point, once you've killed the bad guy and you've got all that adrenaline and all that energy for finally finishing the mission, tended to have people yelling, like, "Run, run, go 47, they're going to catch you." And all of that adrenaline kind of feeds into the crew, feeds into the camera operator. And sure enough, we're all there in the control room on one of the playthroughs, kind of egging him to, get to that Ferrari nice and fast. And then we just saw the camera just faceplant. And sadly, the camera operator had slipped and just completely stacked it into a load of stone steps. Camera feed cuts out. We're all kind of stood there in shell shock, trying to figure out what the hell to do, and apologizing to the players who just think that the world's ended. But everybody was okay. It was fine in the end. So that one's a relatively simple problem to solve. It's just one of the myriad kind of technical and creative issues that we have to get past. But when we got to the sandbox versus linear issue, the trying to make it a game that you could approach from multiple angles, that was a much greater creative challenge. Now, we're no strangers to game design, but as I've said, trying to balance that game design in a world that exists without code, just exists with a load of real locations, real logistical problems, and real people is deeply difficult, especially when we only had access to the location for a limited period of time. So the first thing we did is we built a full, I've got a copy of it here, we built a 3D model of the building. So we went in on a couple of recce days and we brought our art department with us, and they built this full 3D visualization. I might have a edited down version of this, hopefully somewhere, so that we could and did play a lot of, here we go, this is a better example. We spent a long time in pre-production as we're planning out all of this game design. We'd just be running around in Unity and then and plotting the different ways that you could get into the building, plotting the different approaches you could take, planning how many crew we were going to need, how many cast we were going to need, just so that we could, I mean, essentially so we could play our own version of Hitman, to be honest. But as you'll see here, we kind of cut between two shots, and you get a real sense for how useful that was as a tool. As we compare, obviously we were designing the kind of field of view to match the equipment that we had. But yeah, you get a sense for how useful that is as a tool for planning how you are going to design the game. So when I talk about the sandbox nature of it, a big part of that, probably the easiest touchstone, is multiple ways into that building and multiple ways to kill the target. You can see a few of them taking place here. We had all sorts of fun stuff. You could sneak down to the basement, garrote a guard, take his key card, and then swipe yourself into the loading bay in the basement and hide behind a load of boxes. You could sneak up to, I think we've got a bit of video here. There was an opportunity. Oh yeah, there was a guy on the roof, and you could kill him and sneak past him, but you'd get a little way into the roof and you came across a fingerprint access. And so we were like, okay, people will go back, they'll grab the body, they'll drag the body to the fingerprint access, and they'll lift him up and get in. And again, we thought, well, you know, we can't actually control that. What if somebody just tries to cut the finger off? And so we had to have a little prop finger made. You can see it if I pause here. 47 actually leans down, takes the thumb, I think it was, from the dead actor and walks up to the fingerprint scanner and gains access that way. We had another gag where you could sneak up to the groundsman's hut and mix some chemicals together and start a fire, which would distract a lot of the guards. You could even kill, there we go, you could either kill or distract and render unconscious one of the decorators, climb inside that huge trunk, and then have yourself wheeled inside the building. And of course, depending on where you got into the building, it wasn't necessarily a free ride from there either. Sometimes you just ended up with another puzzle immediately ahead of you, having to find another distraction. So yeah, all sorts of ways in, all sorts of ways to kill the target. It was a Serbian arms dealer. We never wanted it to just be, it wouldn't have been true to the spirit of the games to just have him kind of wander up and start pulling a trigger wantonly, kind of spraying bullets. But that was probably a good example of how we had to kind of Hitman-proof the building. There were a few ways that you could do it that we deliberately set up, but people could get creative as well. But that meant we had to go through the whole building and replace every wrench, every hammer, every bottle with breakables and safe props. The fire alarms had to be replaced with prop fire alarms. The bleach had to be, you know, if he was going to pour bleach into the champagne and have him, you know, kill him that way or attack him with a hammer, everything had to be safe. We even had a large polystyrene, you can see it there, a large marble statue that we had to replace with a polystyrene copy, specifically so that if you wanted to, you could push it down if you timed it right, and you could kill the Serbian arms dealer that way. So there's lots of different ways to kill him, lots of different ways to get in. Also, multiple costumes. We needed to design a system where you could kill one of the guards, take his clothes, dress up as a guard, and that would gain you a certain level of access. If you killed a decorator and stole their costume, that would get you a different level of access to different parts of the building. without necessarily giving you kind of fair game to go anywhere. So that was all really kind of part of leaning into the production value, honoring the game, allowing that kind of sandbox nature to take place. But we haven't, although we've expanded the game and we've kind of skinned it to make it look and feel like Hitman, we haven't elevated it. We haven't. We felt that there was still something missing, that we didn't want just somebody in the YouTube space in LA or in London staring at a screen yelling, go left, go right, which is what we did the first time around. And so we were scratching our heads over this for a little while. And it occurred to us that, and again, for those of you that haven't watched it, I'll include a link to the original real-life shooter as well. But a lot of the comedy, a lot of the heart comes from the banter between the person yelling the instructions and the avatar they're controlling. We decided super early on that we didn't want it to just be a mindless automaton that, you know, you would yell left and it would move left, or you would yell right, it would move right. You say jump and it just jumps. We wanted there to be some sort of back and forth. So even as far back as real life shooter level 1, we had the voiceover. So like, what should I do? And like taking the piss to an extent out of the player if they made bad decisions and being scared. And so we carried that over, of course, into Hitman. We were very, very fortunate that we had access to David Bateson, who voices Agent 47 in the games. And so he was going to be on site doing the voiceover, and then we cast an actor as Agent 47. And so you had that, you know, the real voice of 47 replying to you whenever you issued instructions. That's our actor as 47. He was actually the same guy who was in the helmet in the first one. After extensive casting, we found that he was actually better than anybody else we looked at. And then we've got David Bateson there, the true voice of Hitman, doing all of that live, real-time voiceover in the game. And from there, we got to our solution on how to elevate the concept. Rather than just having people in a room with a big screen yelling instructions, if they're going to be hearing back from Hitman, we already have the perfect solution. They are the handler. It was a more natural fit than in the real life shooter level 1. And so we thought, okay, well, we're going to be welcoming these people into the space. Let's give them more to interact with than just the video feed. So what would a handler have? They would have all the details about the contract. So we created a briefcase, we printed out all the materials, we had the kind of surveillance photography of the person they're trying to take out. So the first thing that happens, they get in the room, the phone rings, and they're getting kind of instructions saying, you know, the first part of the mission is you have to shut down the CCTV. The second part is that you have to go and take out this Serbian arms dealer, open the briefcase. The briefcase has all the instructions and all the details about the target. And of course, we produced maps of the space. It was, Oldway Mansion is a phenomenal space to use for this sort of thing. So it has secret doorways hidden behind mirrors and service staircases and access to the basement and the attic on kind of 2 fronts. So it was from a game design point of view, it was a joy to design a game in this space. But it would have been far too complicated to just assume that the players could memorize it all through that the third person view. So we provided these maps for them so that they actually feel like they're playing the role of a handler in a spy movie. They're unfurling the maps, they're looking up at the screen and they're being like, okay, 47, take the second door on your left and then hide behind there and then we'll sneak up. You should find a flight of stairs. So it's another kind of tactile point in the game design for them to interact with. And we had the phone. So the phone started out just as an opportunity for us in HQ to call up the player and say to them, here is your mission. But we started thinking, actually, there were some fun ways that players that were paying attention could actually put themselves on the line. We were always asking ourselves, like, how can we ask a player to take a risk, to actually kind of become more personally involved with the mission, to actually have some higher stakes. And so we had a couple of cool gags. There was a leaflet for a pizza joint. And if they put 2 and 2 together quickly enough, they could ask 47 to pick up the leaflet and read the number. They could make a note and they could actually dial for a pizza and would call a real actor, place an order for a real pizza, and then they would see like a little moped appear, and somebody would come and deliver pizza to the guards, and that would distract some of the guards. But just that act of having to actually like call up a pizza place makes you vulnerable, and it makes you buy into the stakes of the game more. We had another gag with the phone that was a lot of fun. If you went in through the service entrance with the painters and decorators, you would find yourself having to get past all the painters and decorators, which isn't an easy thing to do. But you would overhear a conversation. We had one of the actors there on the phone angrily complaining to his supplier that the delivery of paint hasn't turned up yet. And he then gives his mobile number to the supplier on the other end of the phone saying, you know, like, where's our paint? Call me back, here's the number. And players that were paying attention, and actually Ali A got this one quite quickly, would take a note of the mobile number and would then pick up the desk phone and phone up pretending to be the supplier, and see on screen, would see the actor picking up the phone and say, oh yeah, it was just at the wrong address. The paint's right outside, mate. Come and collect it. And hangs up, and all the decorators disappear to go and help, and Agent 47 can sneak through. But we still think that there was one thing missing. We designed all these cool props. We got the briefcase, we got the phone that they can use, we got the maps. But we still felt like at the very climax, we wanted some way that the handler could actually be the one to perform the kill, which seems counterintuitive. You know, it's not how Hitman works. But we thought there must be something we can do, and we ended up creating this laptop prop. Specifically, we thought, you know, if we filled the building with this much CCTV, we want to damn well give them access to the CCTV because there's a lot of production value there. So we created a little set piece whereby they could hack in, you know, by getting access to an IP address that was written on a scrap of paper with the CCTV servers up in the attic of Oldway Mansion. They could type in these details and you know, brute force the password and get access to all of these live streams. So they could actually look through the building and work out exactly where in the building the arms dealer was at any given moment. And then obviously go away and choose to act on that. We thought, well, if we've already got that two-way connection, what if we went a little bit above and beyond, and we actually tried, for the icing on the cake, we gave them the opportunity to perform the kill themselves. So we thought, this bad guy, he's a Serbian arms dealer, he's selling weapons. What if one of the weapons he's selling is an automated gun turret? And he's demonstrating that to his buyers. So we ended up building this prop. It was a load of fun. It was essentially like a camera platform, pan and tilt head. And we strapped a whack engraved gun to it. We, in fact, I've got the control system here. It's a pan and tilt head with just a joystick control. We did have some conversations about how it might be easier to have an intern manually moving the stick around, but that was cheating. So we built an Arduino which faked all of these controls that would then control the camera mount, which you can see working here. We had an Arduino linked up to the gearbox in the gun, so it would fire the gun and you would get the sound effects, and you can see if you've got enough res, and this video feed is coming out nicely enough, you can see that the smoke coming out the barrel there. We strapped a GoPro to a gun sight on top of the gun, and we streamed that from our site in Oldway to that laptop. And again, 47 could spot the, you can see in this video clip here, we've got the actors kind of working through this scene that they'd workshopped about persuading the buyers that these turrets were needed for home security. And we've got this kind of high-vis wire. And if 47 decided to follow the wire, he would find the control box, which we see in the shot now. And if they get access to that IP address and username, they get access to the piece of control software for the gun. So then the player themselves from LA was able to just hit up, down, left, and right, which were commands that were just sent to us over UDP in real time, and we're streaming the video back to them, and then they could hit fire. And the minute they hit fire, the gun goes nuts, the actors respond to it, and everybody starts trying to hunt Agent 47 while he flees. And you can see the players there having fun, shooting the guy and escaping in the Ferrari. So, I mean, that has really only just scratched the surface of the amount of stuff that was going on. There were obviously 1,000 technical hurdles to overcome and 1,000 more creative hurdles. But really, I mean, I'm going to focus on our learnings from it just before we jump over to Q&A. I think the main learnings were really that there's a tremendous difference between creating a game that is fun to play and creating a game that is fun to watch others play. And that difference is most stark during an interactive experience like this, where really anything goes, and whatever they say, we have to find a way to respond to it. The industry isn't quite ready for you. Some of you may find a lot of people in industry are asking for the next thing. And certainly from a film and TV point of view, everybody's obsessed with cracking this interactivity thing, and yet nobody is quite ready for the reality of what that means in terms of the scale of production, which is why we keep getting these choose your own adventure DVD menu games that we've had since the 90s, and now we're getting them through Netflix. And there have been some great examples, don't get me wrong. Bandersnatch was fantastic, but it was fantastic as a one-off because it blended concept with delivery. You know, it was about choose your own adventure stories, and you were interacting with it as a choose your own adventure. It's not going to work for everything, and it is not true two-way communication. It's just choosing which video clip you want to watch next. The key for us to immersion with all of this stuff and the direction that we're going to carry on growing it is total agency. Think about what video games are going to be like in 20 years' time. When we have a level of AI which can pass the Turing test and you can have a conversation with it, what are games going to be like then? What's it going to mean to pull the trigger and kill a character in a game when it feels, to all intents and purposes, like that person is a real person? What is gaming going to look like when we move away from just puzzle solving to actually being able to sit down in a medieval tavern or in Red Dead, in a saloon or in some sci-fi bar somewhere, and just sit and have a conversation with an intelligent being? Now, obviously, AI isn't there yet. It will be soon, I'm sure. But using interactive processes like this, we can kind of simulate that. We can essentially do Westworld without the robots. And really, that's been our main takeaway, that the challenge with all of this stuff is that the economics simply don't work. The reason that we've had the opportunity to play with some of this stuff is because a brand will pay, and then people will come along and they will watch one person having a really cool experience. But we couldn't do this same model allowing the masses to play for it. Because without access to artificial intelligence or robots that you don't have to pay, you need 30 people on site to create an immersive experience like this. And that individual one player needs to, for an hour of experience, needs to have those 30 people focusing completely on them for at least that hour, in reality, half an hour before and half an hour after. And that's a relatively simple experience. You know, it's an hour of experience in one building with a relatively limited number of interactions. What would that look like if you wanted to, scale that up to something the size of Westworld or Skyrim? The economics are staggering. And as soon as somebody cracks that problem, either through AI or through some other clever model, I think gaming is going to take a very interesting route very quickly. So anyway, I'm going to post some links in the chat to Real Life Hitman and Real Life Shooter Level 1, and you can see the behind the scenes if any of you are interested, if I haven't bored you to tears. I do apologize to everybody who's a massive nerd, by the way, because 9 minutes ago, the June trailer dropped. So enjoy that when we're actually done. But for now, we're going to move it over to Q&A, I think. I don't think any questions have come up in the chat, so this might fizzle and pop. David's Q&A, the technical solutions were awesome, but there was a technical logistical solution that you loved but couldn't make it into the final version. Great question, Matthew.
Is the sound on?
Have we got technical problems, or are we okay, Exeter?
Yeah, we'll crack into Q&A. We're going to do our usual round of applause. Right. Well, thank you, David, for that. That was a really great overview of everything that you've done. you can dive straight into Matthew's question if you like. Otherwise, I was going to tee up with one from the studio. But as you've started, Matthews, then I'll
start, so I'll finish. Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, so Matthew's question: technical solutions were awesome. Was there a technical logistical solution that you loved but couldn't make it into the final version? The first one that springs to mind. There weren't many, because as a team of people, we are exceptionally belligerent and will just hack away at a problem until we find a way of solving it, which involved some kind of scary late night freakouts and people having to jump on planes to LA and all sorts of stuff. But the one that got away on Hitman was a helicopter, and we were going to have the opportunity. Like, I think when they realised that Hitman was in the building, they called in a helicopter to evac the arms dealer, and you could actually run out and jump on the helicopter and escape by helicopter, like holding the pilot at gunpoint. And we had the pilot lined up and we had the budget lined up, but essentially Oldway Mansion, for any of those of you that are familiar with it, is surrounded by all sorts of things, including an old people's home and a bunch of housing, and they weren't cool with us flying a helicopter 20 times a day for 3 days. So unfortunately, yeah, the helicopter got away. The big one that got away was really the TV show, which was going to be the next thing that happened. After Real Life Hitman, we started developing a YouTube Red series, a YouTube original series based in this world, or rather based on this platform, that was an original sci-fi, like a sci-fi Prison Break interactive series. And we spent 18 months developing it. We did a pilot. We did all sorts of cool stuff. And then YouTube Red decided that they weren't doing original projects anymore. So it got canned, which I'm only a tiny bit bitter about. So there was another question from the studio, I think.
Yeah, so thanks for telling us about that. Shame about the TV show and the changes with YouTube Red. So I was just going to ask, we've had a theme, I don't know if you've seen some of the other talks the other day, especially with Antonia, we were talking about this sort of link between creative industries and tech, and it's something we're very passionate about at TechExeter and at Collider, where we're based today. And obviously gaming really sits at the most obvious crossover point between the creative industries and tech, and is sort of that space that is stepped further out into that and is a more obvious space for creatives to come into. I'm just interested in your sort of opinions about how we get more of a link between creative and technical projects in that and other industries. And we were also talking earlier about, you know, the challenges the creative industries are facing because of COVID, theatres and other live venues, and how maybe the gaming industry might be able to support that and offer some new opportunities for those people.
So I think, I mean, long-term or kind of medium to long-term, the silver bullet, as I mentioned earlier, is AI. That's going to be the thing that I think finally blurs the line between scripted and kind of you know, a traditional narrative experience. You'll be able to play a game and just live in a world. You know, it will be almost indistinguishable between a game that's designed to be played in a certain way and a game that you just kind of bend to your own will. But we're you know, probably 20 years away from that, maybe 18, 20 years away. In the short term, and specifically with COVID, I think tech just is a massive foot in the door. I mean, doing stuff like we were doing a few years ago with Real Life Hitman, we've had a few people getting in touch recently just saying, look, I've had an event cancelled. It needs to be interactive. It needs to be fun. Can we leverage this platform to try and do a virtual interactive version of an event? There are obviously problems inherent in the system. And I think those are going to continue, frankly. I think the one thing that you don't get with true interactivity, you know, like a completely transparent process, is that it's almost like the No Man's Sky problem. Like, procedural sounds great and has infinite possibilities, but the problem is you don't have that auteur, you don't have that creative mind driving it. You don't have the what's the Orson Welles quote? A film will never really be good unless the camera is an eye in the head of a poet. And the problem with just giving everybody, you know, infinite possibilities and infinite endings and all that sort of stuff is that nobody's decided which ending is best. And that's always going to be a problem until I think AI solves it. Sorry, it's maybe a bit rambling and philosophical.
Okay, well, that's great, though. We've got another question from the audience, from Christopher Bennett, who asks, in terms of the next big thing for films, do you think VR might have a part to play in it?
Oh, I hope so. We've developed a couple of VR films internally here and ended up sidelining them on technical grounds. I don't believe the resolution is there yet, both in the headsets and also in acquisition, really. We had a really fun project that was, long story short, I don't know if anybody's seen Lock, but Lock is a great movie, a guy in a car. It's Tom Hardy in a car, so it's not just any old guy, it's Tom Hardy in a car for the entire movie. And we kind of blended that with a Cloverfield concept and had a group of 4 teenagers in a car in America trying to make it from the West Coast back to the East Coast while society just ripped itself apart around them. And you had lynchings and gun nuts, and it's not far from reality at the moment, to be honest. But as a VR concept, as a VR proposition, being able to put on a headset and be sat in that car and experience everything around you like you are a passenger, just as a tactile connection, you know, being sat in a chair that was, you know, roughly the same orientation as you're kind of seated in that car, and being able to look between the characters and all of that stuff. It sounds brilliant to me anyway, but we did a bunch of tests, and it was just deeply uncomfortable to watch because you've got the screen door effect in the headsets and various problems with acquisition, which we're chipping away out all the time. I think we will get there. I think it's going to be a number of years before people are willing to have a true kind of live action VR experience. In terms of CG, we're already there. I mean, there's some great content out there already, both interactive and kind of passive.
Great. Well, that's all the questions we've got time for with David. There are a few more, at least one more in the chat, David, so if you can pick them up there, that would be fab. Or people can reach out to you and find your contact details on your page. Thank you so much for joining us today and for closing out the session to us with a wonderful talk that people are getting rave reviews for in the start. So we'll say goodbye for now, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow for some of the sessions tomorrow. If not, I hope you've enjoyed the day. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So it is the end of day one, and I'm going to bring on to the stage someone who's been, you may have heard her if you were interactive, she's been behind the scenes, Philippa from Digital Exeter, our sister community. We're now in front of the right signs.
I don't know which way to
What's
look.
this special bag you've brought on?
Ooh, it's full of surprises.
Maybe we'll find out very shortly. Okay. Well, yeah, so that's it for day one. We've had a fantastic day, and we hope you have too. And it's Philip, do you want to just step slightly further over?
Yes, there we go.
So, last bit of the day, as you know, we had a prize draw on throughout the day where you could tweet in the pictures of you on your screen. So if we go to the next slide, here's some of the great shots we've had from the day. Tony with his TechExeter cap. Lots of great footage of how you've been enjoying the day. But there can only be one winner, and so Philippa, do you want to?
I can pick
the honours. Pick a name.
A lucky winner.
I'll
give it to you to read out.
It is Sky Randall. So Sky Randall, if you can either drop us a note or we will reach out to you through chat. You can decide if you would like us to send you the priceless bag of swag, which, as we said before, contains a notebook and a pencil and a lanyard. Maybe we'll stick some more stuff in there if you get in touch, but we'll also let you know how you can pick up with Craig to get your... We didn't have the next slide. To remind you, your prize is a session with Craig for Docker Web Developers course. So, Now it's just left to say thank yous. There's a whole lot of people to say thank you to. We had a lot of fantastic talks throughout the day. I hope you guys enjoyed them as much as we have. Some great tweets about you enjoying those sessions. Of course, we have to say thank you again to our sponsors. Without this, it wouldn't have been possible, or we'd have been on a much lower spec, just sort of peering through Zoom, I imagine. So thank you again to all of our sponsors, particularly Set Squared, our gold sponsor, and Advancing Analytics and Launch Online, our silver sponsors. And of course, it would not have been possible without all the hard work of everybody in the room. Some of us have been in front of your face all day. Some have been a bit more hidden. So I think we're going to go and have a wave from the team. Right? Oh, here they are. Hey, everybody. So everyone's been working really hard behind the scenes. And now we're going to talk about day 2. So Philippa will be here tomorrow, taking my place presenting for day 2. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what we can expect?
We've got a pretty jam-packed day. We've got loads of stuff. We've got some SEO coming up, we've got digital marketing, we've got UX, we've got UI, we've got motion animation, we've got branding, and we even have a live artist playing at lunchtime. So we're really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yes, so that is it. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow. We do have some more content coming up, some of our pre-recorded stuff. So if you were enjoying the videos we shared earlier about other things going on in the region, then do stay online and you'll see some more of those coming up. And otherwise, log back in, same drill tomorrow, and we hope to see you there.
I guess we'll wave.
Be part of it.
Because you want to make a difference.
You're part of something special.
Your team amazes you.
You want to be inspired.
You want to inspire others.
The tech community needs a voice.
We're on a journey together.
You support tech in the Southwest.
Tech Southwest is a membership organisation supporting our region's fast-growing tech sector, working with other tech clusters, companies, science parks, founders, entrepreneurs, investors, tech hubs, universities, colleges, schools and support organisations. We're helping to join the dots across the region and beyond, offering our members business support, growth opportunities, the Tech Southwest Awards, insight reports, events and a platform to connect and collaborate. And it's free. Join at techsouthwest.co.uk. Our awards showcase and celebrate talent, innovation, creativity, community, entrepreneurship and business success. Online tech gatherings bring people together with lively panel discussions, one-to-one networking, learning, sharing and more. So,
be part of it. Make difference.
Be part of it. Enter the awards.
Be part of it. Become a member.
Be part of Tech Southwest. techsouthwest.co.uk.
Pierce. I lead the TechExeter Business Acceleration Programme, and we provide support to innovation-led tech startups and scale-ups, helping them achieve their growth potential and aspiration, and hopefully helping them stay in the region. We base ourselves at the Science Park Centre on Exeter Science Park, and it's a great facility and environment for growing tech-led businesses, being in a community of peers and being able to benefit from the sort of engineered serendipity of bumping into other organisations and other business support providers. Obviously, it's been challenging times over the last 5 or 6 months, and the challenge for us has really been how do we translate our business support program to being able to be accessible online. And that's been challenging, but actually really quite interesting. I think the online engagement has actually grown connections between the client businesses at Set Squared and increased the awareness of what everyone else is doing and the opportunity for collaboration between them. Thinking about the digital and tech landscape in the Southwest, for me, I really look back to the University of Exeter. I think what we've got emerging from our research activity within the STEM fields and also within the humanities areas is some really exciting activity, generating new spin-outs and startups coming from our researchers and from our undergraduate students. The one piece of advice I'd give someone starting a new business is to recognise that a startup is a team sport, and it's vital that you find the support networks to work with you, whether that be a co-founder or whether that be accessing the range of business support that is available within the region. We at TechExeter are big fans of TechExeter. We've been involved for a number of years. We sponsored the conference last year and think it's a great activity. And what it really brings to the region is enabling people who've got an interest in the tech and digital environments and in startups in that space to find a community that they can engage with. And I think that's an absolutely critical thing for any sector to have, is the network that enables you to connect with like minds. I think the support that they're able to offer is critical. And I know that a number of our clients lean on TechExeter, members of that organisation and the network, in order to be able to connect with the skills and the knowledge that is contained within it. The conference last year was fantastic. Really enjoyed being part of it and seeing the scale of the community that exists regionally. Really looking forward to seeing how it's going to go online this year. I'm sure it'll be stunning.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Lucas, Managing Director at Software Solved, and I'm going to tell you more about how we access and encourage STEM talent in the Southwest. Coming from a technical family, I've always been curious about how and why things work, so it was almost inevitable that I would study engineering. When I left university and was applying for engineering roles in the Southwest, I was surprised about the barriers I faced. I was even told by a prospective employer that I'd be a distraction in the workplace. Thankfully, things have changed since then, but there's still a lot that can be done to encourage and support diversity. With more and more tech startups in the Southwest, the demand for tech talent is on the rise. Despite there being a thriving tech community here, stopping the migration of talent to the bright lights of London and Bristol is still a challenge. As organisations, we need to do more to showcase the opportunities available in the Southwest. We've had a long-standing undergraduate and graduate programme that's been running for over 10 years now and which has seen over 40 placements. There are several examples of current employees who started on a placement scheme and have significantly advanced within the company to now hold lead technical consultant and project manager positions. It's not just about growing talent, it's about retaining it too. We aim to create an environment that people want to work in. It's important to us that people have a good work-life balance, so we offer home working, flexible working hours, and a great wellness and benefits package. Additionally, it's about making sure that we recruit the right person for the role, so that we have a balanced and diverse team. I think as employers, we have a responsibility to open young people's eyes to the opportunities and careers available within STEM. I'd encourage any employer to get involved with universities and make sure they understand your needs as a business as well as what you can provide them. I'm incredibly proud of our involvement with the STEM Ambassador Scheme, enabling us to share our knowledge with the tech talent of the future. We're also involved with STEM-focused initiatives such as Exist, who bring together university and business communities and can signpost companies to initiatives and events such as Big Bang, TechExeter and Girls in AI Hackathon. As employers, if we want to build a sustainable tech business within the South West, it's our responsibility to help retain talent and showcase the opportunities available.
I love how measurable Google Ads is. For a client that comes to us that needs to reach a certain segment of the market, whether that's based on a specific search term or a specific market, we can, within a few days of having some campaigns live, let them know exactly what the opportunity is.
Display ads, it's kind of in the name, they're image-led ads that are shown across Google's display network. There is the option of Microsoft ads, aka the search engine formerly known as Bing. We tend to see lower volumes of search on Microsoft ads, but it is another avenue to explore.
Remarketing, simply, is when somebody has been to your website, you're then able to serve them up a targeted ad back to them.
RLSA is basically remarketing but for search ads. So what we do there is we'll have specific keywords which we'll use to show to people who have been on your site before, close to the point of conversion perhaps, and again we just need that little push just to get them over the line.
So Customer List is a database of your existing customers. So let's, for example, you've got a MailChimp list. You can upload that list into Facebook and retarget those people in the Facebook platform. What you can also do is create lookalike audiences of that list. So Facebook will find people that look like your audiences. It's a really great tool.
With Surveyor Tech, you can quickly and easily create digital surveys, including visual walkthroughs of the interior and exterior of properties. Because Surveyor Tech is cloud-based, you can access it anytime, anywhere. Start capturing your surveys within minutes. Just sign up, download the app, and you're ready to go. Surveyor Tech offers two ways to capture your surveys: on-premise and remote. For on-premise surveys, grab your 360-degree camera, open your Surveyor Tech app, connect to the camera, get it in position, and start capturing. If you don't have a 360-degree camera, you can capture images using your smartphone. Add any notes or annotations to each image, and repeat until you've captured all the images you need. Don't forget to name each one as you go. When you're done, sync your images. They will then appear in your online portal. Here you can add to or amend your notes. Link images so they can be viewed as a walkthrough. Block out any sensitive information. Add media as notes to explain risks. Once you're done, it's time to publish your survey. Simply use your automatically generated survey URL to share with key stakeholders. For remote surveys, head to the portal. To start, schedule a live streaming session and share the details with the person who will be on site when the survey happens. At the scheduled time, the live stream will start. You can guide the other person around the building while the live stream is recording. At any point, you can capture stills and add notes to the survey. When you're finished, end the session and the recording and stills you've captured will be saved to your portal, ready for notes and annotations to be added and enhanced. It's that easy. The Surveyor Tech digital surveying and walkthrough solution resolves challenges, improves efficiency, and enables scalability for numerous professions. Find out more and sign up today at www.softwaresolved.com/SurveyorTech.
Hello, my name's Craig Buckler, and over the next 2 minutes, I'm going to explain how Docker can help with your projects. Developers regularly need to install applications, such as web servers, databases, or languages like PHP or Python. It takes time, you need to maintain it, and it can be impossible to run multiple releases of the same software at the same time. But with a single command, Docker can install, configure, and run any software in seconds. Docker runs software in isolated containers. Think of them as lightweight virtual machines containing an operating system and a single app. Containers use disk space, but they don't change your PC in any way. you can't get conflicts and your system won't become slow or unstable. So you get all the benefits of developing locally and can experiment without any risk. You may need to share your projects with other developers, and they may have a different operating system, some of the software may not be compatible, or it could have differences which breaks your code. Docker makes your application portable. Installation becomes easy and your app is guaranteed to work anywhere, whether it's on Windows, macOS or Linux. But developers can still work locally using whatever tools and editor they prefer. Assuming you can easily launch your app, does it remain stable as traffic increases? With Docker, you can deploy the same environment, and you can scale it by running additional instances of your containers. It makes your app more robust since crash containers can be restarted and updates can be deployed with zero downtime. Despite these benefits, few developers use Docker. It's powerful but looks complex. The documentation is daunting, there's lots of jargon, tutorials never explain how to use it during development, and it's difficult to know where to start. But with a little guidance, you can be productive within an hour. That's why I created Docker for web developers. It's a book and video course which provides quick recipes for setting up development environments. It shows you how to run Docker, but still edit code locally, use live reloading, and debug with DevTools and VS Code. And all the techniques can be adapted to whatever stack you're using, whether that's for a new or an existing app. For more information, please head over to dockerwebdev.com. And if you buy it during the conference, enter the discount code DOC50 and get 50% off. Thank you for watching and best of luck with your Docker journey.
You highlighted that there are some changes in the way IP is working now. Where do you think it's going to go, like in the next couple of years? Obviously, you know, people talk about the impact of the pandemic on the tech and digital industry, which is varied because actually it's one of the far more resilient industries because remote work is normal. So you don't, as a tech or digital person, you don't have to be office based. So there is some resilience, but how do you see like your niche of law develop, or even you guys as a community and you guys as a company?
I think the home working point's a really interesting one because a lot of professionals, a lot of advisory organisations have always been very restrictive on remote working. I'm concerned that professionals should all wear suits and sit round tables and point at misspelled words and laugh and say, well, we're professionals, we would never do that. And in reality, working from home and being a bit more casual about how you engage with your clients and interact with people is better. We, as a team inside Stephen Scone, have been an advocate of agile working procedures. So we have scrums every morning and we do sprints on particular pieces of work. And that sort of attitude, not the whole agile attitude, that sort of attitude being across the whole professional scope would be definitely beneficial to everybody because it makes life better, right? You have a better quality of life. You spend more time with the people that you actually want to spend time with. Although our divorce team are busier than ever, but aside from that sort of stuff, you get a better service as well. I think people are happier when they're working with the people they want to be working with, and they're probably happier at home than they are in an office. So for us, it's good because we're beginning to work more and more like our clients, and then we get to understand them better because we're working in a similar way. If I were to make predictions about the future, which is dangerous to do as a lawyer, but I'm fairly risk averse, so sod it. We've probably got a couple of things to think about. So artificial intelligence, the AI bandwagon is very much here and everybody's jumping on it, and you can, buy in some AI and shout that you've got some AI tech, but true non-augmented artificial intelligence, stuff which genuinely can adapt and produce something. So an output AI. Who owns the right in that? Who is going to be the copyright owner in any output from an AI? And at the moment, there's no answer. The closest piece of precedential law we could look at is the monkey selfie in the US. A monkey took a photograph and the photograph was then commercialized. Who owns the rights in that photograph? And one of the charities for wildlife, who I won't name because I'll probably get it wrong, wanted to bring a case and say that the monkey owned the rights. And the US court said that's not possible because the monkey doesn't have individual legal personality. It's not a human. It's not a company, so it can't own the rights. And I suppose at the moment that's the only thing you can point to is AI isn't an individual legal entity, so it can't own rights. But what if it could? And what if it developed stuff and invented stuff and created code that we were using in life that was then controlled and owned and completely run by AI? I mean, to make it sound like Skynet, but there will probably be elements of that. There will probably be traffic management companies which are wholly run by AI, and there'll be no clear ownership over the rights. There will be some seminal cases, I imagine, in the next 20, 30 years on this that will give us some indication as to where we're going. In terms of the other end of that, the data stuff, so the data protection world, I think that's going to be changing in the short term significantly, because obviously we are leaving the European Union on 31st of December. We, after that time, may or may not be subject to an adequacy decision by the European Data Protection Board, which basically means we'll either be treated like a country outside of the EEA, or we'll be treated like a country inside the EEA, kind of. So will the data be allowed to move between the UK and the rest of the European Union freely, or will we have to find some sort of either government-based permission to move the data, or will there be some mechanism by which we can do it? And very recently, the privacy shield between the EU and the US was found inadequate. So lots of US-based organizations are panicking because they've got loads of EU data, and all the EU data holders are panicking because all their data is in the US. There are ways around it, and there are things that can be done. One of the people that are panicking is the UK government, because a lot of the information about you and I, NHS records, etc., is in the US. So I think that amazingly, the world will probably get smaller. I think people will find that their data is being sort of brought home, and at the moment, you know, your information might be on a server in Phoenix and Iceland and Denmark and Ireland, and this time next year it will probably just be in 2 of those places. I think there will be a big change in the way that the physical and practical location of data, which will then probably drive up data prices in the UK, because there's only a limited amount of data centers. They're not building them all the time. So they're both pretty negative. I'm trying to think of a positive thing in the future.
Well, I think you did say, you know, like the whole working from home, and actually as a law firm, learning to, like, I think it's really interesting that you're taking on a more agile way of working. Although, thank you for saying it's not true agile, because people get very, very hot-headed about the word agile. And
it's not agile with a capital A.
Yeah, exactly.
My 30 years of working in business, I've never had such a shocking day. I met with the director, and just by his expression, I knew something was extremely serious and something had gone wrong. We had been cyber-attacked.
Last year in the Southwest, over 2,000 cyber-dependent crimes were reported to law enforcement. And a recent report suggests that cybercrime is one of the most underreported crimes in the world. And in the UK, it's estimated that only 6% of cybercrimes are reported.
Law enforcement across the UK has the capability to tackle cybercrime impacting individuals and organisations. But they can only investigate what they know about.
Reporting aids investigations. It helps form awareness campaigns. The information that you provide can help form a picture of the cyber threat to UK businesses. We need people to report.
I'm Tim McGuire. I'm CEO of Spatial Operations. We're a Devon-based tech company working in healthcare, and we specialise in analysis and interpretation of people and object movement within spaces, particularly within hospital spaces. The potential of this business is that what we are able to do with data from the hospitals, a unique set of data that only we're collecting and analysing with our data science team. The benefits are, they span a number of different areas, from the operations to productivity, perhaps efficiency, but well-being of staff, how staff interact with patients, how patients use the hospital, and more recently we've completed a project in Zaragoza in Spain, where we have reduced the amount of time that patients are spending within the hospital by 43%. We've done the same in the UK by 63%, so it shows that the benefits are there for all health services. In this region, we have access to a great partnership with Exeter University and the impact. We have recruited directly from Exeter University a computer scientist. We have a KTP with Exeter University, and I think this is an ideal location to get a great mix in work and life for the whole team. I think it's a great opportunity for us to grow and access the local talent.
Hello, I'm Tom Rooks, and I'm a technical consultant at Software Solved. Today, I'm going to tell you more about our data maturity assessments. Here at Software Solved, we understand that organizations want to be able to use their data to identify new insights and opportunities to keep them ahead of the competition. For many organizations, the reality is that data is collected and stored in multiple disparate systems. Staff perform manual data processing operations, which produces a culture of uncertainty around data accuracy. This makes analysis activities a real challenge. That's why we provide our clients with the option to undertake a data maturity assessment. The data maturity assessment sees our technical experts get under the hood of your data collection systems, understanding how they are used, by who, and for what. In doing this, we can identify your organization's data maturity in 4 key areas, and depending on the level of maturity, we recommend key projects to help you progress it further and unlock further value. These key areas are as follows. The first stage is access. Here we identify your maturity level relating to accessibility of your data, quality of data sources, availability of data sources, ability to integrate reporting capability, access to data, including both manual and automated processes, existing data warehousing capability, and ETL process quality. Second to that is analyze. This area looks at current abilities in terms of analyzing data within the organization, which includes the understanding of data and reporting needs, quality and accuracy of current reporting, current use of tools or tool sets, confidence in data, in-house skill sets, visualization capability, and also the accuracy of any key performance indicators. The The next stage is learn. Here we look into the current ability to learn from your organization's data and systems, including the ability to explore that data, ability to learn from data, any in-house skill sets, applicability of machine learning techniques, and any current use of tools or tool sets. Finally, predict. In the final area, we look at your organization's current ability to predict outcomes from your systems and data, including modeling and forecasting, prediction capability, and what the future of your data might look like. Within each area, we determine which stage on a scale of 1 to 4 your organization is at. We'll then also provide suggested actions for improvement within each of the 4 key areas, which again are access, analyze, learn, and predict, and whether they should be considered in the short, medium, or long term to progress your organization's data maturity. We'll also consider the support levels that are needed. The Data Maturity Assessment provides you with a blueprint to plan your data and systems progression to really unleash its potential. Are you ready to move your organization's data maturity forward? Get in touch to find out how.
What's the job?
Our aim is to break into their personal email account.
Target?
Anyone and everyone. Once we're in, we're golden.
You got a plan?
Step 1. Everyone uses the same password. So we take a few educated guesses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password admin. Step 2. We're in.
A lot of people know to steer clear of those passwords now, they even change the default ones. So, what if they haven't used those?
Okay, well, plan B. Step 1, using information from social media, we find out family names and hobbies. Step 2, use those to guess their password. Step 3, we're in.
What if they've set their privacy settings? We've got to be able to see that.
No problem. Plan C. We forget guessing and just buy a data breach list of usernames and passwords. Find their account, use the same credentials, and we are in.
But that data could be pretty old. What if they've changed their password since then?
It's not. It's 100% up-to-date data breach, and it'll definitely be the right password, alright?
Then it looks like we are... Wait, what about two-factor authentication?
Forget it.
But I think that's really interesting, and I think there is some real strength in that, because as you rightly said, you actually, as you sprint through a task, you work on it in iterations. So, you'll start off with a draft and you'll get, younger associates working on it. And then you as a senior associate, I assume, would work with them and sprint alongside them. So do you have a training element to your sprints as well? Or is it more just team focused stuff?
We do both ways. So we have, you're right, we have a variety of capabilities and qualifications across the team. For everybody from people who have no legal qualification whatsoever and they're working in administrative roles or they're working in paralegal roles, and they're obviously looking to get a career in law, through to trainees who are going through the training process, all the way up to people like Ben and myself, and we will work with everybody to make sure that they're getting constant feedback. Sometimes the feedback loop happens after the work is done because there simply isn't time, and other times you're right, the sprint will be is it contiguous, I think is the word they like to use. Yeah. Where we work at the same time. And we've recently, I mean, this is going to be something which is so obvious to tech companies, but we've recently introduced co-drafting where you can work on the same document simultaneously to somebody else. Wow. I mean, our clients have been doing that for like 10 years, and we're now. But I mean, you want to see some lawyers still prefer it to be wooden panelled smoking pipes and saying, well, I think this will probably do. So yeah, we've come a long way very quickly.
Yeah, I think
it's good. It is good.
I think this whole digital transformation malarkey, I think even digital and tech companies have had to push themselves further out, right? And
because everyone's catching up, right? So you got to push further to be more different.
Ahead. What's the next big thing? Find a monkey with a phone. So that sounds really good. I like that you sort of chatted a bit about how people can actually enter your firm in terms of working for you guys, because obviously you're quite a big employer here. So you have lawyery typey people, but also people who just find maybe law interesting and are sort of supporting the team, which is very much how tech companies also work. I've got a couple of last questions, and they're more about actually you guys as a company.
Okay.
What are one or two things that you do in your company that create community? So, for example, like some companies do virtual pub Fridays. Like, what do you guys do to sort of, because I think this whole decentralized way of working, this whole home working is all good and well, but actually relating to each other as team members, like the water cooler chats, chatting about the kettle is boiling, like all of that sort of has fallen aside. And for a while that's okay, but then it's also slowly, there is a human element missing. So I guess my question is, do you guys do anything or are planning to do anything to reintroduce that human element?
So I think during lockdown, it was very difficult to do anything human. It was very isolatory, and obviously by very nature of what people were required to do was isolatory. And we had, as I think everybody in the country did, we had quizzes, question-based quizzes, and we've kept them going in a sort of a lighter touch, so we're trying to make them a little bit more interesting. So there'll be guess who's every week. Somebody will say, right, this week we're taking a photo of, so last week it was just take a photo of the fridge, obviously the inside of the fridge. Some of the people didn't quite understand that, so we just got a few smeg fridge doors. So send that around, and then everybody had to guess who owned what, and whose fridge was whose. And some of them are, some of them are more easy than that. But interestingly, it gives you a very different insight into your colleagues, because if you're being invited into the people's homes and the parts of people's homes that you wouldn't ordinarily see. So I'm sat now in my spare room. Well, nobody except my friends and family come into my spare room. It's quite a personal thing. So we've tried to not invest in people spending too much time on video calls, but letting them do what they're comfortable with. So that might just be, we've got a number of different WhatsApp groups for sort of informal conversation. We've got Teams groups for more formal convo. So there's lots of different strands of communication where people can keep in touch, as well as obviously the sort of, I don't want to say enforced fun, but the stuff that's more structured, where we might have like a diary date for a catch up. We do that as well. But as lawyers, an industry with a very high percentage of alcoholics, and we have drinks trolley used to go around in the office. So we've now got a virtual drinks trolley. So 4 o'clock on a Friday, grab a drink, have a chat.
Nice.
And just try and keep the things that used to be that people enjoyed in the old world in the new world.
Nice. I like that. Virtual drinks trolley. I can get behind that. What was in your fridge when you took the photo that you were like, oh my goodness, why did I leave that in here? Why did I not audit my fridge?
Yeah, that was. Some people have clearly gone out and taken all the basic stuff out and left in Waitrose finest. I think I had quite a lot of wine and grapes. Not that I was planning to make more wine, but that was in there as well. And
hey, you never know.
Food.
Lockdown. Hey, and baby food, of course. Beautiful.